Ladies and gentlemen, a new day dawns, and it's day 3 at E3 2013. Joining me on stage is the very excited Pete Hines from Bethesda. We're going to be talking about The Evil Within. Yesterday we started off with Hohokum, a very sort of whimsical, delightful art experience. Now we want to terrify you and make you afraid to go home at night. Pete, welcome to the stage.
Thanks very much. Good to see you.
Good to see you too. The Evil Within, part of Bethesda's big lineup here at E3. We've already seen Wolfenstein: The New Order and Elder Scrolls Online on stage.
Yep.
Evil Within, different than all those games and kind of different than most games here at E3. I think it's one of the biggest horror titles we're seeing.
Yeah. Ultimately, it was an opportunity to work with somebody like Shinji, who's not only a brilliant game designer, but also very well known for his work in survival horror, and his desire to take the genre and kind of go back to its roots, to do something that's a little more pure survival horror, a little less like action.
Yeah, you're talking about Shinji Mikami, of course, and Resident Evil 4, one of his great works. I'm a big fan of Vanquish, but
yes,
we're going into seriously into the horror realm, and if you folks have seen any Evil Within footage, as you're going to see shortly here, gore and sort of grotesque creatures are kind of the order of the day.
Yeah, I mean, you get a mix. So there's definitely humanoid-looking things that are a bit like, okay, I can wrap my head around what that is, but then you also get the twist of like, what in the world was that thing?
Too many arms.
Yeah,
the angles did not compute.
Yeah, so it's a mix, and part of the fun of the game is alongside of Sebastian figuring out like what's going on. Where am I now? Where was I? How is this real? Was that real? I think the story is something we're not going to talk a lot about, but we want you to unravel, and these creatures and so forth. What do they represent, or what are they?
Sure. I mean, without going too far into it, let's just give people a foundation. You play as Sebastian, because a lot of the horror experience is giving folks a reference point for where they are in the world and then just disorienting them completely.
Pretty much. So you play Sebastian. He's a police detective. He and a couple of his colleagues are called into a distress call at an asylum. He shows up there. Things are horrible.
As we see here, some little hanging upside down.
He gets knocked out. This is all from the beginning of the game. He gets knocked out. And the next thing you know, he wakes up and you are hanging upside down in a meat locker with a lot of dead bodies, and it all gets much worse from there.
It goes downhill from there, as if that already wasn't bad enough. All right, so you mentioned earlier sort of, the survival horror genre of late has been empowering players to focus on action with, throwing horrible things at them, but also giving them big guns and ways to sort of defeat that enemy. What is the action sort of focus like on in The Evil Within?
It'll be a mix. So in this first part of the game, you have nothing at your disposal. No weapons of any kind. It is basically you trying to think your way through the problems and challenges you're facing here. You can see the character swinging back and forth trying to grab the knife off of this other body so Sebastian can cut himself loose. But it is not okay, now I'm going to find something to kill this guy. It is, how do I get away from him? How do I get through this area into it? And survive. It is a game of limited resources, so even when you do have weapons and ammo, we want them to be limited in a way that you never feel powerful. You never feel like, yeah, I'm fine with whatever comes through that door. You always need to be worried about, like, I only have 3 bullets left and I have 1 health syringe, and like, how in the world am I going to get through this? So keeping you off balance, keeping you scared, making you feel a little helpless at times, but then giving you a sense of pride when you figure out, like, okay, I actually solved that. I figured that out. That was really cool.
Pride and overwhelming relief.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's an interesting sensation, though, because, normally in a game you pull out a gun, you get just maybe a smile on your face, like, all right, this is a solution. But in The Evil Within, you pull out the gun, that's like a last resort, because that's so precious, and you are in such a bad situation that you're going to need to use what little arsenal you have.
Absolutely, and it's a situation where, because the game is fairly dynamic, it's not like at a different part in this demo that I don't think we're showing today, Sebastian pulls out his gun and headshots a guy. Except in that particular case, the headshot didn't kill the creature, it just sort of shook it off and kept coming at him, and so that's unexpected. Oh, headshots don't always kill the thing.
No.
Headshot. Or you may shoot a guy in the leg to get him to go down, and then you have matches that you can use to burn the body so you don't use up your bullets. But a creature will sometimes play dead to lure you into coming up to throw a match on him,
to-
and then he leaps up at you and goes at your throat and scares the hell out of you. And so we want that unpredictability. We want that dynamicness to keep you off balance, so you never really know, like, what is the right thing to do here.
The right thing to do, try to get the heck out of this place. And who is this horrible lurching creature of Chainsaw?
Right now, he's simply referred to as Chainsaw Guy.
An apt title.
Perhaps not clever, but certainly apropos.
Oh no, that didn't go so good.
Not too good.
Or Sebastian.
One of the things you'll notice here, by the way, in this demo is that what you're seeing on the screen is the intended HUD, which means that there's a real lack of one. We pop up things like when how you need to crouch or how you need to swing, but there's no
back and forth.
Yeah, but there's not a lot of stuff up on the screen. We're really trying to create a very immersive game here where the HUD isn't, breaking the belief of what's really happening. So things will come up, they'll go away. It's done in a different aspect ratio as well. It's a cinescope ratio, so it's 2.35 by 1, so it's a little wider and shorter than you're used to, which again just kind of has a cool movie feel, but also actually has some gameplay effects as well, just kind of in how you feel in the game.
Trying to get in there. It's not your full. It's not the whole full screen window. It's a claustrophobic kind of sensation, a little bit.
And you'll find, especially in playing, a third-person game like this, that when you can't see as much of the floor, it's a little disconcerting. It's a little off-putting that like you just can't see like what it is you're stepping on, or like it does have an effect the more you play the game.
And that's sort of the camera framing is key to a horror game. It's a very powerful tool to create a mood. And we saw just then during the Chainsaw Guy chase, it remained in the sort of third person behind the character camera, but then for a second it switched to the front. What are you guys doing with camera angles to try to enhance that dread, that disorientation?
It's a game where it is all presented, over the shoulder, third person, but then there are moments where Shinji wants to take control of the camera to switch it so that, for example, if you're being chased down the hallway but you only ever show up from behind, you don't get an appreciation for how close the thing might be behind you, or those kinds of things. And so that's where Shinji time comes in, which is where Shinji goes through any particular level of the game and starts to tweak and fine-tune things, because you referenced atmosphere. Atmosphere is hugely important in a survival horror game, maybe more so than in most other games, where the sound effects, the music, the lighting, how black are the blacks, how dark are the corners, where does the camera pan to, and those kinds of things. Shinji goes through and is able to, with all his experience in making these kinds of games, add moments and add different aspects to the gameplay that really heighten it just a bit more, whether it's tension or excitement or whatever it is he's looking for in that particular moment.
I like that. He comes in and Shinji's it up like it's a verb.
There's literally like Shinji time built into the schedule for every part of the game, where it's like, okay, this is where we make it, and then this is where Shinji comes in and takes it up that extra notch. One of the great things about working with him is he is so involved in everything in the game. It doesn't matter how minor or what part of the game it is. He wants to see it. He wants to give his input. He has a very specific vision for the game that he wants to make, and he's really hands-on in all different parts to give it that special something.
Very cool, and very great opportunity for you guys to work with such a great game designer. Looking at some questions coming in, folks. As in the past 2 days, we are taking questions from twitch.tv/GameSpot. There's a chat there you can join. Also, if you tweet to hashtag GameSpotE3 or join the GameSpot comments, I'll be taking your questions and asking them all throughout the day. So today we've got Zodaz stream kicking it off with a question about traps, like that alarm that we saw go off that alerted Chainsaw Guy. Is that something you're going to be able to disable or be, sort of spot in the environment as a way to remain undetected or unassaulted?
It depends on the situation. In that case, that's not as much of a trap as it is an alarm.
Yeah.
We think of traps as bad ways to die. And there are a lot of those in the game. Traps are a big theme of the game, and they are things that you are going to have to encounter and get through. They are also things that you're going to be able to get your hands on and use against your enemies, whether it is luring enemies into an environmental trap that exists and using it against them, whether it is in in the demo that we have, there's a point later on where we show off some of the combat that Sebastian picks up some mine traps that he's able to sort of manage a much larger horde of creatures coming at him than he could with just his pistol, and set them out in sort of strategic locations and kind of create a choke point where he can take out numerous guys and not get overwhelmed. So traps, both that you're using and that you'll find or come up against, are a big theme in the game.
Interesting. Okay, and that's an interesting way of making the game, bringing more action into the game, but still making it that kind of, I am vulnerable, I need to be very careful about the kind of way I engage these foes. That's the situation you described is obviously a taking them on type situation, but here we see basically running. And is there a lot of that faux evasion during the game?
Absolutely.
And trying to sneak by and or just flat out flee?
Yeah, absolutely. You're gonna run in this game for sure, and it's intended. You're gonna come across any number of situations where the smart choice is to run. And maybe you don't realize that the first time until you die badly and go, oh yeah, I'm totally unprepared to deal with this. I got to do something else. There must be a different way through this. Or it may be something that you start to get a better sense of, where you're better able to quickly assess, this is what I have at my disposal, that's what I got to deal with. And the smart thing here is to run, or to hide, or to use evasion, or to create a distraction to lure an enemy or enemies over this way so that I can go this way. Those kinds of things. We want you to be scared, and we want you to also be able to feel like you can think your way through a problem rather than shoot your way through a problem every time.
That's an interesting shift of focus, and I think that's core to what you're talking about in terms of this survival element. Survival is not about defeating all your foes. It's not a conquering horror game.
Right.
It's, I really just want to get out of here because this place is so messed up.
Yep.
Folks are curious to know about the different creatures you encounter. I mean, here's Chainsaw Guy. Obviously, he's a massive individual, but still humanoid, as you were mentioning earlier. If folks have seen any other footage of the game and trailers, there's tentacles and all sorts of much further out there kind of stuff. Can you talk about some of the creepier things we might see that aren't shown in this little bit of footage?
Yeah, the one that you're referring to, I guess, in the door. But the idea is that he's more of a, kind of a bossy type creature. But when you see the other humanoid, they look like they're people gone badly.
Yeah.
And then we switch, so you have those as kind of your standard fodder enemies to come up against, but then lots of horrific things that you intersperse all throughout the game. And again, it is a big thing of what's going on, what are these things? Running the trailer now, you get a glimpse of Boxman. There's the there's the horror we were just talking about. Boxman, who's the guy with the safe for a head with the barbed wire around it. Barbed wire is a big theme in the game because of all the use of traps, and you'll see it on creatures as well. So these guys bring us up to speed on what they're doing, and they show a few examples of creatures. I think we almost 100% of the time reply, what is wrong with you guys? What in the world is going on in your head to come up with that?
You kind of push your chair a little bit further away from them. You're like, oh, all right, and there we get a glimpse of that lady-esque abomination thing.
So lots of variety. I would not have any concerns about whether or not you're going to be horrified or scared in this game. I think he's pretty much got that nailed. It's really between now and next year, all about the pacing. And important to note, we are making a game which needs to be fun.
Yep.
So this is not just supposed to be like let's see how many times we can scare you over this.
We're going to scare the crap out of you and just kill you over and over again.
You need to be scared, but you need to be having fun. You need to be, getting that thing you get out of games that you don't get from most other forms of entertainment, which is that sense of pride, that a sense of accomplishment that I did that.
Yeah.
I helped him survive. So, making it fun and horrific is a balancing act to make sure you don't go too far one way and not enough of the other.
Well, hopefully Tango, GameWorks, and Shinji and you guys can collaborate, get that balancing act all set for next year, you were saying?
Next year on PC, Xbox 360, Xbox One, PS3, and PS4.
All right, Pete Hines from Bethesda, thank you so much for kicking off the show today.
Absolutely.
With the horrifying evil within. Hopefully I can forget that because I will have nightmares. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back soon with over-the-top absurdity in Saints Row 4.
All right, folks, Homer Barr back here. We are at the Majesco meeting room in the South Hall meeting rooms. I'm with my man Tony Chen, Director of Marketing here at Majesco, right?
Yep, how's it going?
Doing well. You got us some Phineas and Ferb today, right?
Quest for cool stuff.
Dude, there's so much cool stuff out there.
So much they want to collect for their
Let's
back.
check it out. What are we doing?
So you play as Phineas and Ferb. They're looking for all the cool treasure for their backyard museum of cool. They've created their newest invention, the all-terrain Transformatron, which is what I'm in right now. It's in short, it's the ATT. You could upgrade it. You could change the colors. Right now, I have a cool zebra print. It comes with indestructible drills, wall scaling pinchers to climb the walls.
You're getting zapped, dude.
I am getting zapped. I got to avoid those. So watch. I could drill those blocks, jump through. I got cool wheels. I got donut wheels right now. Get some cool loot for the treasure. You could collect Ducky Momo, Floating Baby Head, a lot of references from the show. Game comes out August 13th. You could also play as Perry the Pet Platypus, who's the breakout character of the show. So I just finished this level. You can see I collected extra bonus points.
A little shimmy at the end there.
Yeah, do the moonwalk. So here's the backyard. You can interact with all the other characters like Buford, Isabella. Candace is up there talking on her phone, as usual. But here, I'll show you a Perry the Platypus level. So basically in this, Agent P is trying to stop Dr. Doofenshmirtz from taking over the tri-state area. He wants to release his get rid of cool stuff-inator, and he sent out all these norm bots to stop you. So you gotta go stealth mode and take him down.
So let's, as I noticed here, you're playing on Xbox 360 controller.
Yes.
You got a Wii U situation there. You got a bunch of DSs. Let's talk about platform and is there any variation between platforms?
So it's on 5 platforms. You just mentioned all Nintendo and one 360. They're pretty much all the same game, but on the Wii U, you could definitely play the whole game on the gamepad solely.
What happens if you're going to the TV? Is it?
You just see the same screen.
Okay, cool.
Same screen, but it's just portable. Same with the handhelds. But they all follow the same storyline. You know, Perry kicking some butt and Phineas and Ferb looking for all the cool treasure.
Sounds like Phineas and Ferb got the easy end of the bargain.
Yeah, pretty much, as usual. They don't know all the work Agent P does behind their backs.
All right, Tony, give us the wrap-up. When's it coming out? What platforms? Price point? I don't know if we're talking like.
Yeah, we haven't released the price points yet, but it comes out August 13th. It's on Xbox 360, Wii U, Wii, 3DS, and DS.
Awesome. Cool. Thanks for the rundown, Tony. Enjoy the rest of your show. More from the Majesco booth as we continue.
And we're back live from the E3 show floor with GameSpot's continuing coverage. I'm your host, Chris Waters, and joining me on stage now, Jim Boone, a guy who doesn't look nearly half as ridiculous as the game he brought to show us, Saints Row 4. Jim, welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much. Good to be here.
Let me see. Bring the mic a little closer.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe flip it. Is it on? Did it get flipped off?
There we go. How's that?
Give it one more try.
There we go.
All right, we're in business.
Now we're working.
All right, Jim. Saints Row 4. You guys continuing this the franchise's beautiful meteoric rise to the absurd heights of video gaming.
Yes.
Because now you're the president of the United States.
Isn't that the most logical transition in the world to go, from just a simple gang member to being president? That's the American way, I think,
you
right?
Consolidate your power base, you build, power begets power, and then boom, you're president.
Right. Exactly. Perfectly logical in our twisted world, of course, only.
Yeah, and speaking of the twisted world, you're not going back in your president and everything with Earth is just fine and operating per usual.
Correct. Yes.
There's like a little bit of alien meddling. There's almost like a Matrix-esque scenario happening.
You got it. Yeah, exactly. So there's a bit of an origin story, and we won't spoil that right now. But in terms of how you become president, and what we're seeing now is actually you being the president in the White House, and we're going to give you a little bit of a chance to see what it's like. Imagine if you actually could be president. What kinds of things would you do, right? Because probably it's not going to be the fun things like signing bills into law or anything like that. You have to do it Saint style, right?
And I would sit in the Oval Office for so long and just read.
Right.
It would be killer.
Wouldn't that be the most amazing gameplay of all time? No, we decided to mix it up a little bit. So,
I think that's wise.
So yeah, so in the middle of you doing your presidential duties, though, in the White House, which you're seeing here, with Vice President Keith David here.
Keith David played by, who's the actor you guys got to play Keith David?
Keith David.
I think that's a great fit.
Yes, we we thought so. We thought that was a role he was born to play. And so, yeah, so you're going to do a few of these duties here, but then from there, unfortunately, the Xin invade, and that is this evil alien force that you're talking about. And so what they're doing is they're going around from planet to planet throughout the galaxy and trying to conquer planets. And the way that they do it is they abduct everyone, and then they put you in this virtual sort of prison, and they try to break your will. They're trying to indoctrinate you to make you join the Xin. But the problem is that they're expecting, like, I'm just going to grab the president and these politicians, right, and bend their will, not realizing that you're a psychopath, leader of the Saints, and something of a badass.
Even the 1/4 of the stuff that I did at Saints Row the Third. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. And so he ends up having his hands full with the president and the rest of his people.
Well, he was just, doing some good deeds, eliminating cancer, I like that, doing presidential duties.
Exactly. Right. Here he's going to, he's dealing with a politician. Now he's got Josh Burke, which is one of the members from Saints Row the Third. And you're going to see a cameo here from Oleg, and yeah.
Oh, I love that dude. Anytime he gets in a car, it just cracks me up.
Exactly.
All right, well, speaking of cars, one of the things that was really fun in Saints Row the Third was just getting into a crazy array of vehicles, scooping people up in the Catmobile and shooting them out of a cannon, etc., etc. What are you guys bringing in terms of wacky vehicles this time around?
Oh my God, we've got a few exotic vehicles. So if we've got an alien invasion, we have to have UFOs, of course.
Naturally.
Yes, and so those are what we've had fun with, is actually giving the aliens a bunch of really exotic vehicles that will also help challenge the player, along with being vehicles that then you can, just like in the previous Saints Row games, I can get it, I can collect it, and now I can call it whenever I want, and now I can fly in a UFO if I want to.
All right.
There's also hover tanks that are an incredibly powerful sort of vehicle for you to fight against. And what happens is, as you start to progress through the game, the aliens become more and more powerful that you fight against, and the vehicles are one of those mechanisms where, again, imagine this giant hover tank that's going around and fighting against you.
Within Saints Row, it's actually not that hard to imagine.
The giant hover tank. Right? Exactly. Yeah, and here you're seeing Zinyak. This is the leader of the Xin, and he's making his grand entrance into the White House, and
just messing up a press briefing.
Right.
No consideration at all for the American people.
It's a very sad thing, but he'll pay for that. The president will make him pay.
Oh, he will pay.
Indeed.
All right, so we talked about vehicles. One of the things that you guys have showed off in trailers, much to the delight of many, is also some really goofy weaponry. I particularly enjoyed the Inflato Ray, which basically you shoot someone and it just makes their body parts swell to comically large sizes before they explode.
Indeed, yeah. We have a lot of fun with our crazy exotic weapons evolution, and Inflator Ray is a great example of that.
And then, of course, Dubstep Gun.
Yes, that seems to be our fan favorite so far. People kind of go nuts for that one, and we've had a lot of fun coming up with that one. That's one of those weapons where it literally took an entire team working on that, and everyone touched it, because it started off with an idea actually back in Saints Row the Third with our audio director, and he came up with this idea of, wouldn't it be amazing if we had this weapon that would kill with the power of sound? And that's very intriguing. What do we go from there? And
what kind of sound has the power to kill humans? Dubstep, of course.
Of course, right? What else would it be?
People are in the Twitch chat fondly reminiscing out of Saints Row the Third events. Curtis Axe jumping out of a plane, opening a parachute, landing on vehicles and whatnot. And actually, I'm just distracted real quick by the converted Oval Office, which now just is loaded to the teeth with
style.
all sorts of weapons. So those over-the-top action sequences, obviously the open world gameplay and sort of that emergent chaos is a huge part of Saints Row. But then you've also got those big events.
Absolutely, yeah. That's one of the things we've had a lot of fun with in Saints Row 4 as well, is we have a lot of our missions will take place in the virtual world of Steelport, and that's where they're putting the president in to break his mind. But we have a lot of other nightmare realms, so your entire cabinet gets abducted. In fact, you're seeing it right now with Pierce and Ben King getting abducted. And what happens is each of these people are put into their own private nightmares so that their will can be broken. And what the president has to do is he has to go into their nightmare realms, pull them out, bring them back into the real world, which is actually in your crib ship, of course, because now you're in outer space on Zinyak's capital ship. And you're slowly rescuing each of these guys. And so what that does for us, though, is it allows us to create a lot of different variety in terms of these areas, they have their own private nightmares. You have the real world with the alien and the alien forest. I think people will be pleased. We've got a lot of pretty exotic locales that along the lines of what we did with Saints Row the Third.
Yeah, it's not like you guys were really hurting for an excuse to bring wackiness during Saints Row the Third, but now with the virtual worlds and all the private nightmares is what really intrigues me. I'm just imagining like this Dante-esque journey through the inferno of the different tiers of what's Keith David's private nightmare, what's Shondi's private nightmare.
Yeah, there's some great ones. I think that without spoiling any of it, of course, there's some good fan service there. So taking someone like Shondi as an example, for those longtime fans of Saints Row, I think they're going to be pleased with what we've done with Shondi's Nightmare. Excuse me, Shondi's Nightmare realm. But even something like Keith David, it's good. That's one I'm probably more excited about than any other mission for people to see, because to your point, right, it's Keith David. So what would you possibly do with Keith David? I guarantee for people are going to go nuts with Keith David's Nightmare Realm. It's amazing.
I'm getting really excited now about this. All right, so one of the users whose name I really don't feel comfortable pronouncing from the Twitch chat,
I'm sure.
yeah, no doubt, is curious about gangs, and obviously the aliens are a huge nemesis here, but what kind of other foes are you going to be encountering or entities?
Yeah, actually there's a pretty decent variety, and the aliens we introduce because it helps provide that that really powerful foe. We've given you superpowers, and you're going to need someone that's just beyond the standard game member to challenge you. But what we've done is going back to that where I'm talking about the nightmare realms, we've got a lot of gang members that will show up in that. So to give you an example of one, Ben King, who is your chief of staff, he used to be the leader of the Vice Kings all the way back in Saints Row 1. And so you're actually going to see some of the Vice Kings make a return appearance that you're going to have to fight against. And so you will see a little bit of the flavor of some of our older gang members as well. Excellent. But definitely the dominant enemy, though, of course, are the aliens.
As we're seeing them get just mowed really down really hard by the presidential artillery.
You are correct. It is the White House cannon. Because, of course, the president, he needs to have some weaponry. He loves weapons. And so,
it's good to be the king or the
Indeed.
chief. Oh, come on. Washington Monument.
Can you believe that?
So,
it's totally unacceptable.
God, aliens.
Yeah, but he'll make him pay, because in just a moment here, we're going to see the president go mano-a-mano against Zinyak, the leader of the Zin.
President punching aliens. That is delightful. Questions are coming in hot and heavy. Padbot wants to know about any cooperative multiplayer.
Yes, everything is totally co-op. It's two-player co-op, drop in, drop out, just like we had in Saints Row 2 and 3. It's really awesome way to be able to play the game. And we've actually got a couple of activities that are specifically designed for co-op play. There's Death Tag, where you and I can fight against each other. We are both given a random superpower and just have at it. And then there's Cat and Mouse, makes a return appearance, though it was in Saints Row the Third also. But now imagine Cat and Mouse with superpowers. It's amazing. It's so much fun. But yeah, everything is full campaign is co-op play.
All right, very cool. So folks were asking about other modes, like the Horde mode from Saints Row the Third. Gave a little taste of different co-op modes. Is Horde mode coming back, or is
Horde mode is not coming back. We thought that one was such a quintessential Saints Row the Third one. We had a lot of fun with it, but with these new modes I was just talking about with Death Tag and Cat and Mouse, they catered perfectly to our superpowers, and so it gave us a chance to really focus on the superpowers, I think, and that's why Horde mode isn't making a return appearance.
Sure. You guys bringing some new stuff.
Exactly.
Soliloquize, reflecting that, I remember when Obama fought the Republicans barehanded. You guys are really taking from real life here.
Absolutely. We're inspired by the politicians of today, of course. And that's part of the fantasy of it. That's why we love you being the president, because who wouldn't want to be a politician, being the leader of the Saints as a politician and going in there and trying to do some damage Saint style, right?
Yeah.
Try to free up some of the the fun that's going on in Washington these days.
Yeah, lighten it up a little bit. Get things done.
Exactly.
With punches and superpowers. Speaking of which, Alien was just kind of like throwing the president around with mind powers.
You got it. Yeah.
Am I going to be able to throw people around with mind powers?
Of course you are. Yes. Absolutely, yeah. That we kind of separate the superpowers the way we talk about it into two different categories. There's the navigation super abilities. So here, for example, you're taking a look at the president. He's on top of one of these giant alien towers, and you can do super jumps. You can glide through the air. It's just a completely different way to be able to navigate through the world.
Wow.
Needless to say.
That president is flying.
Yep, you can jump from any height. You can do death from above here, where you can quickly hurtle to the ground and do a massive explosion. So just your ability to be able to navigate through the world is totally amazing. And yeah, here you're seeing you being able to use telekinesis. With the power of your mind, you can pick up vehicles, you can pick up people, fling them around wherever you want. It's a ton of fun.
I can't tell you how many hours that at the GameSpot offices we just sat around walking down by the river and just throwing people over into the river and trying to like bounce them off the guardrail, just like delighting in that physics model and that just goofiness.
Yep. There's so much emergent stuff, and one of the things I find people do with telekinesis is you can grab a person and aim way up in the air. You'll launch them, and one of the things that's fun is to see if you can use your super sprint to catch up as quickly as possible to the person that you just flung, hundreds of meters into the distance. It's awesome.
I smell an achievement in the works. Catch the guy you threw sky
Yes.
high. People are curious, Lustiker, about the sort of size of these open world areas. You've talked, about many different worlds that you'll sort of go through with these nightmares and the virtual Steelport, which we see here. In terms of size of the world, I mean, is it comparable to the third? Or?
Exactly, yeah. So the open world is very comparable to the same size. What we've done with Steelport here is we've tended to build upwards, if that makes sense. So we have a lot of these alien towers.
Jump off an alien tower that was, like, 2 miles high or something crazy?
You got it, exactly, right? And so now because you have all these abilities that let you move upward, we've had a lot of fun building these areas and doing a lot more with our rooftops. So now the aliens, there are actually superpowered aliens that will be able to chase you to the rooftops. And portals will spawn up there. So that stuff is fantastic. But then these nightmare realms we've been talking about, those are more mission size. So those are not new open world areas for you to enjoy. They're definitely, they're built for you to be able to go in there, have fun with it, and then come back out to the open world here.
Yeah, see, and judging from what I kind of imagine you guys are going with, it's going to be a very surreal, humorous, kind of experience, and then, then back to the emergent mayhem of virtual Steelport.
You've got it. That's exactly right. Yeah, we've had, classic Saints Row, we always have fun with it, and I think people are going to really enjoy the humor in this one, because we've had a lot of jokes at various people's expense. We do a lot of pop culture references, and, it's all in good fun. We're huge fans of a lot of the people that are out there, but it's a fun way to be able to just add some humor to the game.
Yeah, certainly... Obviously, the goofy takedowns still in full effect.
Very much so, yeah. Except now they're super powered. So when you're in this virtual sort of environment, you can do some of these takedowns, and they're pretty amazing. Or we have offensive superpowers here, like you're seeing with Buff. This is one where you can set the player on fire, and anyone that is nearby is also going to be consumed in flame. And all of your rounds that you fire off are incendiary rounds also. So any enemy that you shoot, they're also going to get caught on fire.
And we saw some freezing earlier, I believe.
Exactly, and that is Blast. So that one, you can freeze people solid. And all of the superpowers are also are able to be used in conjunction with each other. So they each have their own recharge timer. So what I can do is I can take the Blast, I can freeze a bunch of people, then I can quickly pop over to Stomp, which does this concussive blast, which will then shatter everyone.
It's almost like the person playing is listening to us right now.
Indeed, is it not? Exactly.
What is this Super Soaker? What does that Super Soaker do? Because I think I had that version, except it didn't shoot green lasers.
Indeed, it did not. Yes, this is one of our fun ways that we've extended customization into Saints Row 4. So customization has always been a huge part of all the Saints Row games, going all the way back to Saints Row 1. And we've brought back that same level of customization with Saints Row 4. So in fact, if you are a hardcore gamer, I guarantee you're going to love this one.
All right.
That's about as far as I can go.
Okay.
But with the weapons, right? So you saw the Super Soaker there.
Yep.
What you can do now is you can customize the appearance of your weapons. So we have what we call weapon costumes. So it'll take a machine gun and turn it into a big giant squirt gun, or you can take that. So you can make it.
But I want to get some rapid fire questions here real quick.
You got it.
can you even do? Do you even need to? You don't really need to drive cars anymore, but you can.
You're exactly right. You can customize, you can drive whatever you want, but superpower is the way to go.
Can you play as an alien at any point?
You have an outfit that is alien inspired, but not as an alien.
All right, and people are curious about characters like Johnny Gat, Mr. Genki, all these sort of Saints Row goofballs.
I can confirm that Mr. Genki is back. Professor Genki is there. Gat, he died in Saints Row 3. So.
Oh, Johnny Gat. But anything's possible in a nightmare realm. All right, Saints Row 4. Jim, when is this game coming out? When can people delve into the utter superpowered absurdity?
Saints Row 4 is going to be out August 20th, so it's right around the corner.
Right around the corner, and on what platforms?
It'll be PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, and PC.
All right, thank you so much for coming. That was a real pleasure.
It's our pleasure to be here.
Saints Row, always a really fun game to talk about. Folks, we're just taking a quick break now, and we'll be back with more live demos here from GameSpot Stage 1 at E3 2013.
Hey folks, Omar Rabari here from Bohemia Interactive booth. I'm with Joris right now. You are the project lead, right?
Yep, project lead.
On Arma 3.
Yep, welcome to the Bohemia booth.
Thank you very much. So let's jump right in. We've got the game designer, right?
Yeah, this is my colleague Yeri. He is currently playing one of our new showcases coming with the beta in 2 weeks. This is the Combined Arms showcase.
Cool.
And the thing is, we've scaled up from the alpha. We're really focusing now on a lot of firepower and logistics. So we're bringing in new helicopters and trucks and a lot of new weapons like AT launchers and that. So he's currently in a helicopter that I'm really excited about. It's a new helicopter. You can see a little bit of it there. Like the other squad is coming in for landing as well. And our objective is real simple. We're just here to take out an enemy position. So we're just landing. And then the cool thing about this scenario, it plays out a little bit differently every time. Like I've now played it today maybe 50 times. Sometimes our support helicopters get taken out, sometimes they don't, and they hammer the enemy, so it's real cool. Yeah, so they're lifting back up. Maybe you'd recognize a little bit these helicopters. They're inspired by the Bin Laden raid, so they're little stealthily helicopters. So we're on our way. We should have also an LAV in support coming in. One of the cool new things as well, from the alpha we had a lot of feedback for stuff that the community wanted to see. One of the examples is the stance indicator. So people weren't quite sure whether they were crouched or prone or whatever. So on the top right here, we've added a stance indicator that is optional. People who are hardcore, they don't want it, they can disable it. But it just helps you play. Time in the office, I chuck in my soldier in a random place, I see different things I have never seen before, so it's really cool. The beta here, right here.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So how do you guys feel about the reception? Have people been pretty excited about what Arma 3 is all about and where you guys are going?
I think it's cool to see that there's a lot of other shooters, but people were really eager to see a game like this where it's maybe a little bit more slow-paced. And the positive feedback is really energized the team.
An interesting point, it's like, E3 is usually these shows that are filled with these super crazy demos with going underwater and jumping off of aircraft carriers and, a lot of highfalutin action, and yet, you change pace with a game like Arma 3 and you have more of a slow, more tactical kind of more real world approach to a shooter. Now, how does that, do you ever feel like, oh man, I would love to be in one of these scenarios where I am jumping off aircraft carriers, or how hard is it to focus on something a little more slow-paced, more methodical, knowing what's around you?
I think the thing is as well, this is really quite an open platform. Like modding is really important to us and always has been. So since the alpha, we've allowed modding, and people, if they do want like spectacular scenarios like that, they can just make it. They can. We've seen some really crazy modifications, quad bike races, and recently a mod was released, like a bow and arrow is looking really cool. So yeah, our missions are perhaps a little bit more slow-paced, and that's just the style of play that we like. But if the community wants to make these missions, we have a real cool feature coming up with the beta. The in-game editor, which is really powerful, and you can create your own scenarios. You can quite soon start to publish missions directly to Steam Workshop and also download them. So it's going to be really easy to share missions with your friends, and yeah.
Real quick, let's talk about weapons. This dude obviously has some sort of assault rifle weapon.
Like the Blue 4 assault rifle. We recently, to the alpha, we added 2 big-ass sniper rifles, anti-material sniper rifles. Community really liked those. With the beta, we have coming in 2 new SMGs. We have anti-tank and anti-air launchers coming in. Sidearms. We have a 3rd faction that we're adding, the Green faction, Independence. They all have their own vehicles, armored cars, and yeah, it's going to be a lot of stuff there.
All right, I think we're just about out of time, so perfect timing. Thanks again, Joris. I really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your show. The game looks great.
Excellent.
Again, remind people when the open beta is going to be and release.
The beta is going to be on June 25th, 2 weeks away, and then the full game release is the 3rd quarter of this year. Excellent. Thanks.
Great. Thanks again. Appreciate it. And more from E3 2013 as our show continues.
Seconds and a clear signal. I'll get in, and you'll never know. But I want you to know. You're not anonymous. I've seen your kind before. Mistakes. Hurt people I love. All because of men like you. You think you're untouchable? I'm here to shatter your illusions. That you'll never be free again.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the live stage show. I'm your host, Chris Waters. And while we are getting set up for our next upcoming demo of FIFA 14 on the Xbox One, I'm going to tell you once again that this show, it's really awesome when you guys ask us questions. We're in twitch.tv/GameSpot, the chat there. Tweet at me at hashtag GameSpotE3, and also go into the GameSpot video and comment, and we'll pull your questions from there. We want this show to be partially about you guys. You know, it's about the games, but it's also about what you want to know about the game. So keep those questions coming all day, and thanks for those of you who have been asking questions. Now we're going to go check out Homer on the show floor, continuing his crusade to cover all of the booths here at E3. It's Turtle Beach and some cool new accessories.
Hey folks, Homer Barr back here on the show floor, E3 2013. We're checking out the big, giant Turtle Beach booth. And if you don't know what Turtle Beach does, they make these super hardcore, awesome headsets, gaming headsets. As you can see here, they got all the tech broken out into this fun little diagram here so you can see what is actually inside the headset versus their competitors. Look at that. Man, they sure don't pull any punches, do they? Let's just read some of this stuff. So they got programmable presets, noise gate for mic, chat boost, independent game and audio chat, Dolby surround sound, variable speaker angles. The list goes on and on and on and on. Let's actually talk to some folks here because it looks like there's a huge line, not necessarily for the headsets, but they got some signings going on up there. I don't know who that is, but let's see. Let's talk to some folks. What are you in line for, man?
Waiting for an autograph.
Who's signing?
Nolan North, the voice of Drake.
Oh, what? Drake's here, dude?
Yes, Uncharted's Drake.
Dude, that's awesome. So, are you here for Drake or are you here for Turtle Beach as well?
Turtle Beach makes awesome products too. I love their audio stuff.
Super big fan?
Yes.
What is it that
Headphones, great sound systems, makes gaming sound incredible. Like the sound effects whizzing by, everything.
Everything that you would expect, right?
Of course, definitely.
Awesome. You having a good time at the show?
I am.
Awesome. Well, go get your Drake autograph, dude.
I will.
Thanks, man. All right, let's keep moving here. We got the XP510 PX51 over here. We got the P11. We got the PLA. Like different gradations of sound that you can explore here. Yeah, let's see. Let's keep moving on here. There he goes. Let's get Nathan Drake. Let's get Nathan Drake right there. Nolan North in the house. Getting his sign on. Who else we got there? We got Troy Baker. We got James C. Burns. We got Steve Bloom there. That's pretty cool, man. All right. We got some more headsets. Let's see if we can find a Turtle Beach rep to give us the rundown. Because there's a lot of people here. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. We got the E47s over here. We got some more of the breakdown of what they've got. Let's see. We got the E47s here. Oh, look at that. They got a little DS. Well, iPad mini. Well, iPod Nano. Let's see. Let's see if we got some people to give us the breakdown. There's a lot of business, a lot of suits walking around here. A lot of suits. Let's go. Let's go this way. Let's go this way. All right. Yeah. I'm not getting a lot of love. Not a lot of love right now. Oh, hi. How's it going? Give us the lowdown if you wouldn't mind.
Oh my gosh, there's so much lowdown, but these guys want a lowdown too. But I love
Let's do a double lowdown.
Double lowdown? You want to get ready?
You like that?
We can do that. I can do that.
You can give me the quick lowdown. How about that?
Yeah, I can do the skinny. Oh, I got an idea. I'll give you the lowdown. Oh, no, wait. I just got taken by somebody. Boo. Shucks.
Nathan Drake's on stage, though.
I know.
That's hot.
I know, and I just met Jennifer Hale. It was amazing. Okay, let's do double. Is that cool with you guys? We'll still get the same stuff. Or you want to do both?
Oh, yeah?
What should we do?
Oh, you know what? You can give him lowdown. You just give me the give me the elevator pitch right now.
Elevator pitch. Okay. So we're here at E3 2013.
Yes.
We have so much going on. Right now we have a voice panel wrapping up. We've got Nolan North and James C. Burns here. At 3 o'clock we have Jennifer Hale and Jen Taylor of Cortana.
Cortana in the house.
And then the cool things that we're having this year is that Xbox One, we are officially licensed. We have the XO4 and the XO7. We have our official Marvel 7 headset. So that's going to have interchangeable speaker plates. You can show off your fan favorites from the universe of 8,000 characters from Marvel. We also have our official license with Nintendo that we announced last year. We're so happy to support them. We have a new iSeries for Apple users.
Nice.
That's the
I saw that over
i60.
there.
Oh my gosh, it's the i60, the i30, the i10. The i60 has active noise cancellation.
Sweet.
It's a media headset, but all three of the iSeries are media headsets. We really feel the Apple community has been underserved. We really want to fill that gap and provide them with a quality headset and give them the Turtle Beach experience. And then we also have Call of Duty Ghosts.
Nice.
So we have 3 headsets for Call of Duty Ghosts. We have the Air Force Shadow, the Air Force Spectre, and the Phantom. Phantom is the top of the line. They've got all the Call of Duty branding. The Call of Duty Phantom is the top of the line. It's got dual band Wi-Fi. It's got Bluetooth. It's got surround sound. It's got voice prompts and presets from the game. What more could you want?
Dude.
So Turtle Beach, we're here all day, supporting gamers every day.
Come check you out.
Yeah, come
Dude,
by.
you didn't even look at your notes. I'm so impressed.
Oof. It's only,
doing
day,
this.
only day 2. It's only day 2. Everyone's
You're so rad.
everyone's like, "You're
Mora,
fun." Yeah.
you totally rock.
Oh, you guys rock.
Thanks for the quick lowdown.
Oh, no problem.
Now serve them like right. Serve them right. Thanks, guys. Totally appreciate it. Sorry for butting in. You guys will get the full lowdown. They're so good sports, man. Thank you so. We're gonna pimp your site. Where are you guys from?
Dual Shockers TV.
Dual Shockers TV. Check them out, baby.
Quality.
Yeah.
Everyone's quality.
Yeah, that's right. Turtle Beach. See y'all.
All right, we're back here on stage, but we are heading back out to Homer just a second. Folks, the Xbox One is getting set up in the back. We've got FIFA 14. We've got Fantasia, Music Evolved. First game to show off the new Kinect on our live stage show coming up very shortly here. We'll be back very soon. Stick with us.
Hey folks, Homer Bar back here in one of the more calm, serene parts of the E3 2013. We are into the Pixel, which is the art exhibit here that kind of showcases all of the artistry from the smallest independent titles to the biggest AAA blockbusters that are on the show floor for everybody to enjoy. And really, when it comes down to it, behind all the millions of dollars of marketing, behind all the biggest booths, what it comes down to really, folks, is the art and what that adds to the game. Because if not for this amazing imagination and creativity of the artists in the industry, we wouldn't have such cool games. Let's start off here. We have a what looks like a concept sketch for Destiny, the Buried City, and I think that's pretty self-explanatory. It's a level in Destiny. It looks incredible. This one is the Schemes collage for Icicle on Thin Ice. That definitely seems to be more of the smaller, more independent titles. And if you look at it closely, that looks like watercolor to me. I don't know. What do you think, Sully? Yeah, watercolor. All right, cool. That looks really cool. It's probably some level design. And right over here we got Broken Age, titled Broken Age, and this is a Double Fine Studios, Double Fine production. Nathan Bagel Stapley created this. San Francisco company represent. We got Ubisoft, Castle Siege. The game is Rayman Legends, and yeah, look at that. That's really cool. It's cool to see. It's refreshing to see where all these titles came from. You know, somebody's imagination. Somebody conjured up what this stuff is all going to look like. Here's another Destiny piece back from the wild. Definitely gives you an idea of what a soldier must go through in order to battle in the world of Destiny. We got some Super Time Force there. That one looks pretty cool. What else? Ooh, League of Legends. Look at that. That's, yeah. I honestly, as a non-League of Legends player, would not be able to imagine where this would be in the world of League of Legends, but that's still cool nonetheless. And then, yes, of course, Transistor, title Cloud Bank, obviously GameSpot's own Greg Kasavin alumni working on this game, presented it at the big Sony press conference, and there's the big character with this giant sword, looking pretty sweet. An unannounced game, title Crossroads. I can only imagine how sick that game might be. That kind of looks like a futuristic Japan, as if Japan, or maybe Hong Kong, I'm not too sure. But either way, looks pretty slick. And we got some Command and Conquer right here, titled Junkyard by Raymond Swanland. And yeah, let's scoop back over here because I think we're going more into the little mobile game area. Looks like they're going to do some judging later, probably tomorrow. We've got some Assassin's Creed 4 Black Flag. This is a naval duel. Obviously, Assassin's Creed 4 focuses more on the whole pirate genre. And yeah, there's a lot to be seen here, folks. I probably don't have enough time to go through all of them, but let's take a look at one more piece. This one looks really interesting. The Chant from Dragon Age. BioWare's own. Yeah, that looks beautiful. That is incredible. You know, it's no wonder those BioWare folks are renowned for making amazing games. I mean, look at the art. It's incredible. So anyways, yeah, into the Pixel. If you guys ever get a chance, you know, most of you at home watching the stream, you probably haven't been to E3 yet, but definitely the softest spoken part of the show, but one of my personal favorites.
Thanks to Homer Rabar for that look at that cool art exhibit, a place that I hope to go but won't go because this is my domain and you are back and we are taking a look at FIFA 14 and here to tell, you know, with the yearly sports titles, it's challenging to update them and to keep them fresh, and the next generation of consoles brings an exciting new opportunity for developers to bring new features and to take advantage of the new hardware. Here to explain how FIFA 14 is going to do that is lead producer Nick Chan. And Nick, welcome to the show.
Hey, how you doing? It's great to be here.
Doing well. Thank you for your patience, and thank you, folks.
Problem.
And we're going to jump right in. We've got... actually, cue it up for us. We've got a couple things we're going to highlight using the replay system on the Xbox One, or using an Xbox One as well.
Yeah.
What are folks going to get to take a look at?
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to go into the game in a minute, but just kind of set up what we're doing this year. We're so excited now to be showing our game for the first time on Xbox One.
Absolutely.
And, you know, we're building it around 3 key pillars using the brand new engine, which is the engine that is now being, all EA Sports titles are being built on.
Yep.
So there's living worlds, human intelligence, and true player motion. We're going to go through the last 2 in detail and show you stuff in the game, but just to talk on the living world, we're going to be talking about this a lot more in the months to come, but really bringing the stadium to life. For all our fans out there, one of the biggest things we get asked is when are the crowds going to look good? Well, now on Xbox One, they're fully 3D. They look fantastic. You're going to see them in a minute.
Nice.
It's all about bringing the world just on and also off the picks, bringing the crowds into the world. Also, we're rewriting our presentation system, so it's now AI-driven, which is really exciting. No more canned sequences. And then finally, brand new gameplay camera, all new replays. So that's the living world. Lots more on that to come.
All right.
But now let's sort of focus in on the game. So I want to point out, this is running actually on an Xbox One. Everything you are seeing now is gameplay. It's just we've saved some replays. It's easier just to show it.
Sure.
So this is actual gameplay. So if we look at the first thing here, this is what we call Pro Instinct. So if we see it moving here, what we're now doing with our physics system, previously within physics, we only knew if I hit you when the actual a collision happened. Now we're actually projecting into the future, and the physics system gives the players full anticipation and awareness that makes them feel much more human. So what you're seeing here is, as the defender comes in, his leg actually comes in, and the player's actually able to ride the tackle.
Yep.
So it looks fantastic, but it means in that situation situation like that before, the player would have stumbled and maybe fallen over. So they're acting much more like humans. So if we go to the next...
They have that sort of anticipation of, which, definitely one of the key skills, for a ball handler to be able to anticipate whether when the defender's making that move.
Absolutely. Anticipation awareness, which we've never, ever had before, and we can only do through the power of Ignite. So this next clip is a really cool way that we're actually showing how we actually manipulate animation. So if you see the defender as he comes in here, you actually see his arm come up as he's bracing for impact, and we're actually manipulating that animation actually on the fly. So the player now knows the collision is coming, and he braces for that impact. If we go to the next clip, what you're going to see now is this is where it really starts to become game-changing in gameplay. What you're going to see now is what we call a seal-out. So we've kind of had this behavior previously, but we were doing it through sort of guesswork. But because our players now have the level of intelligence where they know where each other is, the defender can now come across and actually seal the player out, which means now you don't have to be completely reliant on the tackle button, right? So you're actually not having to just press tackle, you can use body position to get in the way, seal the player out. And that's, if you watch any big football game, Premier League, MLS, La Liga, players use body position to win back the ball. It's a much more reliable way than just sticking a foot in and you might not win it back.
Absolutely, and that, baking that into the player movement, I feel like that would just make it, make you feel all the more like those maneuvers you see in these leagues are viable in the game.
Absolutely. So if we go to the next one now, this is another huge thing that we can only do now with the power of the Ignite engine. We've always been limited through horsepower to only ever have 2 players contest the ball at any one time. So as we pause it here, you're actually going to see now there's actually 4 players trying to get that ball. Previously, we could only do 2.
3 of them are doing a little better than the 1.
Exactly, but this is a classic situation, and this is where you get it in set pieces, in corners, in free kicks, where multiple players go up for the ball to try and challenge for the header, and we've never been able to do that until we had Ignite. So what better way to really showcase this, as this is really prominent anywhere in and around the box, is to completely rework how headers work within the game. So if we go to the next clip, we can start to show you that. So the cross is going to come in, and Xavi is actually going to make a great run into the box here, and then he's going to go up for the header. We're looking at where the ball's coming from, the speed of the cross, where the player is in context of the goal. There was an effort there from the defender. The defender actually, this is brand new behavior we've not had before. So Xavi goes up, you see all those new mechanics, his arm comes up, you've got that physical contact through the physics system that we have, and then he heads the ball, and he's actually able to twist his body to get his body in position to head the ball. So the next animation that we can go to here shows all the new animations that we're now putting in, loads of new heading animations. And what this is doing is giving us what we call coverage to get headers in situations you've never had before. What you're going to see here is very likely in previous FIFAs that actually you wouldn't got a header here, because the angle of heading is about 145 degrees right there.
He's really got to extend himself out.
We never had that animation coverage. We didn't have the memory to put it in. So here you probably wouldn't have got a header, which feels frustrating. It becomes one of those frustration moments, and here he arches his body, gets body position to make a great header. So in the final example, we can now show you not just about animation variety, but also control. So here, Falcao's going to go up for a header. Previously in FIFA, what you would have probably seen is he would have gone power front post. But now, for the first time, we have finesse headers, which we've never had before. FIFA fans will all know all about finesse shooting. Here he's actually doing a glancing header. He would think he was going front post. He actually aimed left back post and just tapping on the button, and that's a glancing header to the back post, leaving the goalkeeper for dead.
I gotta say, Nick, I feel like in a lot of these demos, the excitement of scoring a goal, that's a wonderful, that's like a climax of a soccer situation. But the goalkeepers are always getting the shaft in these demos. They're always getting beat. Do you guys have you done it? Does any of this the new innovations extend to goalkeeping and goalkeeper coverage?
Yeah, I mean everything that we do, and this has been the same for years in FIFA, is as we add things in and new elements in, we change the goalkeeper so they can react to them. So, absolutely for us, it's about tuning and tweaking where the goalkeepers are, how they can react to new situations, and that's an ongoing process. I mean, what you're seeing here is about 65% polished. polish.
Okay.
You know, the game, we're really happy with how the game is looking, but there's a long way still to go.
Yep.
And this balancing and tuning is kind of the phase that we're in right now. Bringing all the elements are kind of there, but it's now bringing it together. This is the fun part where, you know, kind of all the hard work comes together, and it's about fine-tuning, and a goalkeeper's become a big part of that.
And you start to see just how all those systems come together to make it feel more rhythmic.
Absolutely, and that's kind of how you make a great game.
Now, before we move on a little bit, we've got a ton of questions coming in over Twitter, so I'm just going to take a quick look and see what you can answer on this rundown. People are curious about career mode. There's a lot of mention of scouting in the career mode and improvements there.
Yeah.
Any comment on that stuff?
Yeah, I mean, you know, in career mode, we're always looking to improve it. You know, we've talked on Xbox 360 and PS3 about some of our improvements this year around scouting. You know, just for now, we're just going to keep focusing in on the gameplay. But as I say, we've talked about some of these things previously on Xbox 360 and PS3.
All right. Padbot in the Twitch chat wondering, is there a new set of skills and tricks, sort of little moves that you can do to bypass defenders?
Every year we add new tricks, we add new skill moves. We know a lot of people out there love those kind of things within our game, and we'll always be looking to add some each and every year.
All right. Do we have more replays to move on to?
We've got quite some really cool stuff.
All right, let's check it out.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the next feature that we're talking about now is what we call Elite Technique. So if we fast forward a little bit here, what you're going to see here is some new animations that we've never had before. And what you're going to see here with Iniesta as he comes onto the ball is a little outside of the foot pass. So we've never had that kind of variety, but what's really exciting is here now, Neymar you can see coming into the screen. We've never had coverage or behavior where a player can actually go 180 degrees of movement in one touch. We never had that behavior or that animation coverage to be able to do that. And now, as you can see, what this is doing is, one, it looks cool, but the most important thing is it maintains momentum and flow in the attack, which is great. And here, if we go to the next clip, is another great example of something that looks quite similar, but it's actually a new system. So this is reworking trapping. So we now, the players, you can see Xavi's calling for the ball. Messi will do a really nice outside of the foot touch, and Xavi will actually just hop over the ball. What he's doing there is realizing that the momentum on the ball and the speed on the ball means that actually if he doesn't take a touch, it's to his advantage. Whereas previously, he may have wanted to take a touch, he may have tried to take a touch, which would lose that momentum and flow of the attack. So again, the last two things you've seen, yes, they look cool, but they're changing flow and momentum within attack.
Now, are those AI behaviors? So if you're, if you're controlling the player coming onto that ball, will that sort of read and factor into your movement?
Yeah, so these things really are contextual, which means depending on the situation, these things can happen, depending on the speed of the pass, where it's coming from, the angle at which the player is receiving the ball. So what you're going to see when you play the game on Xbox One is just this vast variety of things you've never seen before, this elite technique, as we call it, these extra skills and animation, not just in terms of visuals, but also in functionality and behavior that we've just never been able to put in our game before. So if we go into the next one, there's we show you some really nice examples of new some new passing animations. This one is a new lofted ball from one wing to the other. So this is switching play again. Previously in FIFA we only had 2 or 3 animations. Now huge variety. Little touch here from the player comes in, just a little touch pass. Now we start to see the momentum and the shift of weight as we go in the dribble and also on the defender as well. That's the new locomotion working there. A little side pass, just a little, outside of the foot pass. There's a player making a run here, and then this is a brand new lofted through ball coming in here, and this is where it gets exciting. So the next move you're going to see here is user controlled. This is right trigger, flicking the ball up off the chest. Previously a chest was just a trap. It would down to your feet. Now you can flick it up, and now you're in on goal. Something you've never ever been able to do before.
Nice.
So we're coming to the end here, and just the last 2 clips I just want to focus in on is around shooting. So we're completely reworking shooting with the game. We're just going to swap here to Iniesta. We're doing it in 2 ways. The first is changing the way players get to the ball. So players previously, if the ball's been in front of them or in their feet, we've actually snapped legs into position to get the player in the right position. Players will now actually change their stride, vary their stride to get in a good shot. And what you're seeing here now is the brand new ball physics, which is curling inside the post, is something we've never had before. So it's how they get onto the ball and then the physics of the ball. And then we'll just finish now with the best player in the world, Lionel Messi, and how he takes a shot with a great goal and just curling shot into the top corner. And you know, the new physics, the new shooting, the new ball physics and shooting mechanics. To be honest, shooting in FIFA has never felt so good. It really hasn't. So, you know, here we go, just as a good example. And you know, the ball goes flying into the top corner, which is cool.
Now, when you say it's never felt so good, what, like, as you know, when you've got your hands on the controller, what's the feeling you're getting from that that sort of elevates it?
Yeah,
there?
I mean, I think in the shoot, there's two parts. Like, as the players are shooting, they're changing their stride. You feel like they're now taking it in stride. If it's a rush shot, it's under their feet. You get that visual cue of a very, very different animation. And then the second and most rewarding thing really is just how the ball comes out. Previously in FIFA, it's been a pretty linear, kind of dull curve, really. Now the ball's coming out much more realistic. We get that swerving movement that you now is so prevalent in the real game. So, you know, I mean, you know, you see in the game here, there's still a lot of work to do. There's still a lot of polishing, a lot of things to fix. But, you know, the game on Xbox One feels incredibly different.
Very cool. Thank you for coming and showing it off on the Xbox One. We've got you for another minute or two, and I just want to fire some questions at you, see what you can do for the folks here, because I think that this may be the most question-heavy demo. These people have so many things they want to know about. Okay. New leagues. Leagues are always a question. People have their teams all around the world. You guys have any announcements about leagues at this point?
Unfortunately not. That's something that we start to talk about much later in the year as these things start to get finalized. So I'm really sorry. I would answer it if I could, but right now I can't.
Hey, that's all right. We understand. All right. People are curious about online multiplayer, you know, and specifically from the Twitch chat, curious about online career mode, if that's something you guys have considered, and or just talk to us a little bit about online multiplayer.
Yeah, I mean, online, and again, what we do as with all the FIFA games is when we start talking about our game, and here we're obviously talking about, you know, the game on Xbox One, is we just focus in on gameplay. So later on in the year, and you're going to hear this a bit, we start to talk more about career mode and online. You know, we understand online is an incredibly important part of our game. I'm sure you've got many, many questions on it right now, and we will answer, you know, all of them, you know, as we get in the next few months.
Another very important part of your game, Ultimate Team.
Yes.
All right. Same deal.
Same deal. Sorry.
All right. No, hey, I gotta ask. You know.
Absolutely.
All right. So I guess, you know, you're using this Ignite engine, and it sort of seems like it's just fueling a much more in-depth, broader, more specific scenario-based, contextual stuff. Yeah. Doesn't that just make it like a whole lot harder for you guys to do stuff? I mean, with all of these new capabilities.
I think, you know, when we're making the game, I think what we want is to have options and to have emergent behavior. Like we added the impact engine a few years ago, and what that did is it created this sort of limitless variety of options around the pitch because it was natural behavior. As we are developing our game, you know, the last few years, and as we now move forward, the more we can get the natural behavior in, the game starts to kind of play out as a real game, and that's what we're after.
Excellent.
Now with sort of the physics, now we're projecting into the future to see what's happening. Players now have full awareness and anticipation. It creates these incredible behaviors that they never had before. So, you know, I wouldn't say it's harder, it's just way more options, which for us as developers is so exciting.
That's pretty great. Nick Shannon, ladies and gentlemen, from Electronic Arts, talking FIFA 14. Nick, thank you so much for coming on and showing it off.
Thank you very much.
All right, so folks, we are going right now directly into Fantasia Music Evolved. So, Nick, why don't you hop up and we're going to pull the live switcheroo right now. Have a great show. Cheers. I think they can hear us now, John. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome John Drake to the stage from Harmonix to talk about Fantasia Music Evolved.
What is up?
Dude, Fantasia Music Evolved, I gotta say, I gotta get my beef out of the way right now. No, I didn't see any dancing hippos.
Beef it.
What
Not yet. So it's not a direct film port into a game.
This isn't Fantasia the movie, the game.
No, this is not a quick licensed product. We are evolving Walt Disney's original vision. The film came out in 1940. It's 73 years old.
That's a bit of time ago.
It's none of us were alive. I don't know if anyone who was alive then knows how to actually use a live stream on twitch.tv/GameSpot where you should be asking questions right now.
Probably not.
For later in the segment.
Probably not.
Because people have a lot of questions because this game, wicked confusing.
Clearly, I also have a lot of questions, so can you just give us the foundation, lay it down so we have something to build on throughout this segment. By the way, just want to tell you folks, John and I are talking here on stage, but we've got demo happening right out here on the show floor. And Queen Bohemian Rhapsody, Annette is going to be Fantasing. Is there a verb?
She's going to be doing her best. I think it should be now. So actually, Annette's now in performance gameplay. Hopefully she can hear the music over there on her side of the screen. What's really cool about this part of the game is that this is the harmonics style of playing along with songs, but it's really different this time around. It's somewhere between conducting and dancing and spell casting. We're looking at Mickey standing on the cliff conducting the heavens and the seas and really having complete control over both the animation and the music and the sound. And so we're trying to give you a system of motion gameplay that immerses you in the music, but also that works with classical music like Nine on Bald Mountain. It works with Avicii dance music. It works with Bruno Mars. It works with Queen. So she's playing right now. You should use either hand for these gestures that are on screen. She can be huge and expressive. She can be little and sharp. And then at certain points in the song, there's one in about 3 seconds, she'll be able to actually pick different mixes and push the song in big ways. So let's actually hear for 1 second. What is happening? So Annette has now mixed in the blue classical orchestration remix over the vocals. She can also pick from a hard rock green remix and the pink original mix. And she can blend these audio stems together to transform these songs into a completely unique expression of her performance. How beautiful is that violin?
Lovely. Oh, man.
Come on, man. That's what I'm talking about. So in terms of dancing hippos, not all the way. We do have Yen Sid in the game, Master Sorcerer. The Sorcerer's Apprentice is really the heart of the film that we've taken as a springboard for this project. But Disney said, take this movie that people love, that millions of people have seen, and actually bring it into the modern age as if it had been evolving this whole time, like the concept film was intended to be.
And so this is about getting people to sort of, not just sort of play along with the music, but also get into it, like move in like a little more free form. Obviously there's, compared to Dance Central at Rock Band, there's way less prompts on screen. It's a lot more free form to some extent.
It's less about music simulation and a lot more about music creation. We want your expression to be what's driving the game. We want to see your performance. We want you to share your performance out later so you can hear the space vocals of Freddie Mercury with a ton of echo and tap delay. and actually in a second, Annette's going to be activating what we call a musical manipulator. So instead of playing along with the music, you're playing with the music itself. So right here, this prism comes on screen, and she can get every edge of this prism to light up with the cues that are happening. She'll actually unlock the musical energy inside, and she'll get access to what we call the effects sculptor.
This is
one of our many manipulators, and in this case, she'll be actually able to add a wah-wah effect over the guitar solo by stretching her hands, or twist her hands to bend this metal band to make it add delay. And she's done it because Annette's very good at her job.
She's done it, folks.
So here we go. We're going to see the effects sculptor right now, and she'll actually be able to control the guitar solo right here. So there's a lot of expression, and then of course in the top left corner you see there's a record and playback, and then can put her hands down and actually it'll play back the loop she's created, or she can keep stretching it and mess around with it as long as she likes. So there's moments of pure musical creation where you get to grab the music and really shape it, and then there's moments of fun performance. You can be big and you can be aerobic about it, or you can be little and just get the perfect score gameplay-wise. As Annette picks different paths, by the way, each of those paths has unique gameplay. So if she picks blue versus pink versus green, there may be more notes, more points, more chance to score.
Gestures are differing as the colors and musical elements shift, and it's, if you can see there's Annette in the corner, you can see that it's not, she's getting into it. She's dancing around, but
she's a great Fantasia. She's the funky sorceress at Harmonix. But I've seen.
It says that on her business card.
We are going to print new cards. But she's one of our most expressive players. We've seen people come up and they're a little intimidated. They play kind of small, and the game really reads that. I mean, we're working on the Dance Central 3 motion engine. We have the best engine. This is running, by the way, for what it's worth, natively on Xbox One in real time. This is not a cutscene. This is some real stuff.
It's happening right here on the show floor at E3.
With that camera, I think we're the only game that I've seen hands-on on the show floor with the Xbox One camera. I think Zumba might also be on the camera, but literally, we're still leading the way with motion development and Harmonix, and hopefully we're doing the franchise justice, doing Fantasia justice, but also keeping music gamers happy with some cool stuff.
And now this has been, the leap to next gen, to this new camera, to the new Kinect. How has this been for you guys in terms of increased motion tracking that we've heard about. All these sort of features about this Kinect is bigger, better. Is that proven true for you guys?
I think it's more stylish looking. I think it's a cooler little rectangle. Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, it's higher fidelity. The thing we talk about that like it's already November and it's already done and baked.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we're in front of like the giant Microsoft green board booth behind us. Like, this is evolving in real time. We were working with their engineers in our booth on Sunday. We never tested this stuff in the wild, so it's changing in real time. The potential for the camera is humongous, and the detection's already better. So by the time it launches, I'm sure it's going to be leaps and bounds. But we're also on Kinect for Xbox 360. This game's going to be out on both platforms.
Okay.
And it's not exclusive. That's what we've announced so far.
That's where you're at in terms of.
We know we're going to be on those platforms. We're hoping to be some other places as well, but that's where we are right now. And I think that the cool thing about that is that gamers who have played our previous rhythm games and previous motion games can stay on the consoles they have, but people who've upgraded know that they have a great game for people who love beautiful games like Journey, people who love rhythm games, people who love just general Xbox One games, want something their family can play with them. It's not a Murder Brown next-gen shooter. Not that we don't love Murder Brown next-gen
Not
shooters.
that those can't be just a delightful time, but this, I'm really intrigued by this is sort of the most, movement-wise, the most abstract you guys have gone. You're not, you're
not prescriptive.
You're not, yeah, but what I liked about Dance Central was how some people would play that to as their exercise. Like they would go hard routine, they would go aerobic, and so. Is this? What are you checking your exercise belt?
I'm checking my fuel. I mean, I already have 2,600 fuel from today.
I have
so I'm
no
just
idea
saying,
what that number
it's
means.
a lot.
Okay.
So it's still a good workout. I mean, I think the thing is, it's as much of a workout as you make it. I liken it to DDR, like the DDR Masters, where they can play the game just by jumping on the pad, but it's really the style you add to it and the flair you put into it is what makes you a badass. I don't know if I can say badass on your show.
Yes, you can.
It's a family show.
You absolutely can. And that's what I like about this kind of game is where you do start and maybe you're a little trepidatious. You're not really sure about how it plays, but as you keep playing, you find yourself getting swept up.
Yes.
And that seems like the sensation you guys are really trying to capture. Also,
can I tell you what's happening on screen right now? Because it's bonkers. And
there's a giant turtle with some.
There's a giant turtle. We're trying to
reef on his back.
He has a coral reef on his back. So this is really how the gameplay is structured. So you're the new Sorcerer's Apprentice.
Okay.
Yen Sid has brought you, not Mickey Mouse, not you puppeteering something, you, the player.
It's me.
Through the TV. And you're going to be playing in the world of Fantasia. And so, you're in the workshop, you're with the mops and the brooms, and Yen Sid's talking to you as the player. There's cutscenes, there's a story, it's great. But the way that you're actually progressing and training is that you are exploring these worlds, these realms of Fantasia that Yen Sid's sculpted out of pure music and magic.
Okay.
And you're finding musical interactions and collecting that magic to advance. So Ned has found my favorite interaction in the level called the Jazz Clams.
The Jazz Clams.
And these are some musical mollusks. So we're actually teaching Annette the drum set, one drum at a time. As she traces along, we're kind of doing some behind-the-scenes action to make sure it sounds great. And then when she's done, right now, we let her play around and create her own drum solo. So she can record a little path, and she puts her hands down, and it'll play back that loop.
Oh, so she just recorded that, and now it's playing back. Is that?
She can put her hand back up. She could do just a little detailed ride cymbal fill, maybe cool jazz. Put her hand down, and it'll play just that. But what we see most people do if they're drunk harmonics employees or 10-year-olds or people, yep, here it goes, she just spaz out and create her own little drum film. And then she puts it down. So if she likes that one, she can zoom back out into the realm, we call it the shoal, the coral reef here, and it follows her back out and the Jazz Clams continue to solo. And there's the animation. It's me every time.
So when is the next Jazz Clams show at your local venue?
The Jazz Clams shows play every hour on the hour, and if you tip your waitress, I heard it's a 2-drink minimum.
Excellent.
But so she's exploring this world. She's bringing it to life. She's trying to fill up these progress bars. There's double digits of these worlds. We have another one on the floor today called The Press, which is a shut-down newspaper factory that sort of these steampunk R2-D2 robots are trying to bring back to life, and you help them with, we call it the Muse, this 3-dimensional cursor that lets you reach out into the world, affect things. It's a physical object in space. It knocks stuff around. She's booting up fun some nights, so we'll see another song and performance gameplay while we're talking.
I really like that menu, though, of your silhouette on the podium. Very evocative. Yeah,
right? It's like from the opening of the film. So we're trying to give those little calls to fans of the film so they know, we respect this franchise. We're the guys who made Beatles Rock Band. We don't mess with iconic IP and iconic groups unless we really think we can do it justice, and we know that we can do Fantasia justice. I hope people have faith that we're going to carry that through to the end. And so this is a remix.
Let's hear some.
So Annette's sticking on the original, but she'll soon pick. We always pick the original for the first one, but you can push it to a marching band remix or a dance electro remix in this case.
All right, now
because why not?
Obviously, at Harmonix, you guys have incredibly talented, musicians. Yeah, that's such a huge part about translating the music that you guys take and putting it into your gameplay. But I feel like this is the first time that you are diversifying the. You're taking in the source material and then putting your own spin on it. I mean, you're making a marching band remix.
I know, right?
Is that fun? Is that a new challenge? What's
We're
the
adding
deal?
crazy effects to everything. We're making cool audio. I mean, this is like we're just punching the guy from Fun in the throat over and over again while he's singing right now. No, I mean it's audio guys. Isn't it weird? And then actually the cool thing is when she stops, this will play for the next couple seconds afterwards too. But so yeah, our audio guys and our art guys have been chained to their desks making Rock Band note charts and Dance Central venues and sneakers for a year. So now it's like, hey, why don't you make a turtle with a core refund is back and like a remix with a marching band for fun? And they're like, yeah, that sounds great.
Yes, please. Here's a song, but can you make the normal version of the song, but also the Jazz Clams version of the song?
Yes, and can you make it so they can all blend together seamlessly in the world as you transform it and bring it to life? And you're like, hey, that's actually like a pretty hard audio challenge to say, Bohemian Rhapsody, I want a classical remix, I want a hard rock 80s metal remix, and I want the original. And I want you to be able to make any of the stems all sound good at the same time.
I want them all to play nice together.
They're so great.
All right, Twitch folks, curious about how many songs. Someone said 10 songs confirmed in here. Is that what you're?
What?
Where your
No,
number's at?
no, you're wrong. Incorrect.
I'm just messenger here, man.
I'm just saying, Twitch, get your facts straight, Twitch TV. No, there's gonna be over 25 songs on the disc. We've announced 5 so far.
Okay.
Over 25 for sure, and that doesn't sound like a lot compared to some music games we've done in the past, but each of them have multiple remix paths.
As you mentioned, yeah.
They're incredibly replayable, and I've actually seen Annette play both these songs probably dozens of times, and they've always been a little different, which is pretty cool.
All right, so you mentioned that Annette is, very expressive, sort of very big dancer.
Yeah, she's
very big
exhausted,
performer.
but she's trying.
What is your style?
I'm far more of like a hostile Harry Potter sorcerer. I'm like pushing people with my hands.
Darting
and,
motions.
I'm gonna karate chop you if we're playing. So there's actually 2-player local multiplayer as well, which we're showing off later. But I'm very worried that when I play 2-player multiplayer, I'm gonna knock somebody unconscious.
Actually harm someone because
yeah.
it's not like Dance Central. You can choreograph to dance
both
routines to
move
play
this way.
nice next to each other.
Nope. Especially
You're
with the
literally
player
pointing
choice.
an arrow towards the other player and
Yes.
saying, "Swing that way."
Yeah, watch out. We're the best fighting game on Connect. I'll say it right now. Step to me. Anyone else? Fighters Uncaged. Where you at?
Multiplayer. Does it detect when the gestures have broken down into fisticuffs and then switch it over to Eye of the Tiger or
There's a
something?
brawl mode. It's just like the Street Fighter car punching level. It's just that, but with turtles.
Test your strength.
Exactly.
Padbot, curious, with this sort of music customization, is there any of your own sort of a free-form, your own music creation type studio part of the game?
Yeah, so we kind of embed it in the songs. I think Annette's actually about to play a moment here. That was a great question for what's about to happen. So this is another one of the musical manipulators.
Through for you, man.
God, I love the chat. You're my favorite people. So this is a music manipulator called the Sound Sketcher. We have 5 or 6 of these in the game, and they give you real direct control. So you saw the stretchy one, the FX sculptor.
Yep.
But the Sound Sketcher should actually be able to draw a melody on screen and create a new melody, and that'll play back as a solo. And that keeps playing back. You see a little gem in the corner saying, "Hey, I'm pumping your soul up there." So there's moments of pure creation both here.
Looping, yeah.
It's pretty
now,
awesome. And in the level as well, she'll show you some fish in a second. We're gonna make some fish melodies.
Yeah.
Because this game is effing crazy.
Do those fish have AI also?
They do have crazy
fish AI
AI.
is all the rage here.
Guys, our fish animations in AI are the highest frame rate. I don't know what I'm talking about. I've lost my mind.
I'm curious about these little record motions. Do they sort of happen at specific moments in the song that are then sort of built to loop that part that you create?
Yeah, we find points that we think will be best for players to express themselves and kind of give, and also so you know it's coming.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of a test there, right? Like, can you hit these notes on this cube in time to get access? Like, there's no failure state in the game. There's just success and success with greater control over the music. So if you're doing really well, you're shaping the music, you're controlling. If you're not doing well, you're having fun and playing some cool motion gameplay, which is great too, right?
And so, speaking of, here we see a score. We got leaderboards going on here. That whole deal.
It gets pretty competitive. I know it seems weird to say it gets competitive, but there's a lot of optimal path finding in the studio of like, where are the best notes? Are they on the classical mix, or should I go hard rock here? And so people play songs over and over again. And so Annette's now back in the show, and you were talking about creativity.
Yeah.
And so these pools of energy follow her out of the songs. How you get the most energy? If she grabs that transformation key right in front of her and switches it to the left, It'll bring a bunch of light and color in the scene, but down there below, there's a new
nice.
cove.
Oh, it's so pretty.
And she zooms into that cove. We can teach her, and she's collecting magic. We can teach her a new instrument where she will be making melodies with fish, where you're talking about making your own expression. So she'll spawn these fish with these coral reefs at the bottom there. And as they pop up, she'll trace over them. They'll play a melody. We're teaching her one bit at a time. And then when she's done, she can make her own custom 2-bar loop, and that'll follow her again back in the scene. So the scene becomes both a trophy case of things you found and not found. That's the fun vocal sample, the little whoa, whoa, whoas, which is also a nice little callback. It's a trophy case of what you found, but also sort of a record of what you created. So when you're done, it's this living orchestra where everything is an instrument, and it really is a document of what you've done in the world, what you've left your mark as a sorcerer. And then, again, you go back to Yen Sid, and he says, "Great job. Here's the blue hat. Here's the iconic. You're on your way." And there's some conflict in the story.
Conflict.
We'll get to later in the summer.
Lightning crashing down, Ride of the Valkyries.
Some other characters who may come in and be involved, and we'll be introducing. But it's pretty rad, and that's making some cool fish melodies here.
Fish melodies. Clearly an inspired by the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time moment where you discover the frogs in the river and just sort of have them play your little ocarina tunes.
It's not unrelated. I would say it's an homage.
An homage, indeed. And certainly, I think that one of the things that's very interesting to me about Fantasia is that original spirit of the original movie was to bring classical music to people, to bring it to life in a way that, wasn't just sort of sitting in your chair with your pipe and your cognac listening to your gramophone of classical music.
Right, and there wasn't really great distribution then, so one of the cool things is that Walt Disney wanted it to be completely immersive, which is why we're kind of in a camera game world where we want to bring you into it.
Yep.
I think the idea that, they built 12 theaters across the country when it ran in 1940. They had a thing called Fantasound, which was 100 loudspeakers they custom installed to have surround sound for like 20 years before surround sound was like even an idea in someone else's mind. And so we're trying to take that like technological ambition with the camera, compared to his technological ambition with the animation style. And really, as he tried to legitimize animation as an art form, we're trying to legitimize motion games and video games as a way to be musically expressive, to find yourself. And that is, and along the way, like because we're harmonics, we also get to be weird and psychedelic and cool and trippy. And that's found this crab who's going to have castanet claws. He's going to dance around a jazz guitar. Because why not? Have fun. It's Fantasia, man.
There's a long documented history of musically talented crabs, and I think that you guys are really, this little hermit crab, he's got style.
Yep. It's Bruno Mars, this crab. Bruno Mars is a crab. Did you know that?
I mean,
He's a
I
crab
suspected
person.
he was some sort of crustacean.
Secret.
All right, John Drake from Harmonix talking about Fantasia Music Evolved. Just a lovely game, a game that we were dancing in our seats here, Wall, and that was rocking out. I'm really looking forward to getting in front of the camera at some point. When are folks going to be able to do it themselves?
So it's coming out in 2014.
Okay.
We're hoping to have it come out as soon in 2014 as we can. We're going to miss holiday, but a little bit after that. Xbox One, Connect for Xbox 360, over 25 songs on the disc. We're looking to maybe have some DLC down the road, some Harmonix games. So we're not going to shortchange you on your game purchase, but if you want to extend your catalog, there'll be some options for that too.
Yeah, Harmonix has a bit of a history with DLC and thousands and thousands.
And
of
between Fantasia and Infinity, I don't work for Disney, but it's a lot of really cool creative stuff going on over there right now that they could be just putting out movie games and hanging out with good IP, but instead they're really being ambitious and trying to give gamers what they want. So.
Very cool, John Drake. And that, thank you so much for performing out there. You did an awesome job. Thank you, John, for being on stage.
Thank you for having me,
A
sir.
performer yourself. Good luck surviving the rest of E3.
Oh, God.
John Drake, fueled by Diet Coke and musical dreams. We'll be back here at GameSpot's live Stage 1 show here at E3 2013 in just a moment. Perfect. All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can hear me now. It's Chris Waters here on the live stage show at GameSpot's E3 2013 coverage. I'm joined again by Corey, the man who bedazzles everything with Pikmin. Corey, welcome back to the stage.
Thank you, Chris. Good to be back.
Is your microphone on?
It says it's on.
All right, I can hear you now.
A little bit closer. There we go.
Excellent. Corey, I think you might be our most frequent guest on stage here. You are the Nintendo guy.
It seems to be that way.
It's pretty awesome having you here, though. And today it's Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze.
Today we've got Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze, as you mentioned, for Wii U. We just announced this game actually for the first time a couple days ago.
Was that the Tuesday morning thing that I woke up really early for?
Were you awake at 7 a.m.?
Yeah,
Bright and early?
7 a.m. It's
Awesome.
E3. Give me a break. Anyway, Donkey Kong Country back in action. Recent Donkey Kong platformers have been Donkey Kong Country Returns. That was a huge hit on Wii U and then 3DS.
Yep.
And now Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Hopefully this will involve frozen bananas in some way.
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and hop into some early gameplay here. As you mentioned, Tropical Freeze, this game actually, the storyline actually has these Viking invaders invading Donkey Kong Island, kind of kicking him out.
Vikings doing what they do, right?
They're Vikings, and they're not just any Vikings. They're evil sea lions, walruses, and penguins.
Wow,
So,
a whole menagerie. Donkey Kong, way to extricate yourself from that crashed airplane in a totally smooth way.
Now, right off the bat in this first level, you're going to see something you didn't see in Donkey Kong Country Returns for Wii, which is underwater levels. The development team has kind of gone back. They've added a lot of new things they wanted to add that they couldn't in the original Donkey Kong Country Returns.
Look at his adorable little feet kicking.
Did you realize that Donkey Kong was such a great swimmer?
He is a very accomplished swimmer. Wow.
The animations that the development team's been able to do, I mean, like the detail in his feet kicking and almost like the water coming off of him when he jumps out of the water is just...
It looks nice.
It is a absolutely beautiful looking game.
You're picking on these dodos, man. They're extinct. Oh, the K.
So, another reason we're really excited about this game is that, you know, you've got these HD multi-layered visuals. So not only, you know, the foreground just absolutely breathtaking, but the background, the multi-tiered HD graphics, you've got some stuff going on in the background. Throughout this level, you're actually going to see the Viking ships kind of invading as well. But
now,
right
Donkey Kong Country Returns, you know, it's about the banana collection. It's about sort of finding secret areas. We saw one that was we saw one there earlier. We're going to be able to get up by that piranha plant. You know, like we're sort of scouting out. My eye immediately tries to spot all the little areas you can try to get to.
Yeah, most people that have played games in the Donkey Kong Country series know these levels are filled to the brim with secrets. So you've got banana coins, you've got the KONG letters, you've got the puzzle pieces. One thing we're seeing Donkey Kong doing previously was he was actually plucking things out of the ground to advance through, you know, some puzzle elements, which is also a brand new element to this game. You know, fans that played Super Mario Bros. 2 back in the day might remember plucking vegetables.
So many turnips.
So his new plucking ability is going to have that ability. You'll have the ability to solve puzzles in new ways here. Of course, you just saw the return of a familiar Kong as well, the old Diddy Kong. He's back with his barrel jet, kind of jetpack. So when you get him on your back, you can kind of float, makes jumping and kind of gliding through the levels a little bit easier.
And with Diddy Kong on your back, it begs the question that Padbot in the Twitch chat is asking about co-op play.
So this game, although Terry's back here playing the game one player, the game will support up to 2 players locally. And of course, yeah, one player would take the role of Donkey Kong, the other could take the role of Diddy Kong. If you guys have watched the E3 trailer, you may have actually seen the appearance of Dixie Kong.
Yeah, I was going to say, we got other Kongs in there.
So she's not playable here in the E3 demo, but she is back. Again, fans of the original Donkey Kong Country games back on the Super Nintendo will remember that Dixie Kong, of course, had the ability to kind of spin her ponytail and kind of float up higher to higher places. One thing, actually, I want to point out right here, though, is another new thing the development team has added, which is here.
What is this?
And
so that was, but that's, you know, those are sort of, you know, if this is the core action, the platforming, this perspective, those are sort of these action moments, and like mine carts have factored heavily in the Donkey Kong Country series previously.
Mine carts are making a return.
Mine carts are back. What about Rambi and Swordfish Guy and rideable other creatures?
Rideable buddies. We haven't seen any of those quite yet, but definitely stay tuned for more. I can share actually one additional piece of information, though, that was shared by Mr. Tanabe, producer on the game, yesterday in a developer direct on YouTube. He actually shared that in addition to Diddy Kong and Dixie Kong, there will be one additional character that will be
Cranky
playable.
Kong confirmed. No, maybe not. Yeah, people are asking about all types of different Kongs in here, some of which I think might actually be joke Kongs that they're just trying to get me to mention.
They're making up.
But here we see, is this Walrus Fellow one of the Viking?
Looks like, yeah, they're the Viking invaders again, trying to stir up trouble and basically kick Donkey Kong out. Another cool thing, we saw early on in the level, actually, right here I should point out that there's a letter behind the G letter, kind of back in the background there. A new thing you're going to be able to do in this game is actually pick up enemies, and you can throw them into a target, so bringing that G letter up here.
Yeah, I saw you grabbing a turtle shell earlier. I think that grabbing turtle shells is actually a pretty cool game mechanic. I hope we should see that in more stuff maybe next year at E3.
I'm not sure where they got that idea
You're
from.
grabbing turtle shells. All right, so Tropical Freeze, obviously this level is showing us the tropical. But Donkey Kong Country, is a diverse land, shall we say, full of different biomes and different environments. Where else are these guys going to go?
In this game, you're actually going to be kicked, like I said, kicked out of Donkey Kong Island, and you're actually going to be basically kind of jumping from island to island. There's actually 5 islands you're going to be going through, and based on the tropical freeze, you might, think that they will take you to some frozen areas with some snow.
I don't think that doesn't sound. I'm gonna guess.
We did show a little bit of that off in the trailer, so again, fans can expect to go to snowy levels, underwater levels, a vast variety of locales in the game. We do have one other we can show you guys if you have a little bit of time.
Yes, please.
Okay. This level in particular is going to focus a little bit more on barrel blasting. So we're going to see a lot of barrel blasting, and we're going to see a lot more of that dynamic camera as well. That's really fun and gives you these great perspectives on the level. One thing that viewers at home may or may not know is that we actually have a special Best Buy event taking place at E3 for E3. So for those in the audience that may not know or maybe not able to come to E3, if you go to bestbuy.com/Nintendo events, you'll be able to find a location near you where you can actually get your hands on this game this coming Saturday.
Oh, cool! This Saturday. Mm-hmm. And odds are you're probably close to a Best Buy if you live in America.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you guys have done some, especially with the Wii U. I think Nintendo has been doing some of those kind of events. Get out, get your hands on it, get to try it out.
It's fun to look at these games. All our games this year are absolutely gorgeous, but what really matters is how they play, and that's what we want to do: is get these games into players' hands so they can kind of, play them themselves.
Now, certainly barrel heavy, as you mentioned. This is Cannon Canyon, and very aptly named. It's sort of a mix here of, you reach a certain point, now we're just going to fire you through some barrels and it's going to look cool, and also you need to get your precision timing down so you don't fire yourself into bombs. Although totally missing the heart and the puzzle piece there. I mean, come on.
You don't want to go 100% your first time through. You don't want to leave a little bit for that replay value.
Well, is it possible to go 100% your first time through, or do you have to, are there alternate routes you have to choose between that you'll want to replay a level?
That's actually a really good question. We mentioned the different characters, so Diddy Kong being available, Dixie Kong.
Diddy Kong with his jetpack, Dixie Kong with her
little
aerocopter thing.
So certain characters might actually be more, more inclined or better for reaching certain items, perhaps. So you might want to take that into consideration when you're choosing which character to buddy up with.
What are the puzzles pieces for? What do they do? What kind of puzzles?
So again, players of the original or Donkey Kong Country series with Donkey Kong Country Returns on Wii, when you collected a lot of these pieces and the KONG letters, you could unlock secret levels. The banana coins you could use at the shop. We haven't unveiled exactly what everything those are going to do in this game. Oh, nice.
Oh, see you, Diddy. Thanks for taking that giant spiked log for the team.
You know, one of my favorite things in the original Donkey Kong Country Returns was the satisfaction of reaching the final secret level, and you had to basically collect every KONG piece through every single level in the game.
It's too bad you guys aren't going to be putting a final secret level in this game or anything.
You know, we
like
don't know.
That. All right, before we wrap it up here, I got a question coming over Twitter from Georgina Perez wondering how much of this play that we're seeing can be done on the gamepad, on that little tablet thing?
That's a great question. So right now we're actually playing on the Wii Remote and Nunchuck. However, you can play the game fully with the Wii U gamepad, and it does support full support for off-TV play. Great feature. And the release date for this is this November, so right in time for this holiday season.
This November, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze for the Wii U. Corey, great to see you again, man. Thanks for talking Nintendo to us.
Thanks again, Chris.
All right, folks. Day 3 marches on. More live demos coming your way in just a second. They're coming to me now-ish. I guess they are. Hi, folks. Chris Waters here. It's GameSpot's Stage 1. And I've got Dennis Lee here, Director of Marketing for Namco Bandai, to talk about the Tales series. Now, I know a lot of you have a lot of love for Tales. It's Tales of Exilia now that we're talking about now. Dennis, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you.
Glad to have you here. Glad to see the Tales series, I mean, obviously going very strong for over a decade. Tales of Exilia, though, this is coming to the United States, but it's been out in Japan for a little bit.
Yes, so Tales of Exilia...
A little closer.
Sorry. Tales of Exilia came out in Japan 2 years ago, and it was a title that was created for the Tales of 15th anniversary. So because we got the first Tales of game a little bit later than Japan, this is actually, this year, 2013, is the 15th anniversary of the Tales of, so we're also releasing Tales of Exilia this year as well.
Great, and I was reading up on it, and like, sold like gangbusters, like great critical acclaim. People love the game in Japan.
Yes, in Japan it was the fastest selling Tales of game of all time. Sold 500,000 units in the first weekend, and the critical acclaim, it was just people, you know, the fans, they just really loved it. It really encompassed like everything that the fans love with the Tales of series.
Very cool. Now, one of the key elements of the Tales of series is this combat that we're seeing right now. Sort of gives folks some context for what they're seeing on screen.
Yeah, so the Tales of series was kind of one of the first Japanese role-playing game series that had real-time battles. And so that is something that the development team, they've really been kind of tuning that battle system, making it work, you know, making it a little better, faster, more interesting, more strategic. And so for Tales of Exilia, one thing that's brand new is the it's got kind of a long name, so it's the dual raid linear motion battle system. And so, but what that boils down to...
You guys didn't come up... I guess it doesn't make a very good acronym either, but
yeah,
dual
like
raid...
DR limbs is kind of what we call it internally.
Dual raid linear anim...
linear motion
system.
Battle
Battle system. All right.
Yes.
What
And
all those words mean?
And so basically what it does is, you have 4 active characters that are with you in battle.
Okay.
And so if you see that little line of light that's kind of linking 2 of the characters together, so you can link one of your characters along with one of the other players in battle. And then when that happens, you're basically going to fight as a unit. So, so both characters, you'll control one, and then if the computer AI is controlling the other character, depending on who you're linked to, they're going to support you in battle. So if it's an attacking character, they might flank behind the enemy that you're fighting, and then you can do like extra long combos. And then if it's a support character, they might either cast helpful magic, they might heal you. If you get knocked down, they might kind of like pick you up and heal you at the same time. And so that's kind of one element of what's new for Tales of Exilia.
Yeah, picking complementary pairs in battle.
That work together. And then one of the other new things is there's a linked arts. So arts is the magic system in the Tales of series.
Yep.
And so the linked arts is brand new. So right now this is what's happening. So basically you with the partner that you're paired with, you can do like an extra flashy, powerful attack with your partner, and then of course you can chain those into additional attacks, and you can kind of keep those attacks going in real time. It's really fast-paced, a lot of fun.
Now, Dennis, you're talking about chaining with your partners and the player you control. Electric E1 on Twitter is curious to know: will you be able to control any character in a way similar to Tales of Symphonia?
Yes. So a lot of the battle elements are back. So players can basically swap to any of the other characters at any time. So in battle, you can switch to any of the characters that are either fighting, or even the characters. If you have the full party, there's a couple characters that are in reserve. You can switch to those at any time. You can switch who you're linked to at any time. And then, of course, when you're outside of battle, you can also kind of decide who you want to go into battle as right from the start.
All right, we're seeing some love for the Tales series in the chat on twitch.tv/GameSpot. A reminder, folks, that we are taking your questions throughout the day for all our live demos. Il Duce Assassin is curious about, will there be a new game plus? Because people are already looking forward to playing the game, beating it, and then playing it some more.
So we haven't talked too much about kind of the end game, but one thing that is new for Tales of Exilia is right off the bat, you choose one of the 2 main heroes of the game to basically play the story through their eyes. So you can play either as Jude or Mila. So Jude is the character that you see on screen running right now. And then
getting jumped by a swordsman.
Getting jumped by enemies.
Or, yeah.
And then, of course, Mila is the character that he's linked to right now. And so whichever character you pick, you're going to see the story through their eyes. So for a majority of the game, they'll be together, they're going on their adventure together. But there are times where, like if you go to a town, maybe Jude will be off doing one thing, Mila will be doing something else. And then so you'll see basically special cutscenes, special story points for that character. So you can actually go back and play the game again, and then you can see all the events from the other character's point of view as well.
Okay. Now, the Tales series, obviously have known for these sort of epic adventures, these involved fantasy worlds. So folks are curious to know, is starting off with Tales of Exilia, are you going to be lost?
Each one has its own unique world and environment. So if you haven't played any of the numerous at the same time.
That's very cool. Without getting into too much detail about the whole world and mythology, what's the setting and the sort of setup for the story in Tales of Exilia?
How to make this short? So I guess you have your 2 main characters. So Jude Mathis, he's a medical student at a university, and so he's just kind of your typical student. And suddenly at the university where he is at, he comes across this character Mila, and she's kind of very mysterious. And she, basically Jude and the player finds out that she is accompanied by the 4 great spirits. And so she is on her own quest to kind of destroy this weapon of destruction called the Spyrix weapon. And so Jude inadvertently kind of helps her do that. And then so they have to run, of course, from the authorities. And then their focus is really making sure that these weapons are destroyed and that they can't basically harm the spirits in the world and kind of ultimately destroy the world. So they go on this this trip together, and then Jude's trying to find his way of really what he wants to do in life. Mila is kind of very focused on what she wants to do.
Sabotaging those destructive forces.
Yes, exactly.
And also beating up giant pitcher plant monsters.
Yes, and kind of an octopus-looking monster guy.
So this, there's a bunch of characters on screen. There's a bunch of characters in the Tales series, but this has traditionally been a single-player experience, and this again is a single-player RPG.
So, it's not an online RPG. So it is story focused. So it is kind of a single-player game. But one of the things that players can do is if you have someone, whether it's a friend, spouse, someone else that's watching the game with you, they can actually pick up controllers, and in battle they can actually play with you.
Oh, cool.
So in battle it can be 4 players, but of course when you're exploring and doing all the talking, then that there is one person that's kind of guiding that portion.
Sure. Oh, that's neat. You can have people just hop in, pick up the controller, and you can link yourself to them through a light beam and go to town on a wide variety of fantastical monsters, and also just some regular dudes with swords. You pretty much fight anything that comes across your path.
Yes, you're fighting everything, big, small, things from nature, people. There's a lot of people who want to stop these guys from doing what they need to do.
All right, Dennis, Tales of Exilia. This game actually already has a sequel out in Japan too, as well. Tales of Exilia 2.
Yes, it does.
Just wanted to mention that in case you wanted to mention anything.
So right now, Tales of Exilia, it's coming out in a couple of months. It's about 6 weeks away, 7 weeks away. So it's coming out August 6th, 2013. It's exclusive on PlayStation 3. And of course, just recently for the series, we did just announce that Tales of Symphonia Chronicles is coming out as well.
Okay.
So Tales of Symphonia, it was one of the most successful and also the most loved Tales of game, basically out of the whole series.
Yep.
And so that's coming along with its kind of pseudo sequel as well in one package, and that's the Tales of Symphonia, which is coming out early next year. And then, once we release those, we'll kind of see what happens.
See what happens for the Tales of series. Dennis Lee from Namco Bandai, thank you so much for coming by, showing off Tales of Exilia, out shortly for the PlayStation 3.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, more live demos coming up shortly. Murdered Soul Suspect is on the way, and that one looks really cool. Stick around. go. We're good to go, and we're back live here on GameSpot Stage 1 at E3 2013. I'm your host, Chris Waters, and I'm joined by Eric Studer, the senior game design producer on Murdered Soul Suspect at Airtight Games. Eric, welcome to the stage.
It's a pleasure to be here.
And I'm really excited to... Wait, I mean, do you have a... I saw the trailer for Murdered Soul Suspect. You got bullet holes in your shirt.
That's right. That's our shirt.
That's a pretty cool shirt. If you folks saw the Murdered Soul Suspect trailer on Monday at the press conferences, you would have gotten a good look at the main character of Murdered Soul Suspect being murdered. That's pretty much where the game kicks off, right?
That's right. We start by killing our protagonist.
Yeah, that's, you know, not exactly what you call traditional starting point, but I think certainly key to what transpires. You basically become a detective. You're a ghostly version of yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have a strong investigation gameplay mechanic, and it's driven largely by the fact that you're a ghost. So you can't really interact with the world in the ways that you would normally expect to be able to. You can't pick up physical objects and investigate them. But as a ghost, you can possess people. You can look through their eyes. You can hear through their ears. You actually have the ability to restore memories back into the dusk, which is the realm that Ronan exists in, and actually gain clues that way. So you have powers that a regular detective would never have access to.
Powers such as letting actual detectives walk through your corpse. So here we see the main character. What's his name again?
Ronan O'Connor.
His name's Ronan. Ronan is really the murder he's trying to solve is his own, because who wouldn't want to solve their own murder? But it's not just as simple as someone came and robbed him and wanted his wallet and so plugged him. No, he's there.
No. So what you're seeing here are two actually. Rex is have some sort of part to play in
speaking somewhere, possessing someone, following them to listen on their conversations and seeing what they see. You can picture how that would factor into a crime investigation.
Yeah.
But you made mention of restoring memories in the dust.
Yeah, so absolutely. The dusk is this sort of limbo realm that
the dusk.
The dusk.
Okay,
yeah.
I think I said dust.
It pretty much exists because of human suffering. So if someone
that sounds like a cheery place.
If someone dies or suffers horrible trauma, the energy that they give off can lead to an imprint of whatever they're around being bled into the dusk. Memories sort of work in the same way. So something that's really important to a character in the storyline could leave the imprint of a memory in this space. And as Ronan makes his way through the environment, he'll see these memories and he'll be able to actually bring them into this space so he can interact with them. It's basically invisible to everybody but him.
Yep. So will the player then sort of see the memory play out, and then that will somehow, change the mood or the tone or the demeanor of other people to help move things forward?
So as he investigates, once he comes to conclusions about certain clues, he'll get these mental flashbacks. It sort of plays back in his mind's eye as he's discovering things. And once you solve an investigation, you'll also sort of see the replay. You'll see that in the demo that we have at E3. Once he gets up to the apartment and puts all the pieces back together, he actually gets a replay of all the events that transpired in that room.
And so now he's walking around the crime scene. This is he sort of had the cutscene set up, but this is the actual gameplay part. And are all these sort of those things exist in the dusk?
That is correct. Ronan can see them. None of the living people can actually see those things. They actually are physical to him, so he can interact with those if it comes to it. All of those things that you see there are probably associated with someone suffering a great deal.
And of course, you got your regular crime scene stuff, the broken glass, those bullet casings, etc., etc.
Yeah.
This is the very first investigation he undertakes as a ghost.
Absolutely. So this is where we're sort of introducing some of the gameplay concepts. So what we're doing is kind of integrating the player into the world and getting them accustomed to how they're going to interact with all the clues, because as a ghost, you can't physically pick up any of these things. What you're going to see here in a couple of seconds is he's going to walk up to his body and he's going to actually start to draw observations around it. But because he can't physically interact with it, it all takes place in his mind's eye.
He can't lift up the hat with the pen.
No, unfortunately, because of his ghost, that's sort of one of the limitations, and that's the double-edged swords of the realm that he lives in.
Yep, he gets to see these things that no one else can, but stuff that anyone else can see easily, alas, he cannot.
Right, so he's piecing the pieces together here. You can see that he knows he was a shot after he fell from the window here, and that will give him, you'll see this in just a second, you'll see that sort of observational flashback of it occurring in his mind's eye.
Uh-huh. That was an interesting little mechanic there in terms of picking the observations from the list, starting to build the investigation that way. What are some other sort of, I guess we'll see some other investigation types, ways to observe.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're about to walk over here, and you're going to see a little bit of the possession gameplay. So while Ronan can't directly control human beings while he's possessing them, so you'll see here he's going to look through Officer Stewart's eyes, and he's going to bring into different focus things on his notebook that could potentially be critical to his investigation. And so one of the things you're going to see here is the victim's gun was used as the murder weapon. And that gives you a little bit of insight, giving you the information that the killer didn't come here with the purpose of killing Ronan. So there's something more going on.
Huh. All right, we've got some questions coming in from the chat. Folks online are curious about murdered soul suspect. Wills578 wants to know, are there any hostile ghosts you encounter?
Absolutely. So
I think we actually see, is that guy a ghost right over there?
Yes, he is a ghost. Generally speaking, most ghosts in the environment exist because they're trying to finish their unsolved business.
Okay.
Everybody that is in the dusk, that has a human soul, needs to solve their unfinished business. However, if you stay in the dust for too long, you become corrupted by it. And you'll see villains in the environment, the demons, we have various demon types. They've been in the dust for so long that they've been corrupted by it, and they've turned into these creatures who believe that by devouring other human souls, they can actually regain their own humanity.
Not a thing they can do. They just are the monsters that you... So how do you deal with these monsters? I mean, do you run away? Do you ghost blast them with your ghost beams?
We have no ghost guns or ghost beams in Murdered.
I made that up. I'm glad you didn't have that game. It sounds really silly when I say it again.
We were prototyping it with it for a while, and we thought, no, ghost beams probably don't make any sense. So, like the investigations, it's really important for us that the player is always thinking about the gameplay, always being engaged in the environment. And so you'll use similar abilities that you have in the game, in the investigation portion of the game. You see here possession and things like that. You'll use those in combat to build strategies and try to get the demon when he's not aware of you and destroy him. Because if you attack them from head on, they will kill you.
All right. Now, we're seeing, there's also these structural elements, like pieces of the building that are in the dusk. Are those buildings the way they used to be, or is are those the memories you were mentioning earlier?
So those vestiges are what the buildings were when they collapsed. In the background, you saw kind of a collapsed building. A lot of people suffered when that building collapsed.
Right, because there was a bit of it. Was it an explosion, or is that a collapsed building from way before?
Yeah,
and
so
it's since been rebuilt, but it's still, the memory is still there.
Correct. The dusk is timeless. So over the course of the game, you'll see a lot of different time eras, time periods, as things over the history of the game, over the history of Salem, our fictional interpretation of Salem. Things have happened here, and they've been drawn into the space.
And actually, that resonates with Georgina's question off Twitter, which mystified me before, but I didn't know it was set in Salem. So, of course, the Salem witch trials being one of the major, historical events from Salem. You guys tracing it all the way back. You said the dusk is timeless. How far back in time are you? What kind of range are we working with?
Well, we're still sort of keeping that under the wraps. We'll be talking a lot about that more soon. But the Salem does have a very rich supernatural backbone. And that's one of the reasons why we wanted to set it here, because not only is New England a great place for ghost stories, but Salem in particular has a really rich lore.
All right, our people, Padbot is curious about sort of your path through the mystery. Is it
And so if you play through the game straight, you'll encounter that storyline as you go. But the town of Salem exists in the game world, and at a point in the game
critical path, as you put.
Sure.
And that actually, your talk about when the game opens up resonates with question.
And we have a mental asylum, and all these are really great ghost lore sort of areas, but it all plays critically into the storyline. So it's perfect that we take you to these places and we get to creep you out a little.
So, not all of the characters that you're going to be regularly seeing throughout the story are going to be human, and is this, or at least are going to be alive, I should say. Speaking of not human.
You actually can get them when they're unaware of you.
Sure, yeah, because that's how I would handle it. I would go inside of the demon and then just certainly very effective, and I believe I saw a 50 XP indicator pop up there.
Sure. As you make your way through the game, you get there is character growth. When Ronan starts in the game, he's very new to the environment. He sort of doesn't really fully understand what he's capable of. As you play through the game, you're going to get new abilities, new ghost abilities that'll expand what you can do in the world, and you can actually upgrade those through various means.
Now, he's hiding inside of this police officer, but the police officer, again, you don't have control over them. The police officer is just on patrol.
Correct.
And so now he's using the patrolling police officers as a way to move undetected by the demon.
Absolutely. So this is what I was talking about. In the investigation on the street, you saw that possession was used as a mechanic to find clues. Now I'm using the police officer to avoid the demon's path so I can get around behind him.
Can we just go watch whatever that person's doing on their iPad?
Yeah,
maybe.
Absolutely, you can, and you'll see fun little things that way when you do that.
Yeah, and that's actually an interesting question. With any kind of many like dark sort of murder stories, horror stories, and anything like that, occasionally have moments of levity to sort of offer a little bit of a tonic to the dread. Do you guys getting a little playful from time to time here?
The character of Ronan has a very sardonic, black sense of humor, so you'll see that come out a lot as he interacts with the different characters in the game. But yeah, so he's a pretty funny guy sometimes. Not in a comedian sense, but yeah.
Excellent. I like it. Folks are very intrigued by it, and they're really liking the visual style, and so how, in terms of making this world, the dark kind of noir look was just a natural fit for the gameplay. Yes.
Well, I think that what you want to do is be unsettling, right? And make people feel like they're not supposed to be comfortable here. So the darkness is very intentional, and the high contrast to some of the environments. We really don't want the player to feel comfortable in the dusk. Again, the character shouldn't feel comfortable in the dusk. He's trying to solve his unfinished business.
He doesn't want to be there. I mean, it's not this kind of thing where you die, you become a ghost, and you're like, oh, cool, I'm gonna go into haunt my buddies and just mess with them, and it's not a fun place to be.
No, it's definitely dangerous. I mean, you saw that from the demons before, and as you get further into the game, there's more demon types that are going to challenge you to come up with more and more strategies to try to overcome them.
More demon types?
Yeah, there's several over the course of the game.
Nasty. That one demon type was enough for me. No, thank you. But Murdered Soul Suspect, looking very cool, Eric. And it's, you know, you guys have just sort of, at this year's E3, you're showing it off more robustly than, you know, it's been announced before, but really showing people gameplay, really getting into it. I'm looking here into the Twitch chat. Folks are curious about death and about sort of failure. If you're a ghost, how do you die, and what when you do fail, what kind of checkpoint do you have?
So if you succumb to the demons, you're succumbing to the dusk.
Okay.
And what will most likely happen is what happens to all ghosts. If they succumb to the dusk, they become mindless ghosts. And then ultimately they will turn into the demons over time. But because we want the player to discover the storyline, we're not going to subject them to that. If they die, we do have a checkpoint system implemented, so they will get to continue their game and progress.
Excellent. All right. Thank you, Eric. This is looking like a really pretty fascinating take on the investigation, that sort of crime exploration situation. For lack of a better word, I'm sorry. I'm just checking for a few last questions here, but I think we're actually going to go ahead and wrap up Murdered Soul Suspect here on GameSpot's live stage. Eric, when are people going to get to play this game, and what platforms will it be available on?
So we're coming out early 2014, and it's going to be on Xbox 360, PS3, and PC.
All right, Eric, thank you so much for coming on stage.
It's a pleasure, thanks.
Murdered Soul Suspect, ladies and gentlemen. We're back shortly with the new Halo game? Yes.
What's up, y'all? Homer Barr here on the show floor at E3 2013. I'm mashing in the Disney Infinity Cart. I don't know if I'm supposed to be doing this, but yeah, man, I'm riding. We're at the Disney Infinity booth, and yeah, this is what they got on display. If you want to sit up here, ride it out, you can come check it out. But I'm getting a little scared up here. I'm a little scared of heights, so maybe help, please get me up. Please. Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go. Awesome. Let me out. Thank you very much, sir. Awesome. Very good. Very nice. Yeah, I want to check out what I got. What did you get for me? Look at this. Let's take a look. Thank you so much. Whoa. I'm mobbing. Look at that. Come on over here.
So these are photos we just took of you in the chariot, Cinderella's chariot.
Look at the fear in my eyes.
We can add all of them to Facebook for you, or add them to your email address.
Awesome.
Let's do email. And if you want to type your email
sure.
in there. I won't show that.
Yep, don't show my email, please. Very good. And that at .com. Very good. Thank you so much. All right, have a good rest of the... Yeah, thank you. All right, so we are obviously here at the Disney Infinity booth. And as you can see, they got the game, Disney Infinity. Would you mind giving us a quick rundown on the game?
All right. What do you want to know? Everything?
Everything. Give me the top level.
Okay. So in the starter pack of Disney Infinity, you get 3 play sets: Pirates of the Caribbean, Monsters, Incredibles.
Nice.
So it comes with 3 toys. So you get Mr. Incredible, Jack Sparrow, and Sully. And so right here you're looking at Pirates of the Caribbean play sets. There's 12 different islands. We have full at-sea combat, ship-to-ship combat. Cars is all about racing. Monsters is all about scaring and friending. We've also got 2 other play sets here. We got Cars over here. We got Lone Ranger around the corner. We're going to ship August 18th. We got tons of toys. Awesome game.
What's going on with Sully right there, though?
So Sully's walking around the campus. He's doing scaring and pranking. Just kind of having fun around campus right now.
Nice. So is there going to be any story elements from the movie integrated into the game?
Absolutely. These are all true to property experiences. The toy box over here is where you mash up all the toys. Full user-generated content, worlds, creation, but true to property in the play sets. Yeah.
Nice. So give us the quick line on price point, release date, platforms.
So release date August 18th. Price point, individual toys, I think around $12.99, I believe. The starter pack play set is $74.99, and then an individual play set is, I believe, and I'm guessing on this one about $34.99. So.
And platforms?
360, PS3, Wii U. We got a 3DS game. I think we're coming out with an iOS builder. Not quite the same game, but a little bit different, yeah.
Awesome.
Thanks, man.
Thanks again. Appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your show.
Thank you.
All right, so let's check out the rest of the booth here. As you can see, they got all the Disney properties. You got Captain Jack, you got Sully, you got Mike Wazowski, you got the Cars. My daughter would love this booth. She would probably just want to come here every day. She loves the Disney properties, but you know, they're obviously trying to get your money. Look at all these play sets, dude. Come on. That's at least $300 or $400 alone. All right, so let's go check it out. We're gonna come take a look at over here. Looks like we got more play sets. We got some Incredibles. That dude's busting out the Incredibles toys right now. Okay, let's go through this area. Man, my voice didn't last too long. This I'm back in the struggles of talking. All right. Some more Disney Infinity. More hell of loud trailers that I have to talk over. And I believe that could be it. Although, let's check this out. This is what everybody's all lined up for. The Disney Infinity t-shirts that they're screen printing right now. Look at that. Look at that awesomeness. You get a shirt fresh off the presses. Let's take a look. Let's take a look what they got going on. All right, so they got the standard tees, black or red sleeves. It looks like they got Mr. Incredible. Is that his name? Yeah, I think that's it. I think that's all they got. Disney Infinity coming to all sorts of consoles.
Welcome, viewers, back to GameSpot's Stage 1 E3 2013 live show continues. I'm your host, Chris Waters. Joining me right over here, Dan Ayub, executive producer on Halo Spartan Assault. New Halo game, folks, and it's coming to Windows 8 devices. And Dan, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Chris. How you doing? Oh, there it goes.
I'm doing well. You and I, yeah, you sounded a little bit like Homer there.
Yeah, a little bit. I was glad to see that. It makes me feel a little bit better.
You're not the only one. I've got this nice controlled environment here, but you guys out on the show floor, it's a jungle out there. But you got people playing the game here at the show floor, on the show floor, correct?
Yeah, that's right. So Spartan Assault is actually playable over in the Microsoft booth here just behind us on tablet and PC. It's been great. Crowds have been awesome, able to get their hands on it.
Cool.
Really enjoying it. Control system's really easy to pick up and play, so people are just hopping in and having a good time.
You guys been disinfecting regularly?
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I found under the booth, you know, we've just got these like mass O-wipes. So yeah, we're just wiping the stuff down. It's very hygienic, people. Don't worry about it.
Excellent. All right, we're going to show off some footage here in a trailer so that people get a look at Halo Spartan Assault. If they don't know about the game, the perspective may surprise them. This is not your Halo first-person shooter, but it's definitely it's steeped within it's all Halo lore. It's all that Halo stuff you know and love from the Halo games and books and TV shows and whatever else you guys are cooking up there at 343.
We're always cooking up good stuff. Yeah, to your point, it is an entirely new way to play Halo. Top-down action arcade shooter perspective. Think Robotron, Smash TV. Those types of games were really inspirations for us when we were making it. As you called out, we didn't want to go first person. We wanted to create something specifically because you're playing with different screen real estate.
Yeah.
So the thought was, rather than just port the console experience that everybody knows, let's create something new from the ground up, specifically for these kinds of platforms.
And just watching the trailer, it's obviously immediately apparent this is a Halo game, not only from the visuals, visual design and the characters, but also from the sound effects. I think I had this crazy I saw the trailer for the first time, and I was just transported back about 10 years to playing Halo 2 and dual-wielding those SMGs. That, like, distinct clatter. I mean, you guys, how has it been to take that Halo stuff, that look, that feel, that sound, and put it onto tablets and phones?
I mean, it's been a pretty fun experience, really, right? I mean, obviously the first step was creating the right experience, so that top-down perspective, all of that good stuff, really mastering a control system. But to your point, at the end of the day, excuse me, it's still Halo, right? So it's the sandbox. You can pick up any weapon. You can jack vehicles and start, taking those as well. Dual SMGs have been a tremendous hit. Like, everyone that sees that just loves it.
Yep.
The weapons sound the same. Audio is amazing. Visuals are amazing. It's still a Halo game. Whenever we do Halo, we want to raise the bar.
Sure. And so what, obviously it's a different Halo experience, but so what's fun about it? Like, what do you guys were working on something new. You said, all right, let's try this top-down, this Robotron Smash TV style game. What made it click? What made it be like, yes, this is the right thing to do for a Halo game?
Yeah, it was a really fun experience for us because obviously most of us are console developers, right? So this was a brand new, great learning for us, kind of flex some muscles we haven't normally done before. Really when it clicked for us was when we nailed the control system.
Yep.
We probably went through, no exaggeration, probably like 15 different control systems, different camera views and things like that. And there was just this moment when it all came together, and you get that really in any game development process. We're like, oh, whoa, hold on. I think we got it. This is great. It feels a lot of fun. We started putting it through user testing, getting people, obviously 343 is a great testing ground as well for this kind of thing. So start getting some other people to try it out. And we're like, yeah, no, this is it. We got it. And then it's just a question of blowing it out.
Cool. Now, of course, we saw a familiar look with a Spartan is the main character. But give us a setting. Who's the protagonist? What's the structure for this action game?
So whenever we do a Halo game, we want to make sure everything ties together, right?
Yeah.
So this has a very strong connection into the franchise, and with Halo 4, in fact. So at a high level, the scope of the game is, this is actually a training simulator taking place on the UNSC Infinity for Spartan 4s.
Okay.
So this is a place for them to test their skills in their downtime, hone their skills, all of their good stuff. So what's great about the simulator is it really lets us take you to several kinds of different places in the Halo universe. For the sake of Spartan Assault, you're actually going to play as Sarah Palmer, who people are going to remember from Halo 4.
Absolutely.
In really her first operation as a Spartan, kind of her ascension from ODST to Spartan, and you're kind of playing through that scenario. And the story's really cool. We've got cinematics. I mean, something else you generally don't see in a mobile or tablet game is like we're actually telling a story. And we've also got an agreement with Dark Horse doing a series called Halo Initiation, a 3 comic book series that's going to delve even deeper into that storyline. So lots of cool stuff coming out around this.
And more, Sarah Palmer, of course, was in Halo 4 and featured heavily in Spartan Ops. Voice acted by the amazing Jennifer Hale. Is she back for Spartan Assault? You guys have voices and characters throughout all the cutscenes?
Yeah, I mean, we definitely got Jennifer back in to do a couple of things. The weapons, the sound effects, all that stuff. We want to make sure it still sounds like Halo, so we're using a lot of those and tweaking them again for this. And we created like 60 minutes of brand new Halo music specifically for this game, which is just a tremendous amount of fun as well.
Very cool. So people are interested here in the Twitch chat to know, Halo multiplayer. You guys got a multiplayer here on Halo Spartan Assault?
So what I will say is, for our launch time frame, we absolutely wanted to focus on nailing that single-player experience.
Okay.
One thing that's great about this kind of device is we can constantly support it. We've already got a ton of post-launch content planned.
Interesting.
That we're going to be talking a little more about. One of those is a controller input. So lots of different ways to play at launch. We've obviously got these great touch controls. You can play with a mouse and keyboard as well. And very shortly after launch, you're going to be able to jack in an Xbox controller and play like that, which is awesome.
All right, so touch, mouse, keyboard, jack in the Xbox controller, and to clarify, the devices that you can play this game on.
So Spartan Assault is going to play on any device that runs Win8. So on your tablet, on your phone, on your PC. And the other thing we've done that's really cool is we've created an ecosystem through these devices. So you can start playing on your PC, you get on the bus, go into a subway, something like that. You can continue on your phone. All of your stuff's going to carry over. So it's a great ecosystem that's just going to go with you wherever you go.
Interesting. All right. So if you're transitioning from platform to platform, does that mean you buy one copy of the game and it's cross-platform?
So we're working on that right now, a way to just get this across as many devices for you as possible. And what we're using is effectively cloud saves that are going to save, your progress, your achievements, the points you've accrued throughout the game, the weapons and things that you've unlocked. Because what's great about it is you've got tremendous customization options. You can grind your way to points, we've got new weapons you've never seen before in Halo, new abilities you've never seen before. You can unlock boosters. get new Spartan abilities. We've got challenges, so every mission, we've got about 25 missions. So if you play start to finish, you're looking at about 2.5 hours of gameplay.
Okay.
That we've broken up into chunks. So if you've only got 5 minutes, you can play very easily. Weekly challenges, a lot of reasons for people to come back.
Weekly challenges, I thought you said lotteries for a second, but no, lot of reasons for people to come back. Customization was definitely something folks are very curious about. Obviously, you know, customizing your loadout and customizing the way your Spartan looks are a huge part of the Halo experience. But now all I want to know about is those new weapons, Dan. Tell me. I mean, we saw you know, Spartan lasers, we saw shotguns, we saw dual SMGs, we saw needlers, we saw a lot of those classic weapons. Are you waiting to reveal the new stuff till the game comes out?
We are absolutely waiting to reveal some of those.
Well, let's talk about the setting here, because correct me if I'm wrong, but I seem to remember something about Spartan Assault reliving old battles, because you're sort of simulating these battles from history. So what kind of historical scope are you talking about here?
So Spartan Assault is going to focus, it's actually the Sarah Palmer timeline story is between Halo 3 and Halo 4.
Okay.
And that is going to be the entirety of this game experience. You're going to be fighting that battle. And yeah, you're effectively, the principle behind the simulator is relive classic battles that the UNSC has fought. And it's kind of like, here's what happened, what would you do in that same situation? And again, what's fantastic about that is it gives us that tie-in and players that tie into Halo 4 and the larger universe. It also lets us create, you know, with post-launch content, things like that, a bunch of different areas like timelines, battles we want to explore. It's a great vehicle for us to explore some fiction.
Neat. Well, if it's between Halo 3 and Halo 4, then is this post-Flood, pre-Prometheans fighting Covenant all the time?
So you're going to have to check that out. Certainly what you're seeing on the floor is, you know, we're showing 3 missions, all Covenant-based.
All right, neat. And we saw the Wraith in there, the vehicles that you can presumably get in and capture. I mean, vehicular play, such a core part of that Halo action, and so players can look forward to that as well.
Yeah, you know, the vehicular play is something, it's been a tremendous success for us today on the floor. Well, for obviously the whole week. That's something, you know, again, it's a big part of Halo. Taking any weapon, jumping into any vehicle, different kinds of ways to play. We really wanted to make sure that sandbox experience that people know and love is very present in this game as well.
Indeed. Speaking of sand, let's take a quick detour here, because if you folks watched the Microsoft press conference on Monday, you saw a reveal of a new Halo game. Head of 343 Industries, Bonnie Ross, up there on stage talking about a new Halo experience. Master Chief wandering through the desert with his raggedy cloak and finding some crazy desert being. I'm sure that you're going to give me no information about this new thing, but do you guys just delight in teasing people and just showing people, hey, we're working on all kinds of stuff?
You know, working on the franchise in general is just a tremendous amount of fun, right? Because we have so many passionate fans, so many awesome fans. And, you know, these are great opportunities for us to just kind of let people know that, hey, you know, stuff is coming, check it out. And, yeah, you know, we got a tremendous response. People have loved it. I've obviously been cajoled, threatened, pleaded for all kinds of information throughout the week. We'll certainly have more to talk about, you know, as we move forward.
No doubt, Dan. But moving forward, Halo Spartan Assault, the release date is, what is it? It's drawing near. When is it, though?
So we're going to be releasing the game in mid-July-ish. We're going to be announcing the date very, very shortly.
I guess so. Mid-July is like a month
right
away.
It's right around the corner, right? Tremendous amount of fun. Really, check it out. If you like twin stick, crazy action, and obviously Halo, I cannot recommend this highly enough. It is an awesome experience.
All right, Dan Ayub, Halo Spartan Assault on any device that's going to play Windows 8, or that runs Windows 8. Dan, thank you for coming on stage.
Thanks a lot.
Much appreciated. All right, folks, we're heading out to the show floor to check out Namco Bandai's booth. Then it's back here with Kevin Van Ord and a look at Final Fantasy XIV, A Realm Reborn.
Hey folks, Omer Barra back here in the meeting rooms of the South Hall at the Namco Bandai or Bandai Namco Games booth. I'm with my man Denny, as always, dude. What's cracking?
Man, what's cracking? We got everything cracking up in here.
Dude, it wouldn't be at E3 if I didn't get you on camera somehow.
This is true. This is true. This is like my 11th one. So.
Jesus, you're an old man, dude. But the great thing is there's no gray. You got no gray show.
Just for men. It works. It works.
That's a legit ad right there.
Yes, it is. Plug that, man.
It's done. You're getting paid. You're getting paid.
Yes.
All right, dude. So give us the lowdown. Bandai Namco Games is up here showing off what?
We're showing off a ton of stuff. We've got, obviously, Dark Souls 2. That's a big one for us. Pac-Man and the Ghostly Adventures. That's a huge one for, like, families and kids and all that. We've got Pac-Man CEDX Plus. So for all those classic tournament players, we got that one. Got Tekken Revolution. That's a free-to-play game. We've got Ridge Racer Driftopia, Armored Core Verdict Day, Tales of Exilia. We got a lot of...
On and on and on.
Yeah. New Power Rangers Megaforce game coming. We've got Project Cross Zone. I mean, it goes on and on and on.
Well, it looks like you got some playable kiosks here. Let's shoot what we can, obviously. But, yeah, lead the way, man. Lead the way.
Let's check out Pac-Man CEDX Plus. Obviously, for all you guys that have played the first CEDX, well, this is going to be an addition to that. We're going to have some additional DLC stuff that's coming out, new levels and whatnot.
Let's get some playthrough here. Go ahead, play. Can you talk and play, dude? Yeah, I'm gonna You've been in this game for 11 years. Defer. Seniority defer.
Exactly. Seniority has its privileges. So right now, Grace is going through the levels. You can see like the gameplay is definitely more frenetic. We kind of call it like Pac-Man on acid because the levels will actually change.
Not that you know what that's like or anything.
Exactly. Not firsthand. They tell me it's like that. But, you know, a lot of color effects, a lot of scenes where you actually, if you're getting close to Ghost, the world actually slows down so you can decide what to do. Now that she's eating a power pellet, now she can go down and like just chomp this whole line of Ghosts. It's pretty crazy when the action gets started. So definitely look out for this. We're looking at probably around summer to early fall in terms of when we're going to make this available. But a lot of fans out there are really excited for this title.
Those fools are after her, dude. Like, they are unrelenting.
Like a train of 30 ghosts and then turn around after you eat a power pellet, and guess what? You're all getting eaten up.
What's up with the ghosts sleeping, though? What's up with that?
They're all over the level. Once you pass them, that's when they wake up, and then they join the chase.
Gangster.
That's how we do it.
Right, so let's move on. What else we got?
So keeping in the vein of the Pac-Man kind of theme, we've got Pac-Man and the Ghostly Adventures right there. This is going to be based off of the animated series that's going to be showing on Disney XD, and it's obviously a 3D world. It's a new adventure for Pac-Man. It's more like a platforming game for us. So it's going to feature Pac-Man, you know, eating ghosts, but he's going to get into like different adventures, and he's going to be able to put on like different outfits. There's one featured in demo where he puts on like a chameleon outfit, and he can use the chameleon's tongue to swing from stuff and all that. So we're really excited for this title. This one's going to be available on PS3, Xbox 360, Wii U, 3DS. I mean, it's going to be everywhere. So.
Everywhere and yeah, on all platforms.
All platforms, and the great thing is the animated series is actually being headed up by Avi Arad, so of Marvel Studios fame. So definitely got some clout behind that.
Cool.
So let's move on over
let's
to the
do it.
title here.
Let's roll.
Here, let's do One Piece and Pirate Warriors 2. Grace, can you get in this and get some action on the screen for us? So for the One Piece anime fans out there, last year we did the original One Piece, and now we're bringing out the second chapter. Everything's been expanded, more levels, more characters to play. It's going to be a PSN exclusive once again for us, and I mean, as you can see, there's just a ton of stuff going on the screen.
It's getting all elastic.
That's Luffy. He likes to stretch it out, you know what I mean? So, you know, but there's obviously a huge following for One Piece out there, and we're really happy to be able to bring the second chapter of this game to the States and service those anime fans.
Awesome, cool. What else we got?
Let's do Tails here. Charles, can you jump on some Tails and do a little driving? So obviously, Tails series has been in the States for a long time. This is like its 15th year in North America, and Tales of Exilia kind of is our next chapter in that series. Features two playable characters. You're going through, obviously it's a JRPG, so you're looking at like 50, 60 hours of gameplay, and you know, for those Tales fans out there, you know, they probably know more about the game than I do, obviously. But
don't front.
You know how it goes, man. Sometimes it's like those hardcore fans, it's like it's amazing how much they know about the entire series, right? But we're happy to bring this out to E3 to show everybody, and you know, they'll be out later this summer.
Awesome. And on the other side, and of course we can't really shoot it because, you know, it's on that top level business.
Yes,
Dark Souls 2.
Dark Souls 2, we're really, really excited. We've been getting great response from everybody that's been able to play it in our meeting room. You know, for all the people that have been worrying about, you know, it being easier, guess what? It ain't any easier, okay? People are just been getting their butts kicked every day.
Don't trip, you're going to get smoked.
Exactly. In fact, we've been doing this thing here where, you know, if you can beat the boss on this demo, we'd give you a t-shirt. We haven't given any t-shirts out.
So you just got boxes and boxes?
Got boxes and boxes. It's like, guys, come on. You know, but like I said, anybody that's worried about, you know, it being easier, guess what? It's not going to be. Cool. But the game looks great. I mean, the guys at From Software have doing a great job. They've got a new game engine that allows us to really bump up the graphics. So the animations, all the environments, the lighting, it just looks awesome. We've actually had people ask us, hey, is this running on PS4 or a, you know, a Xbox One? And we're like, no, yeah, it's a great compliment. And we're like, no, it's current gen. So for all you guys that are going to keep that Xbox 360 or PS3, guess what? We got a game for you come March 2014.
Denny, before we wrap up real quick, and I know I might be alluding a little too far in the future, but you guys got to be doing it big at TGS this year, right?
Oh, we always got to do it big at TGS. I mean, Japanese company, we got that's home base, right? So we got to do it big.
Enough said. Then we'll see you there.
Yes,
Denny,
absolutely.
Let me get one of those.
Always a pleasure.
It's always good to see you, man. All right, enjoy the rest of your show.
Thank you.
More from this E3 2013 show floor as our coverage continues.
Back to the stage. I'm Senior Editor Kevin Van Ward, and I'm joined by Matt of Square Enix. And how are you doing?
Very good. Very busy, but so far we've been having a great show.
That's great. You're here because you are going to be showing off some Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn.
Yep.
And obviously, your game has gone through a lot from its initial iteration.
It has, yes. So we're getting near the home stretch now. We're getting close to launch. We're finalizing our beta phases, and we're almost there, but just a little bit more to go.
So, Matt, before we get, because we've got some footage to show of the
Sure.
game, but before we do that, why don't you go ahead and just sort of outline sort of what this game was, what Final Fantasy XIV Online was, what this means for the initial release, what A Realm Reborn really is when compared to the initial release.
I mean, yeah, that subtitle is very well chosen because honestly, everything has been reborn from scratch. When we originally launched, we had a lot of, concern with lag and a lot of server response time issues, and players weren't happy with a lot of the choices that we made. And honestly, we weren't satisfied with how we were presenting the game either. So that's when we decided, you know what, this is a Final Fantasy title. It's very important for us in our community to get it right for those guys. So it's important that we start over. We rebuild almost from scratch. We have new graphics engine, new server structure. Everything is redone. The whole world has been redone. So even areas that were existing in the version 1.0 look completely different now. You'll be like, oh, I kind of recognize, I know the name of this area, but this is all brand new to me.
So how do you do that transition? How do you move from what it is now? What are people going to experience when they go from Final Fantasy XIV to Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn?
I mean, when they first log in, they're going to see a lot of new changes immediately. The cool thing is that we made sure that anybody that was playing before, it was really important that we keep all their progress. So we didn't just, we didn't wipe everybody's character and just wipe them all out and say, okay, everybody, sorry, you're starting fresh. Thanks for supporting us, but you're starting over. We made sure that all that stuff transitions over while at the same time creating tons of new content from scratch for the early gamers, for the low-level people, and the high-level people at the same time. But I mean, immediately when you go in, you're going to see the world is completely different. So even if you've only played one day of version 1.0, you're going to see a difference. And if you're coming in fresh, you're just going to see a beautiful environment, beautiful world to explore, beautiful new things to try out.
So if you've got any questions out there, if you're watching, make sure to use Twitter hashtag GameSpot83 or just ask in the Twitch TV chat. I'm looking at twitch.tv/GameSpot. Ask any questions you might have for Matt there. I'll be happy to ask that question on your behalf. And in the meanwhile, let's go ahead and talk specifically about all the changes that are coming up. Well, not all. We'd spend forever talking about them. But let's first start with talking about what's essentially sort of what hasn't been lost. Let me ask, for example, about the crafting system. Maybe one of the better aspects of the original release. How has that changed, evolved, and so on and so forth?
Sure. Crafting is something that we paid a lot of attention to when we were doing A Realm Reborn. People enjoyed it in version 1.0, but we made sure that we took a lot of the complaints that they did have and we made sure to streamline it at the same time. So now it's not so much like a random number generator. You're no longer kind of like, well, okay, I'm going to press craft on this thing and I hope it works. I hope it doesn't blow up in my face. I hope it actually produces something and I don't lose my materials. So we made sure that we took it and we are a lot more transparent on what's happening in the system, so people are able to actually see and track their progress and see what's happening with their crafting. So people have really responded really well to that so far in our alpha testing and our beta testing too. So we're really happy with how that's going right now.
So Brennan Walsh on Twitter wants to ask about the subscription model and how you get into Final Fantasy XIV and Realm Reborn, and it's not free to play, right?
No, it's not.
Yeah. Why don't you go ahead and tell us about that?
So we have the typical, purchase the package, you get 30 days free for your new accounts. We have created 2 different tiers for people who want to try out, you get 1 character per world, you get 8 characters total. So we're not making it so it's like you have 1 chance, you have 1 character. We're actually giving you a pretty good breadth of characters for a lower price than our normal standard rate. But if you do go for the standard monthly subscription, you get a total of 40 characters, and you can have multiple characters per world. But the cool thing about Final Fantasy XIV, compared to other MMOs, usually you choose 1 class, and you're stuck on that character class your entire character. That's it. If you really want to try something else new, you're like, oh, I'm kind of tired of being a tank. I guess I'll have to re-roll and start all over. As a casting class. But the cool thing about 14 is we have the armory system in place, which allows you basically just by changing the weapon that's in your hand to instantly change your class. And you're able to actually level all of the classes up to max level on your 1 character. So you're no longer forced to okay, when you're creating your character, you don't have that dilemma of, okay, well, I better choose the right one, which is the best one, and that's what I'm going to stick with the rest of my life. So that's one of the coolest things that, I think we're looking forward to showing players that have not seen that system before.
So Nesman51 on Twitch asking about the combat system and what it's like. The original, the first release, pretty typical for MMOs, but maybe a little bit slower pace, maybe not quite as responsive as we're used to. What's it like from moment to moment?
It's been really addressed. That slowness, that slow plotting kind of attacking. A lot of what we had before was like, okay, you got your enemy, and they'll do a few things where you'll move around, you'll need to dodge a few things, but it was the servers were so slow, and the character animation would lock you in place, and people weren't able to move freely around. That's one of the first things that we addressed in A Realm Reborn is the battle system. We made it a lot, smoother, as you can see. It's a lot quicker paced. It's a lot more jumping around. You're paying attention to where you are. Your classes aren't just standing in front of the monster and tanking it and spanking it. You're moving. Some of your classes, you'll have special actions. You need to attack from behind. You got to run around. Then you can do an attack from the side for a special combo effect. So it's a lot more interactive, and especially with jumping now, people are having a lot more fun actually in the battle, not so much like, okay, I'm a healer, I'm going to stand in the healer spot, and I'm not going to move the entire fight. It's a lot more reactive now to the battle system.
Now, on the subject of servers, let me ask, the original game, server-side UI, perhaps not the most popular of choices. What new, different?
Yes, the entire UI has been rebuilt from the ground up. That was one of the most important things to get right. And we've been working on that. We first launched our new version in alpha, and then we made sure to get a lot of our 1.0 players into the alpha version ASAP so they can see the new UI, see how much faster it is. It's all responsive. It's what you expect in an MMO, and it's really important that we got that right. And we've been refining it and refining it and refining it through our various beta test phases. But so far, people are able to use it perfectly now, so that's great news.
That is good news. Now Matt, you've got to be tired at this point of all of everything that you talk about being not really about the game so much as everything that's different about the game as opposed to version 1.0. So let's just talk about the game on its own terms rather than, hey, this is improved, that's improved. What do we expect from Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn that maybe sets it apart, that's not just, it's like this game or like this game? What makes it Final Fantasy XIV and Final Fantasy XIV alone?
That is a great question. It's really important that we use Final Fantasy first and foremost. Since we have 25 years of Final Fantasy heritage behind us, the cool thing is our producer and director, Yoshida, he's a huge Final Fantasy gamer himself, so he knows, what players love in previous Final Fantasies. And what he's been doing, he's been pulling in aspects of those games into the Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn to make sure that people that are familiar with our titles, we have our Chocobos, the Moogles, Cactuars, and Cid, of course. But, we're also bringing in really deep things like Limit Break system from Final Fantasy VII, the Materia system from Final Fantasy VII. We're going to have a huge dungeon raid referred to the Crystal Tower from Final Fantasy III. We have Magitech armor from Final Fantasy VI. So it's cool that we have this 25 years of history to pull from, and we're using that. And it's not just like we're putting it in; we're actually building it into Final Fantasy XIV too. So it's not like it just sticks out like, oh, we're going to go walk over here to the FF7 land or something. But it all fits within the world of Erzea, and it's pretty cool. And our director's even teased, he's a huge fan of 7, so he likes the golden saucer, and he's like, it'd be really cool to have something like that in Final Fantasy XIV.
So, a lot of people wanting to know, hey, when are beta invites going out and so on and so forth. So why don't you lay out right now what the beta plan is? And this is because you're not just talking PC anymore, right. You're talking PS3 as well. So
exactly. Actually, tomorrow it kicks off phase 3 of our beta test. So it's like you said, it's not just PC. It's also the very first time we're introducing the game to PlayStation 3 users. So it's going to be a big change. And the cool thing about it is we've gone through multiple phases so far, so we've been refining this entire time. It's not like we're doing phase 1, phase 2, and then we're like, okay, well, now it's time for phase 3. We're adjusting as we're going. Each week we're doing, updates and letting the community know, okay, here's what we changed based on your feedback. And phase 3 is pretty much the huge big reveal. We're inviting everybody anybody that's had purchased Final Fantasy XIV and has an account will be able to join phase 3 of the beta test. We're sending out tons of PS3 invites, I believe today, for the PlayStation Network users and things like that, and they're going to be joining us. We're going to be running this weekend, so right when we finish here, we go right back to work tomorrow. We'll be starting, I think, 2 a.m. and then just watching the servers going, and it's going to be it's really exciting because, previously in the other phases of our beta test, we were limited to one area and a few classes. And the cool thing about phase 3, we're opening up all the areas, all the starting city states. We're going to have all the classes available. So people who, are like, okay, I played phase 1 and 2, I'm ready for more content and to really check out more of the systems. We have a lot more systems in place now for them to test out.
So lots of beta stuff to come for Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn. You got a date pinned down for the official.
Yes, we do. We are getting closer and closer. August 27th is the launch of Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn on PC and PS3.
August 27th, you heard it here. So Matt, first of all, thanks for coming by. It's great to see how the game is shaped up, and I can't wait to play more of it. And as for what's happening out there on the floor, I think we've got some Alienware action. So why don't we go out and see what's happening out there?
Hey folks, Omer Bar back here on the show floor, E3 2013. We're at the Alienware booth, and as you can see, they got all sorts of tech on display here. Looks like they got the new Alienware 18 right here. How's it going, man? You mind us giving us a quick rundown on the laptop right over here?
Yeah, sure. This is our new Alienware 18. We have the Alienware 17 and the Alienware 14. We totally changed our ID. We have brushed aluminum on the A cover. The materials for the chassis are a mag alloy. They're made out of magnesium alloy. We have up to 4 hard drives. You can get up to 4 hard drives on the 18X. MSATA, you can get 4 256. We start with 750 gig. All the systems comes with the latest Intel Haswell 4th generation processors, and they come with a GTX 700 series graphics cards as well. We changed our design also on the front. You can see we put the lights in the Tron lights on the sides. Also we put lights on the touchpad, and we really put a lot of effort on these new systems.
Very cool. And then I also noticed you got some Klipsch audio right here.
So we partner with Klipsch and Dolby to optimize the audio performance experience for our customers. The speakers are Klipsch branded speakers. Klipsch work with us in order to optimize the experience for the customers, and the GUI is done with Dolby. We have the Dolby Theater 4.0 as well.
Do you mind showing us what else you guys got on display here at the booth?
Oh yeah, sure.
books.
We also revamped our backpacks. These backpacks match the idea of the notebooks. Yep, we have a messenger backpack, a sleeve. If you only want to carry your notebook, you don't want to carry a lot of things around. They're really, we improved the padding on the notebook. I'm on the backpacks, as you can see. You can carry all your stuff, all your gear, your books. This is an excellent backpack. One of the nice features is the zipper doesn't go all the way down. So if you have something really heavy besides your notebook, the backpack will not open all the way. It will just open halfway, and then the backpack will not fall off your. The notebook will not fall off your backpack. You can see the padding is great. Yep. We thought about everything. We have room for your water bottle.
Oh, look at that.
Yep.
So, nice.
Yeah, this is the.
Don't spill water all over your gear.
No. This is a water-resistant backpack. Well, so it's pretty cool. We spend a lot of time designing this backpack as well. We also have the X51.
What's that?
Yeah. The X51 is our small form factor desktop. We added new graphics cards. It now comes with a GTX 670 graphics card from NVIDIA. We also added the latest Intel Haswell processors to the desktop. So the form factor is pretty cool. You can carry it around. You see it's the same size of a console. Several customers confuse it with a console, but it's much better than a console, way much better. You get a lot of performance in a box with a small size. So you can see we set up a living room experience. You can put it in your living room. It's perfect for gaming with your friends. You can take it anywhere, as I said.
Cool. Let's talk about price point for these things. So it looks like this one's starting at $699.
This is $699 with let me see. Yeah, it's $699 with a GTX 660. Oh no, sorry, GTX 650. It goes. You can actually it's $599 if you buy it with. We sell with Ubuntu Linux. $699 with Windows 7 or 8. You can get the option of Windows 8. The notebooks. We didn't talk about the price points.
No.
The notebooks, they are $1199 with a Core i7 processor and a GT 750M. This is the 14-inch form factor. The 17-inch starts at $1499 with a Core i7 and a 750 gig hard drive. And the Alienware 18 starts at $2099 with a Core i7 and a GT 760 SLI. So all the 18X, the Alienware 18 comes with SLI standard. So you can start with a SLI 765M, go up to 770M, and SLI 780M. We also added overclock processors. The Extreme processor, you can overclock to 4.3 gigahertz. So,
did we miss one thing right over there?
Yes.
What's that?
That is Milky Way. That's the Aurora. Sorry, that's the Aurora. The Aurora is our big desktop. It comes with the GTX 660 graphics cards. Goes up to GTX 690 in single, or you can put GTX 680 in SLI. Let me open it up so you can see the inside of the system. It has liquid cooling. It has liquid cooling for the processors. Lots of room to update up to 4 hard drives. Here's the graphics card. Ventilation on the top. Has ventilation on the top, on the sides. So it's a pretty cool system. If you're a serious gamer, this is something you would like to have in your living room.
What's up with like the tri-monitor setup right here, going vertical?
Oh, so that's in the NVIDIA driver. That's called NVIDIA 2D Surround. You can set up 3 monitors on the side and do this type of gaming. You can actually do it in 3D if you want. If you buy 3D glasses with an NVIDIA card, this setup is also available in 3D.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And then what's the price point for this whole system here?
I think that one is $11.99. I'm not really sure. That one, I don't want to quote the price.
Okay, sure, no problem.
My head.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Cool. Your name, Francisco?
Francisco, yeah.
Thanks for joining us, man. Thanks for the quick rundown, and yeah, come check out the Alienware booth.
Yeah, we'll wait for you here. Thank you. Thanks.
Hi there everyone and welcome back to the GameSpot's E3 stage show. We're back on stage 1 and we've got some special guests today to talk about Tekken Revolution, Katsuhiro Harada-san and Michael Mari. Thank you very much for joining us today, guys. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm good.
Good? That's good to hear. So Tekken Revolution's a game that was announced or released quite recently. And so we'll get straight into the game. Very first question I have to ask to you guys.
Yeah.
So it starts off with a roster of 8 characters. What made you decide to narrow it down? Like, what was the process behind, narrowing it down to those specific 8 characters?
そうですね、まず今回、非常にアーケードライクなゲームを作ろうということで、昔みんながゲームセンター行った時にあった鉄拳みたいなイメージで作ってるんですけど、最初からねキャラがもし20人いたらすごい迷っちゃったりとか、初めてやる人久々にやる人どれを選んでいいか分かんないと思うんで、非常に個性豊かで、それぞれ、プレイスタイルね、いろんなプレイスタイルの人に応じれるキャラクター8人を厳選したって感じですかね。
Well, this time for Tekken Revolution, we wanted to create a more arcade-like experience. The gameplay itself, but the character lineup, we chose to focus on 8 because for people who are new to the series or people returning after a while, there's a lot of characters to choose from. Then they might kind of have trouble picking on one. But also, we wanted to include a variety of different characters, different types of martial arts, each character being unique and distinct. So those are some of the factors that went into the decision.
Okay, now the game is currently exclusive to PlayStation 3, and I know Harada, you tweeted about difficulties with Microsoft in getting it on the Xbox 360 as well. With the next generation consoles coming out quite shortly, are there any plans to bring it to other consoles and platforms in future?
そうですね、一つ一番今回 PSN でやったのはやっぱりもともと鉄拳が、アーケードあとプレイステーションのこのコミュニティで育ったんで、ね、プレイステーションでやったってとこがでっかかったんですけど、そうですね、将来的には例えば次世代とかでもっと、グラフィックが進化してゲーム内容も、オンラインプレイもいろいろ進化させたものを、展開するとか、ね、例えばクロスプレイさせるとか、PS3 とね次世代でクロスプレイさせるとかそういうこともできたらいいなというふうに僕個人的にいろいろ妄想はしてますけど、これも全部ユーザーの、要望次第で変わっていくかなと思ってます。
Well, the choice to bring it to PS3 exclusively really came about because the Tekken community kind of grew up with the PlayStation brand, also the arcades as well. So it was kind of a given that it was going to come out on the PS3. And regarding the next generation of hardware, as you said, it's starting to come out soon. And if we could perhaps do something on the PS4, more improved graphics, some extended gameplay features that match the console, some kind of things like that would really be great if we could accomplish that. And maybe even some crossplay between the two platforms, PS3 and the PS4 users. But that's just an idea at the moment. And whether it happens or not really depends on the success of the game as it is and also the requests from fans after they've had a chance to check it out.
Tell us about any ideas that you would like to implement, new features or characters or modes in future. If say, for example, that they had no restrictions on any ideas that you'd like to have to implement in future, what would you add to the game?
On this Tekken or a different?
On this Tekken Revolution specifically.
Tekken Revolution で制限がなければ実現させたいアイディア、ゲームモードだったりキャラだったり何でも。
そうですね。ある意味もうこのオンラインで、運営型でやっていくっていう時点で実は全然リミットはなくてですね、どんどんアップデートでモードとかキャラクターとかカスタマイゼーションとかどんどん増やしていけるので実はもう可能性は無限なので、そういう意味では今から実はそういうことをもうアップデートの用意をしていろいろやっていこうと思ってるんで、現時点ではなんか入れ損ねたとかやり損ねたってことは実はなくて今後やりたいなと今思ってることをどんどん実現していくだけっていう感じですかね。
Well, it's interesting you mentioned that because since the title is an online title, currently this is the state it released at, but it's we can upload and update the content to the game at any time we want. So there's possibilities of seeing more characters, customization, different types of game modes. All of these things are possible, so the possibilities are endless, and it really depends on what people are asking for as to what they see in future updates.
Cool. Could you say that is there a possibility we'd see completely new characters introduced in future in Tekken Revolution?
いや、
まあ、いろいろね、今喋っちゃったらサプライズもなくなっちゃってあれなんだけど、実はね、前から入れたいと思った新キャラとかもいるんで、ちょっとそういうのも入れようかなって日本のディレクターの米森と話してたりはします。なんでそこら辺はツイッターとかでいろいろ要望とか集まって、でまだダウンロード始まったばっかりなんで、まだ存在知らない人もいるんで、そういう人たくさんの人が落としていろんな意見が出てきて要望が集まったら、その時にまたちょっとドーンとアップデートしていこうかなと思ってます。
Well, we are making preparations for updates already anyways, and one of the ideas is for a completely new character, but saying something right now would kind of ruin the surprise for people when that later occurs. So, but we are talking to the director back in Japan on the development team, Yanomori-san, about this. But right now we just want to have as many people as possible download the title because it's free, and to get as much feedback about what they want to see, because that will be implemented, or there's a great possibility of that. So, we do have our ideas, but we'd like to hear the ideas of the fans as well.
Talking about the technicalities of the game, so the bound property was introduced in Tekken 6, and it was changed again in Tekken Revolution from what we've seen of the game so far. It changed the rhythm of the game quite dramatically as well. Why did you decide to change the bound properties in the game?
6はやっぱりある意味、6とかタックとかそうなんですけど、ある意味鉄拳の集大成みたいな感じで、もうキャラクターもほとんどのキャラがいるし、いろんなゲームシステムもどんどん新しく入れてってやってたんですけど、やっぱり今回のね鉄拳、さっき言ったように非常にいろんな客層、久々にやる人、初めてにやる人、もう無料なんでいろんな人にやってもらいたい。でやっぱ鉄拳の原点の面白さ、アーケードの時代の面白さにこうエンハンスメントシステムとか入れてこう新しい体験と、非常に昔から伝統的ないい鉄拳っていうのを混ぜたかったんですね。なんでそこのバランスを見て、一旦ちょっとバウンドっていう要素は外したって感じですかね。
Well, the installment of Tekken before the Tekken 6 that you mentioned, and then the more recent Tag 2. Tag 2 especially was kind of like a compilation or a blending of all of the elements from past Tekkens that had made the game or series popular. So this time we wanted to kind of return to the origin of what made the game interesting, and also just to open it up to a larger audience since it is free and anyone can check it out. So that is kind of why we decided to do what we did with the Bound this time. So we hope that people will check it out because of that.
Do you think that the Bound properties which have changed are here to stay for future Tekken installments?
いや、まだそのね、どうしていくからは分かんない。例えばレボリューションの中で進化していく可能性もありますんで、次回作っていうところまではまだ僕ら考えてないですね。とにかく今レボリューションを面白くして盛り上げていこうかなというふうに考えてます。
Well, this title just released, and there could be a lot of changes or updates to this that would change the gameplay itself before there's another installment to come out. So it's kind of hard to say at this point. We hope mostly that we can do what we can to make this the most exciting Tekken, and hope that everyone will check this out first.
So traditionally, Tekken has been included a lot in like esports and competitive fighting game tournaments. With Tekken Revolution, it's more online targeted. Are there any plans to support future tournament play, say for example, like offline environments and such?
その辺は結構いろいろ考えていて、やっぱりさっきみたいにまだローンチ始まったばっかりなんで、ここからプレイヤーがどんどん増えてきて、盛り上がってきたら、例えばトーナメントモードみたいなのを作ったりとか、例えばオンラインで予選もできたりとか、例えばローカルで集まった時に、できるイベントモードみたいなものも、例えば大会主催者側にそういうツールを渡す、もしくは僕らがオフィシャルに そういうものを用意してそこでちょっと大会ができるようにとか、そういうことは、将来的には考えられるというふうに思ってます。まあ、ただいきなり最初から大会って言ってもみんな困るんで、できるだけカジュアルな人にもまずゲームに慣れてもらおうかなと思ってます。
Well, the title has just started, so obviously there's a lot of things that we want to accomplish. And it would be nice in future updates if we could do something like a tournament mode for these type of competitive players, or to some kind of extent to provide a tool offline for people to either organize tournaments, or maybe for us directly if we could handle that. But right now we really just want to focus on making the game more available to a wider audience rather than a more hardcore at first, at least, to kind of bolster the community.
Speaking of making the game more open to new players, can you tell us about what features you specifically implemented in a bid to help new players pick up the game and understand and learn Tekken?
という、ポイントだったんですけど、このゲームに関してはどういうそれにおいてのゲームデザインをしたのか。
そうですね、すごく分かりやすい例で言うとね、鉄拳って例えばカズヤだけでも100個ぐらい技あるんですね。でキングとか200個ぐらい持ったりとか、ある意味自由度は高いんですけど、どの技を使って戦っていいか分かりにくかった部分も初心者にとってはあったんですね。なので今回実はポーズボタンかけてもらってコマンドリストを見てください。で1ページ目に書いてある100技あるんですけど、1ページ目に書いてある5つだけ、スペシャルアーツ1個でクリティカルアーツ4つ、合計5つ、これだけを覚えればそれを技を主軸に戦えるようにしてあります。ちょっとストリートファイターとか 2D 格闘のエレメントが入ってるって感じですかね。
Yes, there are several things that we've done to kind of make it easier for people to enter the game. For example, people who are familiar with Tekken will know that each character has, at least 100 techniques each. Characters like King may have up to 200. So a lot of people enjoy that about the series, but for people who have never touched it before, it's kind of daunting to remember all those techniques and to learn the strategies for your character. So what we've done is when you press start and you open up the command list, you'll see the first page is the top 5 techniques of your character, the special arts and the 4 critical arts. So these 5 are the ones that you're going to want to use as your main weapons. It's kind of similar to Street Fighter and other 2D fighters where they have their special moves, and that's the characteristics for the character. So we've done that as you see on screen right now. So if you're new to the series or you're picking up a new character, you open that up. Those top 5 moves are the ones you want to go to first.
Okay. Now, the game deviates a fair bit from the traditional Tekken formula, especially going free-to-play and the way the game's set up. What inspired you in the first place to really change up the formula and go this route?
パッケージビジネスじゃないというところで違う。要は今回フリートゥープレイになった。でそのきっかけは何だったのかと。
そうですね。やっぱりいくつかきっかけあると思うんです一つはねきっかけっていうか昔から、やっぱりアーケードゲームの面白さ、最近やっぱり欧米ではアーケードゲームっていうのがなくなってきてアーケードって場所がなくなってきたんで、ゲームを購入せずにね気軽に、ちょっとこのゲーム遊んでみようかなっていう場所を作りたかった。でそれを仮想空間っていうところで、実現できそうだったんで一回やってみたいなって前から思ってたところと、あとはやっぱり最近ねみんな、コンソールだけじゃなくてモバイルだとか PC とかのいろんなゲームの方にねフリーでできる方に、行ってたりするんですけど、なかなかコンソールにはアクションゲームでそういうフリーでできるのってそんなにないじゃないですか。で鉄拳も、世界で初めてこういう形で実現できたんですけど、ちょっとやっぱりコンソールでもモバイルとか PC でやってるような気軽にできるようなゲームを実現したかったっていうのがありますね。
Well, the roots are in the arcade, and that experience is really great, as in it's an easy way to try out a game without having to purchase software or anything. You just have one coin and you can check it out. And since arcades are in the decline in the West, a lot of people are losing the chance for that experience. So we were thinking from quite a while ago to try to recreate that in some kind of form, and that just matched really well with the online, the PSN network and such. So that was really the impetus for that. And often, recently you have a lot of the younger players and such on mobile games or social games and such. So they're used to being able to play the game with a low barrier for, price point wise. So we thought that this would be a perfect match, and it kind of is similar to the arcade roots of Tekken, and it would allow these people to a chance to easily check out the game.
Cool. Well, unfortunately, that's all we have time for today, but we'll wrap this up now. Thank you very much for joining us on stream, Harada-san, and thank you very much, Michael Murray. Next up, we have the new Abe's game coming up, so be sure to stay tuned. We are live from E3. Subscribe to us on Twitch as well to find out what's happening next up. Thanks very much, everyone.
Yo, folks, Homer Bar back here on the show floor of E3 2013. I'm back in the West Hall, checking out the Mad Catz booth. I'm gonna see if I can run into my boy, Filthy Rich Bantegi, but that dude's holding it down, so I'm not gonna bother him. Anyways, we got all the Mad Catz items here. We got the Mad Catz fight stick. Looks like they're playing a little dive kick right there. Although, I think there's too many buttons on this controller for dive kick, but that's neither here nor there. They also got a L sword. Is that what that is? L sword. Looks like it's on the PC.
It's Spanish for the sword.
It's Spanish for the sword. Thanks, Sully. Appreciate that. Looks like they got the whole PC gaming setup with the mouse, crazy mouse, super crazy keyboard. I don't even know what this thing does. What's this do? What's this do? What's happening on screen? I don't know. It's just moving. Am I moving? I don't even think that's me, dude. Anyways, super crazy setup. Strike 5 gaming keyboard. Yeah, Strike 5 gaming keyboard. The Rat 5 PC mouse, gaming mouse. Look at that thing. It's all sorts of dials and adjustments. All your customization needs for all your gaming preferences. So there's that. What is this though? I want to know what this is all about. Let's check it out. I'm just gonna press stuff, see what happens. Oh look, colors are changing. Sweet. What does this do? Set that. Set that. Set that. Mute. Mic. Volume. All right, cool. Lots of parts. Lots of parts. Look, we got Killer Instinct. Check that out. Killer Instinct on the little arcade sticks. It's pretty dope. If you want a full demo of Killer Instinct, go back to day one of our show floor stage 1 coverage. We have a full demo with those dudes showing off Killer Instinct. Now let's get into this area. Looks like a lot of business is being handled. Look how business. There's so much business. So much business being handled. Look, you got the little rope just to let you know, hey, you can't be up in here. That's a lot of business being handled. But it looks like they got the whole living room set up here with the fight stick gaming setup. You got 2 Mad Catz reps going at it big. Not too sure what they're playing. Sully, what are they playing? Do you know? Take a look. Oh, business. You're stepping into business land, dude. I'm going to wait. I'm going to just wait out here while you tell me what they're playing. A game? That's good. That's accurate. It's definitely accurate. Okay. Well, let's cruise on over here. Looks like they got more of the same. Oh, they got the Rat 7 over here, though. So I don't know how that differs from the Rat 5. Still all sorts of dials for all your gaming preferences needs. Crazy. All right. And then we got the, looks like we got some Triton products over here. Pro gaming pad. Looks like we got some pro gaming headsets right there. You got the Tritons right there. Let me see if I can talk to this dude real quick about how the setup is. He's immersed. I don't want to pull him out of immersion, man. He's fully immersed. So we'll just take a look. I think that speaks to the success, though. If the dude is immersed, then they must be pretty damn good. All right, Mad Catz, yo. I think that's it. Mad Cats from the West Hall. Let's throw it back to the stage.
Hey guys, welcome back to stage 1. I'm Cam and I'm joined by the guys to show off Abe's Oddworld Odyssey, something nice and tasty. Welcome, we got Lauren and we got Stuart. How you doing, guys?
We're doing great.
How is E3 going for you?
Hectic.
Hectic,
Yeah, that is my best E3.
Your best E3?
It's my best, most exciting E3.
Wonderful. So have you had a chance to kind of get out and see some of the other stuff around here, or are you being tied to your own game and your own booth?
Well, fortunately, we don't have a booth. We're indie now, right? A booth, that's like money,
booth.
right? Yeah. But, it's always overwhelming, right? E3 is like, you hear about great stuff that you didn't get a chance to see because it's all meeting after meeting after meeting. But there's some great stuff here.
Excellent. All right, let's have a look at it right now. So, well, maybe if you can talk us through why did you want to make a new remake of the original Abe's Odyssey? Why did you think, hey guys, this is the game we need to do?
It partly came down to me. I've been bugging Lauren for years now about we should go back to this property and this game particularly because as a fan of the original game back in 1997 and 98 with the sequel Abe's Exodus, it was about the characterization, the story and stuff. You took them away from it, it's a platform game. Yeah. But with all those on it, it's a fantastic universe, huge amounts of scope and what have you. And the one thing that always got me about it, what was missing was that the foreground with the gameplay was great, but the backgrounds were missing something. Small bits of animation stuff. The analogy I always give, ironically, is the Ridge Racer one. Was just a racing game, but you got airplanes flying overhead and stuff, which no effect on the gameplay. But with this, we want to do the same sort of thing, to bring the environments to life, the gameplay to life. Just make it pop out. I mean, this stuff here in Scribania, it's fantastic. We see that stuff all parallaxing now, where the original game was flip screen. Yeah. It's just like, what? It's insane.
Already. I remember the kind of loading between each frame, and then now we just got it continuous, which must make it a much quicker experience to play.
It does give that element of that you're going straight from one bit to the other bit. The original being flip screen. You had to go on screen. If you screwed a puzzle up, you'd go off screen again and come back on to reset it. Nowadays we have had to tweak the gameplay, so you can't do that anymore. You have to literally redesign parts of the gameplay to work with today's technology, with the scrolling instead of the flip screen. Yeah.
It's totally it's an irony of what's going on, right? Because we made Abe's Odyssey a platforming game when platforming was no longer cool, right? Like everyone was going for 3D, and I was like, well, I want to feel I'm less enamored with 3D. I've been doing that personally for 15 years already, but in '94, right? So I'm dating myself, but I've been doing that, and I wanted something more unique. But I love platforming games because I felt like when I saw it done right, starting with Prince of Persia, Out of This World, there was some great type flashback. I was like, I just love those games. I feel like I'm responsible for a life form. I don't feel like I'm just trying to beat something. Yeah. I feel like I'm responsible for this guy. And then we wanted to do this 2.5D in an era where everyone was going to 3D, and we wanted to do it to get richer looking worlds to look at. We could bring up, you were running across pre-rendered, shadow-casted, fully textured worlds. But it was retro then.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, exactly.
So here we are, 13 years after it released.
And it's cool again, right?
And we're saying, okay, this is kind of like a homage to that genre that we were doing an homage to originally, and we asked the community. Now, this is the huge difference of what happens is when we were releasing games in '97, we didn't really know who was buying them. We didn't have that kind of connection to the gamer. And most people at that time were still learning what WWW means, right? Really. And so since then, we've gotten to know who the community is, and the community is really telling us, like, we want to see more of this. So Stuart had already been telling me, let's go back and redo this game, and I'm like, look, man, they want to see something different, And he goes, no, they don't, and he's running polls online,
yeah.
And he showed it.
Because you can play the original on Steam, right? So you must have, on Good Old Gaming, so you must be able to get these stats directly from that.
Yeah, well, you can play it on Steam and on PlayStation Network, thanks to Sony, the ability to play PS1 games. Yeah. You can still buy those games today. Yeah. And it's fantastic, but the fan base, they've seen it, they've played it, they've done it, but they want to see it again, but with bells and whistles, running on PS4, running with absolutely fantastic real-time, 60 frames a second, 1080p, etc. And it just so far to be able to do that switch, now is the time to do that, and we're doing that. That's why the project
I wanted to do it was to bring the whole universe to life, not just the characters. And that's why I think now is the right time. It's what the fans wanted as well.
And then what I said was, okay, we'll do it, but we have to do this in this very like nostalgia-licious kind of way, you know,
absolutely.
where we pay an homage, but we're bringing the later rendering technology to it, where we make it smooth, where you wouldn't normally say, a publisher wouldn't say, hey, yeah, this is what we think is going to be the big hit, you know, and we're not trying to make big hits. We're trying to bring quality gaming experiences now that we're digital at more reasonable prices, and if people like the thing that we were doing, we just want to keep on doing that better, improve marginally. We're self-financing everything today, so we're in a whole different indie category, and you know, and then we get this we get feedback faster, and now we're not like shipping a disc that if we made a mistake, we're dead in the market, right? Oh, we printed 1 million units, but they're bad. Or they've got this bug and people hate your game. You're dead, right? Now we're like, we can learn, and as soon as we're releasing, we're like, watch. If we start seeing any issues occur, we're updating that code right away. We're responding to it right away. We're like, hey, we're listening, we heard you, we messed up, we fixed it. Are you happy? You're not happy? What else do we got to fix? And that's a whole different chemistry between creator and audience, and I think it's going to make, you know, games increasingly better over time.
Absolutely. I mean, you talked about the importance of making this a real nostalgia trip. And for people of my age, I mean, I remember playing it for the first time when it came on the demo disc, I think, with the original PlayStation, right? So, I mean, you've got that age group of people who will also feel the very same way about that game. You know, it had huge distribution just being on that demo disc. So it's certainly something that people haven't forgotten, I'm sure.
You know, I remember Phil Harrison explaining to me exactly how the value of that demo disc was. But people saw it like that, right? And we were thought of as a first-party Sony title back in that day. And actually, we were third-party. But one of the great things that happened was people at Sony fell in love with it because it was just so different, quirky, unique, odd, not what people were building. And as a result, today, we're really lucky because a lot of those people who helped this game make a success back then, they're seeing that we're doing it. And now they've risen up in the organizations. They're somebody now. You know, before they were little guys in the trenches like us. And now they're like, oh, yeah, I was on the marketing team. I did this. I helped you guys here. I helped you guys, you know. And so it's just kind of like returning to a family vibe that's really wonderful. You know, it's great. And they've been pricelessly supportive.
Fantastic. Well, we can see the trailer rolling again here. So tell us about what you've done graphically. Like, obviously, it looks so much more. It looks a lot better than it did, obviously. But what exactly have you done?
Let me just start. I'm going to start by saying this. The first thing, when we made the original game, we archived all the assets. So just in 3D CG, there's almost $3 million worth of assets.
Wow.
Now, we were able to keep all of that and bring it back, and they were able to pull that up and use that as the template. Now, they rebuilt everything, but just starting from that template, we were able to amortize huge value into this that we really wouldn't be able to afford today.
Yeah, and it's the one thing we wanted to do was to make everything in the game as real-time as possible. Yeah. So even the pre-rendered cutscenes are now running real-time on PS4 and PC, you know, that kind of stuff. And just being able to do that with technology today is mind-blowing. I mean, to go back a little bit, and some reason why we did this was, you know, as you said, it's 15 years old since the first game came out. You know, there's a new generation now who have never played this because they say, I don't want to play a PS1 game or whatever. They want to play now. So for us remaking this, it's twofold. One, it's for us, the fans, which I am one of, to go back and play the original game but on steroids. And two, it's a new fan base, a new audience entirely. So when we're redesigning the game and doing things in the game, there are things we have had to think, hang on, how would people play today? So there's original game, you're pressing L1 and, you know, on the D-pad to move around, or right one and D-pad to run and stuff. You can use the left analog stick and that's it. And it's little tweaks and changes like that to enhance the gameplay and speed up gameplay, you know, for the player itself.
Fantastic. I mean, you're saying you're in a world now where there's a lot of other really great platformers. I mean, we've seen quite a few at E3, right? We've got Rayman Legends, we've got Puppeteer, and these are all looking gorgeous, much like Abe Odyssey. So there certainly is a lot of competition out there for your game. I mean, how do you feel about that?
We love competition. You know, the difference is, though, those games are all, well, apart from Puppeteer, you know, Rayman's pretty much a AAA title on cartridge, and it's been distributed not just digitally, but on media as well. You know, we are 100% digital. And that allows us to not sell it $50, $60. We can sell it, you know, $20, $30, whatever, you know, and still make the same amount of money we would have made it at retail at $60. And that's good for us.
And there's another angle on it as well, which is because we are doing it ourselves, because it is digitally distributed, we're able to survive on a lot fewer units. So quite honestly, even that question today, you got a lot of competition. We don't see it. I don't see it that way anymore.
Okay.
And it's not because we think we're great. It's not that. It's that we don't have to go out and be the big hit, you know, and it was there and live with that pressure. And like, you're not the big hit, you're a big loser. And instead, it's looking at it today and going, wow, if we build product that respects our audience, then great, they can enjoy all the other product too if they're supporting us. If we're bringing it to them at a price point when they eat it, they're going, wow, that was a great meal for that price. And these guys know what I like. Then we're not really in a competing against additional products because we don't need to sell 4 million units, right? If we sell 250,000 units, we're in Fat City. We're loving it. We know we're keeping people employed. We know we're going to be building more product. And that's the beauty of it. You know, when we released at $60 at retail, we had a lot of earn back on a multi-million-dollar title before we were actually feeding the coffers again to keep people employed.
Yeah.
And when now, it's a much lower ratio. So it's nice because the competition is with our own, ourselves and our audience of like, are we staying current with things that you want? Not, you have to buy us instead of that. It's just a different landscape, and it allows that to happen now. And that's huge. You know, that's huge for us.
And the other thing to touch on briefly is that, you know, when the original Abe's Odyssey came out, Rayman was out then as well.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's Rayman Legends. It's a remake with, you know, looking back to the original game from the mid-90s. Same as Abe's Odyssey was, you know. We're competing to some degree against what we were 15, 16 years ago. But in a different scape, though. Yeah.
But I'd rather we're running cross promotions for games like that say, if you like games in this genre, you should check these guys out too.
Yeah.
That's the future, right?
Absolutely.
That's the future, that we as developers and creators are doing Netflix recommendations, are doing Amazon purchasing recommendations. We're saying, you know what? If you liked our game and you haven't played Rayman, you should go over there and play that. Now, that's a little bit of a dreamy future. As indies, we're going to start doing that. You watch the different indie people. They all feel like little guys. They're going to start helping cross-promote. They're going to do these different things. We'll do it where we can to support other people. But why not, right? If you like the movie and it's on the shelf, it's not at the theater, it's not competing the opening week. If you like the movie, well, that was great horror, right? Now, horror fans are going to be like, then you should check this one out too. Not just necessarily from the same director. It's libraries, right? Like worlds of content. And I always hoped video games would get in that space and stop being like, one guy's going to win, who's going to be, and the rest are going to be losers. You know, never really dug that model. We existed in it. But it's exciting to see that lower sales, fewer people can make game builders keep on making more games. And that's a whole game-changing change. And I think it changes the sense of the competitive space as well.
Excellent. So when are our fans of the original and new fans going to get a chance to get their hands on the game, purchase the game, or even to play a demo or anything like that? When are we going to get our first hands-on?
That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Really, you know, we have a release window, and we're still aiming for that. I think we're due to talk about it properly later in the year at Gamescom. So let's keep it quiet till then.
All right, excellent.
And we're PS4, you know, so there's figuring out a number of things to try and be on there, and wider than that too. But that's our initial platform release.
So yeah, why did you go for PS4? What were your reasons?
Well, one, it's probably the most amazing game system that's been designed by people who know how to build games. Mark Cerny is the chief architect, right? When myself and my partner Sherry McKenna, we pitched Mark Cerny as a playable demo and a design document, Abe's Odyssey, right? Yeah. This guy's been building games a long time. He created the original Marble Madness like in high school, right? He sold his first 1 million units as a guy who hadn't even been to college yet. We're talking about someone who's got his name as a consultant on all the older Insomniac games, all the older Naughty Dog games. They would bring him in for a consult because he knew what he was doing. Now you got a guy who understands code from machine language up, understands game design and multinational territorialization, you know, which is making it more compatible to more territories. This guy knows games. It's the first time someone who knows the development headache that is designing from the ground up a brilliant new piece of hardware. And so it's a really impressive system, but more importantly, it allows you to get content up with less pain because it's actually catering to your needs rather than going like, oh, figure it out. We're brilliant hardware designers. You can figure it out. You know, I'm so tired of that world, right?
Yeah. And the other side is, you know, they openly invite indies onto their platform.
Absolutely. Yeah, they've been quite vocal about that.
That's exactly what it was. You know,
yeah.
I mean,
That's monumental that's possible.
And it's not just that, they actually treat indies exactly the same as they treat the Ubisofts and the Activisions of the world. We have to go through the same process as they do, but it is the same process. There's no, we have to do this extra or do that or qualifications. It's the exact same process. Yeah. If Activision submit something one way, we submit it the exact same way. And that's the way it works for indies. And that's fantastic. It's like Steam. So.
Brilliant. Well, guys, it's been great to meet you. It's been great to hear about Abe's Odyssey and the new edition. So thank you so much for coming on. And for everyone watching at home, make sure that you stay with us because we have a bunch more games, bunch more content coming right up. So stay here with live E3 coverage from GameSpot on Stage 1.
Hey folks, Homer Bar back here outside of the West Hall, and what happened all the way back to 1950 and what's going to happen up to the year 2050. Oh, that's incredible. So you got the app. To see where the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter is, you just double click on it and it's right now over the North Pole of Mars. If I want to zoom back, I can go home, I can look for It's kind of a free-form kind of click and drag, but we have built-in features. Like the night that we landed the Curiosity rover, go ahead and pitch this up and put it in a better perspective, right? So we're heading for that landing site. And I'm going to speed up time again, and you will see that at about 30 seconds, so we deploy this ballast and then the parachute. And these things occurred exactly when they were supposed to, and people were able to follow along, okay? So in 9 seconds, the heat shield's going to separate. 6, 5, 4. And when it does, we're going to be able to trace its progress through the Martian atmosphere by simply, I'm going to double click on it. Now we're looking at it from the perspective of the heat shield. And if I look back up, I will see that there goes the Mars Science Lab. I can regain my position with it by simply clicking. All right, and there it is. So now, if you look up inside, you can see that the rover is tucked up in there with it's what we call the sky crane, right? And it's going to blast off from there in 1 minute. But I'm going to speed up time again, so you don't have to wait that long. 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll start all 8 engines, and we will jettison the back shell. And now we're going to land this thing on the surface. It goes to the side so that back shell won't fall on it, and it's aiming for this surface right here.
Now, when it gets to throttle down, you're going to see it deploy the rover on a series of 3 nylon cables like I'm wearing right here. Okay? And so throttle down's in 9 seconds. 4 of these engines will quit firing. And then here comes the sky crane maneuver, as we call it. I'm going to back up so you can see it. And then when it gets to the surface, it's going to compress. This is going to compress because the rover needs to say, hey, I'm safe on the surface, and will cut these ropes and tell the sky crane to fly away. Here it comes, and there it goes. I'm going to double click on the sky crane, and we'll join it as it's flying about 500 meters away. It will crash onto Mars and free up Curiosity to take its journey.
That is so awesome. So as we wrap up here, let's just quickly kind of go over what how has game technology helped NASA and vice versa to kind of bring to life what you guys are doing and to help the imaginations of all these creators.
I think you've said it. Using game technology, we bring to life the data and engineering and scientific data that we have been collecting at NASA for the last 50 years.
That's awesome. And then can folks buy this or can they download it?
They can go to eyes.nasa.gov, http eyes.nasa.gov. This is a free application, thanks to the taxpayers, that they can trace and follow their space program.
Awesome. All right. Great. Thank you so much for the rundown. I really appreciate it. You do great work. I'm sure all of us here on the show floor are fans of what you guys do. So
I appreciate that very much. Thank you, sir.
All right. So more from the E3 2013 show floor as we continue.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to GameSpot Stage 1 here at E3 2013. I'm your host, Chris Waters, returning from horfing down sandwiches furiously while you guys took a look at Tekken and Abe's Odyssey World Extravaganza and Final Fantasy. Now, it's time for superheroes. Specifically, LEGO Marvel superheroes with Arthur Parsons of TT Games. Arthur, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Thanks for having us here.
Super glad to have you. I like the X-Men shirt. You are rocking it.
Absolutely. Got to represent.
Got to represent. And LEGO Marvel superheroes certainly representing a huge array of the Marvel Universe. And we're going to jump right into some gameplay. We've got it going right now. And who do we see in action here? I see a Wolverine.
Yeah, we've definitely got a Wolverine. And we've also got Johnny Storm, Human Torch. So this level here is like halfway through the game. This is visiting Asgard. We're chasing down Loki. So the great thing about LEGO Marvel Superheroes is that it's not one particular character family.
Yep.
We are playing this combination of Fantastic Four, Avengers, X-Men, Spider-Man, and all under the umbrella of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nick Fury. So yeah, it gets pretty epic. You can see here like crazy things like Human Torch. He can flame on, flame off. He's going to be able to melt ice. Every character has unique attributes, unique elements that make them that particular character from the Marvel
Universe.
Universe.
Yeah, they got their superpowers. You gotta have
like
them.
Wolverine here, he cannot die. The guy just turns into an adamantium skeleton and runs around, and then eventually regenerates. It's pretty cool.
That is delightful. He was a little Lego skeleton. I think that's one of my favorite things about the long-running Lego sort of series is the playful take you guys have on these universes. Wolverine getting flayed to his bones and still living is actually pretty horrible and grim. But if you put him in a Lego, you treat it sort of irreverently, but still,
When he's made
it's
out
so
of
much
plastic,
fun.
it's all right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that the humor definitely still prevalent here in LEGO Marvel superheroes.
Everything we do is first and foremost focused on humor, fun. We want to make people, no matter who it is, no matter what age they are, have fun and laugh. Games are fun. People need to remember that first and foremost, games are a fun form of entertainment.
That's very true. And
So we've got Spider-Man here. How cool is that? Just web swinging around. He was such a challenge to get right, but we love it, And the great thing is, Spider senses tingle. The next thing you know, he's revealing hidden Lego and working together, and that's the mix of characters just having fun together. It's really cool.
Yeah, I mean, so the web slinging, it's sort of. That's a tricky one because it's sort of a different kind of locomotion for you. It's not just sort of the spider sense. You've had characters before who can, see hidden things and stuff like that. But I imagine that the suite of superheroes have brought some development challenges for you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Don't forget we have flying characters, we have characters that run around, we've got invisible characters, we've got web swinging characters, we've got Magneto hovering characters. You name it. As a designer, it's sort of like, what are we doing? And so it's been a great, enjoyable challenge. It keeps us alive, making sure we're bringing these characters to life exactly as people want them. It's awesome.
And giving them plenty of things to set on fire with flames that they emanate from their hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And the roster in this game is awesome. We have well over 100 playable characters. And each and every one of them are characters that people are going to love. So here in the demo, this part of Asgard, this is the first time you play Thor. You've been playing around in the open world New York hub, and then you find Thor. You travel through the Bifrost to Asgard. It's all icy, and it's like, what's going on? And the reason is Loki's brought all of the frost giants from Jotunheim to make sure you don't stop him. So there's loads of crazy stuff in the game.
And loads of frost giants for you to smash with your hammer there and use Thor's various powers. So this is obviously a game. The LEGO series has thrived on cooperative play as well. And right now we got one player, but we see even in the top right corner the Connect controller prompt. It's drop in, drop out, local multiplayer.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the great thing about LEGO games is that cooperative, sitting together on a sofa, on a couch, playing together, parents with their children. I even have my little girl playing it with my mum, and my mum doesn't play, she plays Sudoku, and that's about it. But she'll sit and play the LEGO games with Lil, and it's so much fun.
Nice. All right, well, as expected, people got a ton of questions about the game. I'm going to relay some to you here. These coming from the Twitch chat. Someone wants to know about Gingy asking about Deadpool.
Okay, Deadpool, he is really important in this game. He isn't in the main story, but in the New York hub, there's a load of areas where you can actually go inside Marvel locations.
Okay.
And when you do, we have little standalone stories. So they feature some of the cast of characters that aren't in the core story. You go in, you get a comic book intro, Deadpool narrates it. And I tell you
There
what.
he is.
Yeah, when we did the voice recording and we were writing this stuff, we were crying with laughter. He's breaking the fourth wall. He's taking the mick out of us as designers. He's taking the mick out of the rest of the office. He's taking the mick out of all the characters, and it is pretty funny.
Is nobody safe from Deadpool's wits?
Nobody is safe.
All right, we just got a quick glimpse of some of the characters available, and one of the great things about these superheroes across time, they come in sort of different incarnations, different outfits, different costumes. Are there multiple costumes per character, or different versions of the same character in LEGO Marvel superheroes?
Well, in LEGO Marvel superheroes, what we've done is we've tried to fill the roster with unique characters first and foremost. We want to make sure that there are just loads and loads of great, interesting, exciting characters, like Mr. Fantastic there. Yep. As well as that, some characters we do have a few variations of. So take Iron Man.
Okay.
You can't have Iron Man in the game without having, say, the Mark 1. So you have to have the Mark 1, you have to have the Mark 42. So a few characters have got variations, but predominantly we've got just a raft of individual characters, because Marvel fans, they want to see their favorite character in the video game, so we're going to try and make sure we appease everybody.
Absolutely, but large Marvel fans are legion, as are Marvel characters. You guys certainly have your work cut out for you. We mentioned local co-op earlier. What about any online co-op? Is that something you guys are putting in here?
No, one thing we do at TT Games with the LEGO games is we like to focus on the cooperative multiplayer. Everybody prefers to sit on a sofa with someone they know, give them a dig in the ribs, get over here, help me do this. What are you doing? Just bashing the goons. Come and open the door, or switch to this character and help me out, or whatever it may be. So we put all our efforts into making the two-player co-op experience the best it can be, and we feel we deliver that with the offline co-op. It's awesome.
Excellent, Arthur. The folks are also curious, including Ewan on Twitter, about character creation. You guys have done some creation, some customization of the character in past LEGO games. Does that take any shape here in Marvel?
Yeah. Way up, floating above the New York open world, we've got the helicarrier, Shield helicarrier. So at any time you can fly up, you use Iron Man to fly up, you can get in a Shield jump ship to fly up. Inside the helicarrier, there's a customizer. not only can you customize your character from the pieces of the characters, you can also give them superpowers. So you make your own cool character, you then say put Magneto's helmet on, you've got Magneto's powers.
No kidding.
You give him Mjolnir, you've got Thor's powers.
Can you mix and match a little bit? Can you have the helmet and Mjolnir?
That's exactly what we're working on right now, is we're
man.
trying to make this customizer just like, I can make my own Marvel character. You know? And then again, you just come straight out, you fly down to the city, skydive down, and you run him around as your own Marvel superhero.
Well, I know a bunch of people in the Twitch chat are going to be pleased about that. A lot of people asking about it. People are curious. We got some more name dropping. Mad Jim Jaspers.
Mad Jim Jaspers.
I don't know. I just read it. These people might even be making up names just to troll me. Who knows? Please don't do that, by the way. So here we are in Asgard. And obviously, the Marvel universe spans a lot of universes. What are some other locations that Lego Marvel Superheroes will take us to?
Well, Lego Marvel Superheroes is, obviously we've got New York.
Yep.
We've got Asgard, as you can see. But what we've done is we've tried to make sure we visit locations people want to go to. We're going to go to Asteroid M Island. We're going to go to Asteroid M in space. We're going to go to the X Mansion. We're going to go to Stark Tower. We're going to go to the Baxter Building, Doctor Strange's Sanctum Sanctorum. You name it, it's in here. There's a Hydra base hidden deep below the Empire State Building. There is so many Marvel locations in this game, and we haven't even scratched the surface. So when fans find them, they are just going to go wild.
And speaking of find them, you know, some of them you'll guide them to on missions and stuff. Will there be others a little bit harder to find, maybe some secrets?
We've got plenty of secrets in there, and you know that's what people love about the Lego games is finding stuff that we've hidden away, and we've hidden away a lot of gameplay in this game because there's so much that we've put into it,
including build your own.
Build your own travelator, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because obviously this is in free play with Venom and running around. In the core story, the idea is that you need to get Wolverine up, and Wolverine can't fly, so yeah, he can't get up there. You fly up as Thor or Human Torch, build some Lego to help him up. It's classic Lego gameplay, the interchange between one character and another character.
Now this is free play. That's of course when you go back to a level and you just sort of you know, it's integral to the Lego structure because with so many different characters, so many different abilities, you know, no one or even three characters are going to be able to explore everything a single level has to offer.
No. The free play is so important, as you say. It's like, you know, not only do we want people to be able to go and take Hulk anywhere or take Iron Man anywhere or Venom or whoever, even their own created character anywhere, but all of the hidden gameplay revolves around those abilities. You know, if you see a sand pit, it's like, what's that sand pit doing there? Switch to Sandman, he dives in, transforms, pops out. The next thing, there's this weird, wacky sand creation, and he's going to unveil something or reveal something for you. So it's all about exploring with the unlocked characters. You know, that we love as designers making that stuff for people to find.
All right, questions still coming in from Twitch. Curious about, can Hulk transform into Bruce Banner?
He definitely can. So what we do is, in the very first level, you have Hulk, and you have to actually transform to Bruce Banner because Hulk can't climb ropes. He just pulls them and breaks them. So you have to transform to Bruce Banner and climb up, and then transform back to the Hulk. And obviously, we already have the conceit for that because in Avengers, he's always angry. So at any point in time, you press a button, you can transform back and forth between the two characters. Kids and grown-ups absolutely adore it. It's amazing.
That was such a good line from that movie, that moment of I'm always angry.
Awesome.
Pow. Oh, so good. All right, of course, a lot of nemesis, a lot of villains and heroes alike in the Marvel Universe. Are we going to be seeing some rivals butting heads throughout the story here?
We couldn't make a truly awesome and amazing Lego Marvel game without having some expected head-to-heads. You know, you cannot have Spider-Man without a head-to-head with Venom. It just doesn't work.
Nope.
So we have the classics in there.
Yeah.
But we also have unexpected face-offs where, you know, and we actually call that out in the story. So we have characters saying, whoa, Spider-Man's not here. You're going to come and face off with no Spider-Man or whoever it may be. So, yeah, I can't reveal exactly which characters they are because we haven't revealed them yet. But as we go through on the way up to launch, people are going to look at this roster and go, how are they getting all these characters into one game?
Well, you guys have certainly had some practice getting characters from many different universes into the LEGO games over the years. Of course, one of the characters in the Marvel universe is Stan Lee himself. We're going to see little bespectacled Stans romping around in there.
You know what? That would be amazing. At the minute, we haven't got any plans and we haven't made any announcements, but people are just going to have to stay tuned as we go forward towards launch and see what we actually get in the game.
How about Thanos?
Again, we may not. I can't say. I'd love to be able to.
People are definitely curious about all
a character that's going to run around punching people. He doesn't do that. So what we do is with Magneto.
What is he, some kind of brute? No.
No, exactly. It's Magneto. Someone else get their hands dirty. No, so Magneto is a frying pan, dude. The animators at the office are amazing. They do a great job. And so the idols are wicked. So Magneto basically juggles these sort of like Lego metal balls. And so that's his attack. He fires them at people because that's within his character. The guy hovers around in a little protective bubble, and he's just like, pure arrogance. It's
He is. Look at that
out
pose.
of my way.
Amazing how expressive your animators can make these little blocks of plastic.
They are brilliant. The whole team back in the UK and everyone involved in this game, they are amazing. They're doing a great job.
All right, so we talked about free play, of course, but there's also some kind of story arc. There's some doings in the Marvel universe that somehow brings all these folks together. Can you give us a little tease of what the setup for that might be?
Yeah, absolutely. We open the story with some deep, ominous munching in space. And it's like munching through space. And we see Silver Surfer, the herald of Galactus. And it's like, okay, there's something bad here. Something's going wrong. And then straight away off the bat, Silver Surfer is shot down out of the sky when he gets to Earth.
Whoops.
Yeah. His board shatters across the globe. And that's it. That's where we kick the story off. We introduce some bad guys straight away. They're after the bricks. They're trying to do something, creating a super weapon for their own purposes. And Nick Fury's like, whoa. What's going on?
I'm the only guy with super weapons around here. Come on.
And so he then assembles this amazing cast of the Avengers, the Fantastic Four, the X-Men, and Spidey through the course of several twists and turns to try and find out, A, what the bad guys are up to, and then eventually, face off against Galactus. We have an epic finale for this game.
An epic finale for LEGO Marvel Superheroes, and we're actually drawn pretty close to the finale of our live stage demo here. Question, are there any X-Men besides Wolverine? I think the answer is a resounding yes.
The answer is an amazingly, massively resounding yes. We're going to the X-Mansion for one of the levels. Rest assured we're going to have a good array of X-Men in there.
I mean, look at the man's shirt, people, for crying out loud. It's full of X-Men.
Yeah. There's definitely X-Men and X-Women, so keep an eye out for some reveals.
All right, so you guys have more to reveal about LEGO Marvel Superheroes in ahead of launch, but when is this launch going to be, and what platforms is this game going to arrive on?
So we're really excited to bring LEGO Marvel Superheroes to. It's out in October, and you can get it on 360, Wii U, PS3, PC, handheld devices, and then we're also out as close to launch as we can, because we don't know the exact date, on PS4 and Xbox One. So we're bringing the LEGO joy to everyone.
Wonderful. Arthur, thank you so much for coming on stage.
Thank you. Thanks.
Enjoy the rest of your E3. And folks, got some enjoyment in store for you next. It's going to be Dark Souls 2 live on stage. Stay tuned.
So what brings you here to E3?
I'm here to check out the Nyko Diner.
Just the Nyko Diner?
Just the Nyko Diner. I've been trudging through all this stuff at E3 just to get here. So
Have you come here previous years?
I have come here 9 previous years, actually. So I'm very familiar with the red hair and the awesome gaming peripherals. So I think you should tell me what you guys got on display here. Is that cool?
Oh, yes. It's awesome. Totally cool.
Nice.
We have the Nyko PlayPad Pro 2 here.
Nice.
This is our latest edition.
Very lovely.
And she's the expert, actually.
She is the expert?
Yes,
Okay.
as you can see, she's very serious.
She's so serious.
Yes.
She's given this man the lowdown for sure.
She's been doing this for 4 years, so she's quite the expert.
Very good.
Yes.
Very good.
The original remote, which is out on the market right here. This is our original remote.
What's so original about
It's the one that's out on the market, and it's the first one that we've made. This one is coming out on the market soon. And then we also have our media over there, which is better for tablets and things like that.
What's up with the headsets?
The headset is for our game called Dub Wars. So when the music drops, the lasers actually go out, and that's the best way to kill people. So, yeah. So this guy's, oh, he was about to play. Are you gonna play?
Nice. Look at we're getting like a team effort here.
We do.
This is incredible.
We're a team effort here at Nyko.
There's no I in Nyko either.
So people really like this game. It's interactive, and the music playing with it is just awesome. I mean, I really don't like what is it, the dubstep music. I don't really like it, but
Me and you are like the only people on earth.
I know, right?
Totally detest that stuff.
Why don't you like it?
It gives me a seizure, actually. And I feel very like violated when I hear it, I want to like curl up in a little ball and just weep.
It hurts for me to listen to it.
It's painful. Yeah, I agree. You and me are on the same page.
Yeah.
So let me ask you, what's going on with the diner though? The whole diner vibe. Give us the.
We just always have the Nyko diner. This is just kind of our thing that we do. So every year we kind of switch it up. But yeah, we're actually diner girls. This is our outfits. So.
I'm telling you, you're probably the finest diner girls I've ever seen in my life. Just so you know.
Oh well, thank you.
You guys having a good show? Let's.
Awesome show. I love the nerds.
I am amongst them, so you must love me. Wow.
I'm too. So.
Okay, what have you guys have been impressed with so far, aside from the cool Nyko stuff?
I saw a really cool Google Glasses thing that somebody showed me that he said, it's glasses that you wear that has a little camera that you can like take pictures, video, like you can do all kinds of other things.
Tell it to take a picture. The guy showed it to me. He was like, all right, take a picture. And it does it. It listens.
It's that much, it's so much easier than just pressing a button, huh?
It's amazing. I couldn't believe that. And also the little photo things that they have where you can look like you're actually in Mario Kart, because I play Mario Kart all the time. So
play Mario Kart 8?
I haven't.
It's awesome.
I know. I'm going to today on my
wrap up, take all your tips, and go over there and play some Mario Kart 8.
That's the plan.
What about you? What do you like?
I haven't even had a chance to look around. What? So busy entertaining all you guys.
The sacrifices you make to make us all happy here at the Nyko Diner. Girls, thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. Thanks for the interview, saving my voice a little bit. Come by the Nyko Diner because they are here.
Oh, that rascal Homerabara. How we love you so. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to welcome to this stage Tanimura-san, the director of Dark Souls 2, and Tak, global producer on the franchise. Gentlemen, welcome to the stage. We're so excited to take a look at Dark Souls 2.
Thank you for having us.
Of course. Now, people are very eager to see any Dark Souls 2 footage that they can, and you guys have brought by a few clips that we're going to talk our way through. But, you've been showing off a bunch of gameplay this week. How has the reception been for Dark Souls 2?
ゲームプレイの映像を見せていただくかと思うんですけれども、実際にデモとかプレスとかに見せていただいてどういうリアクションを聞けましたか？
皆さん難しいとおっしゃってました。
Okay.
So everybody apparently says it's a pretty difficult, challenging experience. So this is a good thing, maybe.
It wouldn't be Dark Souls if it wasn't a difficult, challenging experience.
難しくなければ全然ダークソウルじゃないからいいんじゃないですか。
そうですね。
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so let's get right into it. Set up one of the clips. I think this is the first clip we're in Dark Souls 2.
こちらにある、一番最初二刀流になっちゃいましたけど、これは今実際に何を見てるんですか？
これはですね、今回から入ってる新しいアクションで、二刀流というアクションがあります。今画面に映ってるように武器を両手に持って、両手に武器を持つというのは前作でもできたんですけど、ここから両手用の構えをすることで専用のモーションで攻撃をすることができると。
So what we're seeing here is actually what we call the dual swordsman. In Dark Souls 1, you were able to hold a weapon in each hand, but for Dark Souls 2, we've actually implemented a true dual wielding sort of system with new animations and specific attacks specific for this dual swordsman.
So he's got two swords in these man, he just really made mincemeat of those characters right there. That was pretty cool. So how does that gameplay style distinguish itself from what we've seen before?
じゃあ実際に今のスタイルを使うことによって、どのように今までの、ゲームプレイのスタイルのを変化したんですかね。
基本的には防御を捨てて攻撃に特化したスタイルなので、かなり上級者向けではあります。どっちかというとこう攻撃をガリガリやりたい、その二刀流そのもの自体もかっこいいと思うんで、こう攻撃している自分に酔いたいというような人に向けています。
Obviously, it's a battle style that makes you ignore your defense. It's full-on action, full-on, attacking action. So it's more of an expert type of game attack battle method that you want to use. But it obviously looks really cool. It's for those people who like to just attack and demolish all the enemies in front of them.
All right, that's the dual swordsman, and now we're seeing a different character class in action. Looks like we're seeing some magic being wielded.
今回ここで見せていただいているのは割と魔法使いだと思うんですけれども、こちらの説明を少ししていただきます。
これは魔術師なんですけれども、前作と同じく遠距離戦を得意とするタイプのキャラクターですね。その代わり回数制限があるんで、うまくその辺を回数とかうまく調整しながら進んでいくっていうプレイスタイルになります。
So this is obviously the sorcerer. He was available in Dark Souls 1 as well. It's more of the long range attacks, but you also have your limits to the number of magic you can use.
Yep.
So it's part of the strategy to be able to try to step away long range, but also effectively use the limits properly to conquer the enemies in front of you.
And I really like that sword attack, that long magical sword that really just swept through all the enemies. Now we're looking at sort of a heavier character, it looks like, maybe more armored, wielding a halberd. Which character class is this?
次これ見てるこのキャラクターはどういうキャラクターでしょうか。
これはですね、テンプルナイトというキャラクターで、攻撃とあと奇跡が使えることを特徴としているキャラクターです。奇跡はですね、回復とかもできるんで、そのファイターの長所と、魔法使いの長所っていうのを、合わせ持っているキャラクターですね。
So this is a character that we currently call the Temple Knight. It's a warrior that uses sword action as well as miracles, which will help you recover. So it's a combination of the good parts of the sorcerer and the warrior. So you can use your sword action to battle through the enemies, but also use your miracles to try and recover your energy as you proceed through.
Now, before we go on to the next, the final clip you guys have here, you've talked about the different character classes. That's a choice that you make at the beginning of the game, which character to choose. But in Dark Souls, and you could choose to acquire different weapons and equip different weapons, acquire miracles or acquire magic, and sort of shape your own character progression as you play the game. In Dark Souls 2, how important is that initial choice, and how much flexibility do you have for your character class going through the game?
今4体のキャラクタークラスを見せていただいたかと思うんですけれども、Dark Souls 1の時はどちらかというと、一番最初のキャラクタークラスを選んで、そこからは自由にどういう武器を使うかだったりですとか、どういうミラクルを装備するかだったりですとか、そういうことを選びながら徐々にゲームを進めていく要素だと思うんですけど、Dark Souls 2では一番最初に選ぶクラスってどれくらい重要で、どういう、カスタマイズを行われていくんでしょうか。
そうですね、自由度の高いキャラカスタマイズっていうのは、今作も踏襲していまして、ゲームスタートするときにいくつかの選択肢の中から選ぶことになるとは思うんですけども、それはあくまでもその初期の、能力値が設定されているだけであって、それをどういうふうに育てるかっていうのは、前作と同じくその遊ぶユーザーさんの自由と考えています。例えばその体力のある、魔法使いみたいなのも、ちょっとそれがちょっと効率がいいのかわからないですけど、そういうフレキシブルな育て方は今回もできるようにはしています。
So the high level of character customization for Dark Souls 2 we've planned to implement for this game as well. Character customization is very important. It's going to be very similar to Dark Souls 1 where you initially select your class, but it will be completely up to the player to be able to modify or grow your character as best fit the gameplay style of your choice. We've further enhanced the character customization, which we'll be able to inform you later on a little bit in terms of details. But again, the character customization is very important. And it's up to the player to be able to, effectively create his or her character according to your playstyles.
All right, and we've got one more character to take a look at now. Tell us which one we're going to see in action here.
ここから、最後のクリップですが、これも少し説明してください。
このキャラクターは騎士でして、一番オーソドックスなタイプですね。剣と体剣とあと弓を持っていて、近接戦でも、遠距離戦でも、どちらにも対応できるっていう、一番攻略しやすいキャラクターだとは思います。
So this one here is the Warrior Knight. It's most orthodox, most easy to use, let's say, out of all the character classes. It carries a sword, a long sword, as well as bow and arrow that allows you to do long range and short range attacks to conquer all the enemies in front of you.
All right. About to vanquish this guy with some pretty heavy sword strikes, although this character seems to have some pretty strong defense that you're going up against. Obviously, the enemies are such a crucial part of what makes Dark Souls so challenging, so engaging, and kind of gruesome sometimes. You have a very creative variety of enemy designs. How was it designing a whole new suite of enemies for Dark Souls 2?
Dark Souls ではやっぱりその敵のデザインだったりですとか、防御力だったりですとか、その辺の仕様がすごい重要だと思うんですけれども、今回新しくDark Souls 2用に、いろんな敵を、考えるのはいかがですか？結構大変な作業ですか？
そうですね、大変ではあるんですけど、同時に面白くもあります。やっぱり敵っていうのはおっしゃる通り、どう攻略させるかとか、どう殺すかとかが重要な部分ではあるんで、そのコンセプトをもとにじゃあそのコンセプトを実現させるためにはどうすればいいだろうっていうのを議論しながら作っているという感じですね。
So obviously the enemy set is something that's very challenging for me, but at the same time it's a lot of fun trying to come up with new enemies, different types of enemies. What we always concentrate on is trying to first of all decide the concept in terms of how you conquer the enemies, or actually how the enemy will conquer the player. And once that concept is done, we have full discussions within our team to try and decide on a good design that will fulfill the concepts and fulfill the reasoning for those different types of enemies that are available.
And there's certain that attention to detail and attention to context in the world is certainly part of what made Dark Souls so compelling as a universe. And I think one of the big things for me that I loved about Dark Souls was the way the world was constructed. This fantastic world with, shortcuts and intertwining spaces that was all contiguous, though. You could, are you always walking from one place to another? You're not warping around. Have you done anything new with the world design in Dark Souls 2 to expand upon those concepts?
やっぱりそのDark Souls 2で僕も個人的に思うんですけれども、やっぱりその敵のディテールだったりですとか、背景の作り込みだったりですとか、その世界の作り込みっていうのはすごい素晴らしいものだなと。一生懸命いろいろありてるんですけど、実はいろんなところでつながってたりだったりですとか、そういうところがやっぱりDark Soulsの魅力だと思うんですけれども、今回その世界の作り方だったりですとか、そのワープの部分だったりですとか、そういうのは新しく改新した部分はあるんでしょうか？
今回はですね、かがり火のワープというのを、かなり序盤から開放するような作りにはしています。前作では中盤から開放されてはいたんですけれども、ちょっと今回は前作よりより自由度を高めるような形にしたいというのと、なるべくその軽快に探索してほしいというところがあって、ちょっとそういう形にしました。
So obviously the creation of the world itself is very important for us in this game as well. But we were trying to really focus and enhance the exploration and the freedom to explore in the game. So we've put a lot of thought into how the world itself is designed. What we did do though is, in terms of warping from bonfire to bonfire, it was actually available in Dark Souls 1, but in the later part of the game. What we did now for Dark Souls 2 is we've allowed for players to warp from bonfire to bonfire right from the beginning, as long as the bonfires are lit. What this allows us to do is to allow the players to travel and explore, but also we try to streamline and take away the sort of the tediousness or the time-consumingness of having to travel again through the parts that you've already seen before, which will allow you to more explore the new areas instead of re-traveling back and forth between areas that you have already discovered.
Certainly, and plenty of areas to discover. One of the thrills was sort of turning a corner that you expected to be, a dead end or just a wall or something, and then just going through a small hole and finding yourself in an entirely different area. A lot of the environments we're seeing in this footage are sort of they're dark, they're inside stone buildings, but there's a great amount of environmental diversity in Dark Souls. Are you aiming for the same thing with Dark Souls 2?
やはりダークソウルズの一つの特徴としてやっぱりこう探索している中でこう角を曲がった時に実は、ちっちゃい穴があってその中に入っていっていろんな、ルートが見つかっていくっていうその探索がすごい面白かったと思うんですけれども、今回のダークソウルズ2でも、まあ、今回、いろいろ、お城の中だったりですとか、インドアの、背景が多くあるんですけれどもダークソウルズ1同様ダークソウルズ2でもいろんな、背景を組み込む予定ではありますか？
そうですね、現時点ではちょっとE3 版でお見せできるところまでにはなるんですけどシチュエーションはかなりの種類を用意していますしまあ、おっしゃってるようなこう探索感発見する喜びっていうのは、まあ、今回も重要なコンセプトとして、まあ、開発はしていますね。
Yes, obviously. For the sake of the E3 demo and the footage we're showing you here, we didn't want to spoil the game, so we're not showing too much. But in terms of exploration, that's something extremely important to the Dark Souls 2 game itself. And so we want to provide enough variations and enough different types of environments for players to be able to discover new interactive aspects to the game itself.
New interactive aspects. You got my interest piqued, and I would love to just stay and pick your brain about Dark Souls 2 all afternoon. But our segment's coming to a close. I just want to thank you, Tanimura-san and Tak, for coming on and talking about Dark Souls 2. And I'd love for you to tell us, when can we play it? Can you hear me, folks? Hi, Chris Waters here. We are back live on GameSpot Stage 1. We just got kicked in the internet a little bit, but we're back up and kicking. Double kicking. Nice work, Chris. Super on point. All right, guys. I just want to say before we toss to the next segment, you guys missed the very tail end of that Dark Souls interview, which was basically just, thank you for coming. You know, Dark Souls is coming out next year. I wish it was sooner. But there was a huge round of applause from people here, and then Tanimura-san was accosted for autographs afterwards. Clearly Dark Souls 2, the star of the show for many people here at E3 2013. Now we're going to take a look at Indiecade, a haven for indie developers, showcasing some of the greatest independent games here at E3. Then we're back on stage live with Sonic Lost Worlds.
Hey folks, Homer Barr back here on the South Hall of E3 2013. Day 3, we are taking a look at the Indiecade International Festival here, and it's basically self-explanatory. All the indie developers have their games, whether you're on one of the big 3 console or you're a PC dude, you're all here. So let's jump in here. We got Hohokum on the PS Vita right here. We got Flower on PS Vita. Actually translates pretty well. How does it play on Vita?
Amazingly well.
Is it like better than the original version, you think?
I'd say because you got the controls right there, it's much easier to play.
Are you using any touch or rear touchpad at all?
No, it's just tilt and the X button for the gust.
Sweet. It looks really nice too.
Yeah, it does. I'm very impressed.
Cool deal. All right, so there you go, Flower on the Vita. Let's go through this way if we can. So we got Guns of Icarus Online, Muse Games. Hopefully, maybe we can like jump in there and see if they're willing to talk about it. We're getting a whole bunch of pictures going on here. That game looks really interesting, actually. So it looks like it's on the PC. Did you make this game? Cool. Do you want to talk about it?
Sure.
Let's do it.
It's Guns of Icarus Online. It's a steampunk airship combat game. 4 players crew a ship, and you can battle as teams against other teams in disguise. There are 3 classes. You can play as a pilot, flies the ship, a gunner that runs around and shoot different guns, and engineer also runs around and repair all kinds of components as your ship breaks in horrible ways. And the game is really all about teamwork. It's about the 4 people and people on the team working together, communicating, and hopefully attain victories in disguise.
Very cool. It looks awesome. So from an independent perspective, indie developer perspective, how valuable is it to have Indiecade here?
Oh, it's been amazing, not only just to have a vehicle to show the game, but it's also amazing to meet other indie developers, just check out other awesome projects. So yeah, it's been an honor to be here, for sure.
Well, the game looks cool. Talk about how people can get it.
Oh, it's on Steam right now. There's Mac, PC, and Linux, and there's a 4-pack. So yeah, it's on Steam.
Sweet. What's your name?
Howard.
Howard?
Yep.
Are you the creator of Muse Games?
I am one of the guys. I guess I'm the producer guy.
Producer guy.
Something like that.
Make sure you get a card that says that. I think I'm the producer guy. That would be sweet, dude. Yeah. So
we're usually titleless, but whatever.
That's cool, man. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Game looks really cool.
Oh, thank you.
Awesome. All right, thanks, man. Yeah. Let's see what this one's all about. I'm not even too sure what this is called. It's called Forsaken Planet. Kind of looks like a little hovercraft shooter. Looks like she's playing it on a PlayStation 3 controller. That looks pretty cool. Let's see. Oh, it looks like that's part of the same thing too. Forsaken Planet. Ooh, they got popcorn, dude. That's some popcorn. Look, the game's real cute. The game's real cute. The people are like pitching and selling and making it happen. Hustlers, baby. I like being amongst the hustlers. All right. Let's take a look at over here. What game is this? Oh, that's the same game. Yeah. Ooh, look at it. It's a different perspective. Dude, I didn't even know. That's dope. So you got some FPS action in there, huh? Yeah, talk about this part.
So what we saw before was spectator mode, where you just watch people. We do that for like streaming, Twitch TV, that kind of thing. The actual game is played entirely in first-person perspective, which changes the way you really see how action goes down. Different ships are balanced not only on the firepower and speed and maneuverability, but how easy the ship is to navigate around on foot, and how much visibility the captain has as to where he can spot the enemy. So yeah, we take into account all sorts of different things.
That's awesome. That's real cool. How many people per ship?
Every ship has 4 people, and in depending on the map mode, you can have up to 4 ships per side, so 32 players per arena.
Very cool. All right, Guns of Icarus Online. It's on Steam. Let's see. Oh yeah, okay. Legend of Dungeon. Is that what it is? Yeah, come on over. Is this going right here? All right, let's talk.
But the big screen there is where they're playing.
Let's talk about it real quick.
Oh yeah, sure. What would you like to know?
Everything.
Everything. Legend of Dungeon is a roguelike beat 'em up game. So it's a combination of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles style gameplay with the live action, but it's permadeath. It's a dungeon crawl. The object is to get down to the 26 levels and come back to the top, which you won't. You're going to die. That's
straight up.
Straight up, you're gonna die.
That's it.
Yep.
Game over.
Always. We've been developing the game for about 7 months. It's my husband and I doing it, and neither of us have beaten the game without cheating.
Wow. You make it and you can't beat it without cheating.
No, we can't, and we still have fun playing it because it's procedurally generated, so we never know what's going to happen.
That's awesome. So how can we get our hands on it?
It's available on our website right now, robotloveskitty.com. But we did just recently get greenlit, so it'll be on Steam soon. And if you get it on our site, we'll send you a key because you shouldn't have to buy it twice. That's just mean.
Very cool. What's your name?
My name's Alex.
Very nice to meet you, Alex. The game looks really cool, so we'll check it out some more. All right, I'm getting the wrap-up sign. I'm gonna hang out here. This place is cool. So more from the Indiecade as we continue.
Give me 4 seconds and a clear signal. I'll get in, and you'll never know. But I want you to know. You're not anonymous. I've seen your kind before. I've made mistakes, hurt people I love. All because of men like you. You think you're untouchable? I'm here to shatter your illusions. that you'll never be free again.
We are back on GameSpot Stage 1 here at E3 2013. I'm your host, Chris Waters. Joining me on stage now to talk about Sonic Lost World is Aaron Weber, the brand manager for the Blue Blur. Aaron, welcome to the stage.
Thank you very much. Good to be here.
We are glad to have you here, and you guys freshly announced Sonic Lost World. Sonic is back at it. He's been going strong for over 2 decades, and we're going to see some actual Lost World gameplay right here.
You are. We're going to take a look at that right now. So Sonic Lost World is sort of an evolution of all of the best of Sonic in 3D and 2D. In a lot of past 3D Sonic games, fans love Sonic Colors, they love Sonic Generations, but we wanted to know, how can we evolve that formula? How can we make it even better? And to do that, we've given players the control over Sonic's speed. So what you're seeing right now is us running through this level, and you can actually choose, do you want to go to walk speed, or run speed, or at a spin dash, which is a reference to the old Sonic move. And so it's up to you as to how fast you want to go. And kind of exciting for us. We brought back the color powers from Sonic Colors. There's the Laser Wisp right there. And we used the gamepad to activate and use all of the Laser Wisp. So just like that, he took out all those enemies by using the laser, and you can see later on in this level we'll have similar stuff.
You are free, little creatures.
Actually, let's talk about those. So the old Genesis games, you would free all these little creatures, right? And it was like that was the main purpose of the game.
Robots are horrible machines that trap tiny woodland animals, and it's your job to smash the machines and release the beasts.
And save the animals. That's exactly right. And we brought that back in this game. So not only are you going to be saving the animals, it's actually going to count the amount of animals that you're saving. And the more that you rescue and save, the more you're going to unlock within the game. So you get rewarded for doing that now. And that's pretty exciting.
The more you're going to... Now, what are you talking about in terms of unlock? What are you unlocking?
That's a great question. That's still a secret for the time being. But there's
More
a real...
little creatures?
Save them all, save them all. We've also brought back the red star rings. Those are collectibles from Sonic Colors, Sonic Generations, and there's 5 of those in every level. By collecting those, you also unlock stuff. It's also secret, sorry. But
you and your secrets, Weber.
I know, I'm full of secrets here. But the game, we're really, really proud of the game because it's such a nice evolution of the Sonic formula, just a natural evolution, and it draws on so many elements of previous Sonic games, and you can see that here. That bell, if we can keep hitting that bell, it turns into a red star ring. It's like a little mini challenge within a stage, if you want to do it. But because the floor falls apart here, you have to be kind of careful. Let's see if we can grab that. There we go. So he's choosing to run.
Yeah, this is a sprint speed akin to the spin dash of old.
Actually, the spin dash is in the game. And the spin dash is even faster than that sprint speed. There it is, right there. So there's your spin dash, and you can rev that, just like the old games, and by revving it, you go even faster.
That noise was so satisfying. I love it.
That noise, man, that noise brings back so many memories for me, the little whir noise. We've also added a parkour system, so as he's running here, you see he grabbed onto that ledge. The parkour system's awesome, because in old Sonic games, that you would run and then you wouldn't be able to get up a wall or you would run into something, but right there, he scaled that wall and then jumped up and got to the top platform. So now when you hit an object, you don't just come to a dead stop. You don't just go, oh, that's it. Instead, you scale the object, or you can run up it like these trees, just like that. So the parkour system adds a lot to the momentum and the overall flow of Sonic. There he goes right there with another tree, yeah.
Nice. I imagine that, when you say adds a lot, it means adds a lot of alternate paths, a lot of hidden areas as well to the levels, I would imagine.
Absolutely, and I mean, that's one of the things Sonic levels and games are known for, is you've got like multiple paths, you can go high, medium, low. In this game, it's not just about high, medium, low, it's about left, right, up, down. In that first part of the level, there were 4 different paths he could have taken. Right here, the clouds are a completely optional path. He doesn't have to go this way, but he's choosing to. Gonna grab that red star ring.
This is kind of a vertigo-inducing, look at the world below. I really like the perspective you're going with here.
That's right.
So we have some questions coming in from folks in the chat who, because normal, very fast Sonic speed is not enough for them, they are greedy, they want to go even faster. Is Supersonic going to be playable?
That's a great question. We have not revealed yet if Supersonic is in the game, so stay tuned.
Supersonic remains a secret.
Remains a secret, full of secrets.
All right, so this is, you know, a very green, a very lush kind of world that you're hovering far above. But Sonic is a bit of a traveler, gets into different environments. Can you give us a taste of what kind of stuff? I mean, are we going to see some snow worlds, some jungle worlds, etc., etc.?
You are going to see some really amazing worlds, all very, very different. The next level we're going to show you is fully sweets-based and candy-based. So right here, this is kind of like a Green Hill sort of montage-looking level.
Yeah.
And he's doing a bit of wall running, but besides the checkered patterns and the stuff you see from Green Hill, the next level is going to be all about candy and sweets, and the level after that is actually going to be a bit faster. Maybe for the people that were just asking about Supersonic, you're going to see some faster levels that are a bit more akin to like a Sonic Generations type of speed.
Okay. All right, let me check it out here. Will Knuckles be playable? Obviously, some longtime Sonic fans in here, and of course, Sonic does, you know, Tails, Knuckles. I mean, Amy, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Lots, Big the Cat, like lots of different characters throughout the generations of Sonic.
I'm so sorry to say that Big the Cat will not be playable. I know
this interview's over.
All 5 of you out there that won it, I'm so sorry for all of you. What I will say, Sonic is our primary focus as a playable character, but you are going to be seeing a lot of Tails in the cutscenes. Sonic and Tails are very, very close in this game, and you're also going to see Knuckles and Amy within the cutscenes, and more than just a single cameo. So, not a playable character, but hopefully a little something for the guy that wanted to see Knuckles. Yeah.
Still part of the game. All right.
Absolutely.
Very cool. Now, this is the candy level you were speaking about.
Yes, and you'll notice the camera is very different here. So the last level we were looking at, you could go all the way around the level, but in this particular level, it's a more like a 2D, 2.5D. That badnik there is a reference to Sonic CD. The entire game is just filled with nostalgic references in addition to all the new stuff we've added. So it's kind of a love letter in the same way that Generations was a love letter to fans. There's the Moto bugs. And the background, don't look at the background because you'll get hungry, especially if you're here working at E3 because you don't eat a lot.
I don't know, man. I feel like I'm getting a toothache looking at it.
wait till there's the pancakes. Yeah, wait till the end. You'll see a good shot of the pancakes. So right here, he's going to slow down a bit because he wants to get that red star ring. But in typical Sonic games, right, you're going way too fast to make a jump like this, to do it accurately. So he stopped, he slowed down, and then he makes the jump, and now he's going to jump right back. Perfect, just like that. And that's one of the advantages of the new speed control system that we have in the game. Now, as to enemies, I guess I should talk about that. There are 6 brand new enemies. They're called the Deadly Six.
The Deadly Six.
The
And this
Deadly
isn't just
Six.
enemies that are motoring around a level holding tiny birds hostage.
No, that's right. These guys are much more dangerous, and they're going to be some of the bosses within the game. So the Deadly Six are being controlled by Eggman at the start of the game, but what's going to happen is they're going to turn on Eggman. And to give us a bit of a twist in the storyline, Eggman and Sonic are going to have to team up to fight against the Deadly Six.
No, they won't. They will never, ever get along.
Never
They're
friends.
eternal enemies. But they're teaming up against the Deadly Six because no one wants to get deaded by the Deadly Six.
Nobody likes the Deadly Six, apparently. So
it's right there in the name. How could you like them?
It's exciting for us because, you know, you're always fighting Eggman every game. So it's exciting to finally see a new side of Eggman and to have him team up with Sonic. Right here we got some deadly truffles.
They don't look that deadly. It looks like
Oh,
they
no, trust, they are deadly, man. Trust me.
I'll take your word for it.
You don't want to mess with these truffles.
I believe you. It's interesting to see Sonic with this sort of slower pace and that more precision jumping element incorporated. Were you guys worried that Sonic fans would be like, it is not possible for Sonic to go slow? Where is my fast Sonic? I mean, you're sort of, he's done some precision stuff, some maneuvering stuff in the past, but how has it been to sort of refocus this game and involve a significant amount more of that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think a lot of the old Sonic fans, the first thing they'll remember is in the old games like Sonic 1, Sonic 2, Sonic 3, you didn't just push a single button and have the max speed in the game. You had to actually work for it.
You had to get that momentum
You had
going.
to build that up. And I think it's great. I think hopefully those fans will all agree with us that kind of going back to that even more with this game is the right direction for Sonic. And I think in terms of people who, when Sonic transitioned to 3D, said, man, I can't control it. This is really tough for me to play. Those guys, when they play this game, are going to go, oh, this is exactly what I needed. I can go slow enough now, and then I can speed up whenever I'm ready. So I think those old fans are really going to appreciate it and like it. And of course, if they do want to see speed, the very next level we'll show you is going to be purely focused on speed. So stay tuned for that.
All right, Aaron. Folks are curious, given the nature of Sonic 1, Sonic 2, you introduced friends, you introduced Formosa in the Twitch chat is curious about any kind of cooperative experience here in Lost World?
I'm happy to confirm there is a support mode, a 2-player support mode.
Okay.
And so in that mode, one player can use the Wiimote and they can help out the first player who's playing on the screen. In addition to that, besides the support mode, maybe you've got a little brother or a little sister and you're very competitive with that little sibling. I don't know about you guys, that was me.
Naturally.
Right? There's also a competitive 2-player mode. So you have 2-player support and a 2-player competitive mode within the game.
2-player competitive, are we talking like a split screen racing type deal or on at the same time?
You're on the right track. Wait and see. Yes.
All right. So, taking a look here in the Twitch chat, folks. Twitch.tv/GameSpot is a chat where you can ask questions. I'm taking a look here on the tablet, and I'm also taking questions on Twitter, GameSpot, #GameSpotE3. E3 is just on my mind, man. We're on day 3 here, and it's Sonic Lost Worlds. Folks are immediately curious about the platforms this game is going to be on. First, tell us what we're currently playing on.
So, right now we're playing on the Wii U. That's what you're looking at right now. And we're excited to say that the game is exclusive to Nintendo platforms. So this is part of our 3-title exclusive deal with Nintendo. This is the second title in that deal, and the game is going to be exclusive to the Wii U and also on the 3DS. And I'll talk a little bit about the differences between those, since I imagine people right now on Twitch and Twitter are going, wait a minute, how do those differ?
Yes, please.
So, on the 3DS, it's going to play very similar to the Wii U. So if you're good at the Wii U version, you're going to be naturally really, really comfortable on the 3DS. You'll know exactly what you're doing. The good news is, every level on the 3DS is brand new. So the entire game experience on 3DS is different from the entire game experience on Wii U. And that's pretty exciting for us.
Yeah. Speaking of Wii U, can you play the whole game on the gamepad, just looking at the smaller screen?
Right, and whenever you also use the color powers, you'll be using that gamepad as well.
Of course, yeah, we saw that in the first level, the swiping to use the laser power.
That's exactly right, and on the 3DS, you'll be using that touchpad, the second screen there.
Right on. Question from Hunter Osborne off of Twitter, wondering, saying, most of these worlds look like they are 2-dimensional. Are there any parts of the game, what areas of the game are 3D where you can sort of jump around a broader space? Like, what's the balance like in Sonic Lost Worlds?
It's split up pretty evenly, and we've shown 3 types of levels here. This is the 3rd level we're showing, but that very first one we saw where we were kind of running around, there were 4 different ways we could go in that very first part of it, and that's by going to the left, to the right, or all the way underneath the level. So to answer your question, that's essentially the types of levels that you're going to see that in, and you're going to see a really even distribution of those levels, as well as the 2D levels, and as well as these levels, which is very speed-focused.
Oh, whose angry face is that?
I know, someone's grumpy. And there's a capsule right there full of animals, and that's going to end the level.
Oh, what?
So there it is.
You didn't just like skydive and belly flop right onto that thing?
Now the main game might end a little differently there. I don't know. You'll want to wait and see.
All right, guys, tweaking it for the old E3. So, Captain DK, curious about that Wii U 3DS game. They're distinct from each other. The levels do not repeat. Is there any connection, any link between the two?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. There's in terms of storyline, in terms of is there like a connectivity between the 2 platforms? You want to stay tuned.
Okay.
For more on that. In the meantime, we can actually go into the first level again and show the guy that was asking a question a little bit ago what those levels look like. So yes, stay tuned for more about how the 3DS and the Wii U, in terms of gameplay and storyline, connect.
All right. Aaron, just a few more questions here before we wrap up.
Yeah.
Captain DK, again, curious about Sonic's abilities. He's had a lot of abilities over the years. Here we've talked about the ability to walk, sprint, and spin dash, and then we've sort of seen some jump attacks. And also we've got the laser powers here, the little color powers.
That's right.
Is that the extent of Sonic's abilities, or how is that going to grow throughout the whole adventure?
Great question. So the laser is just one of many Wisp color powers. You're going to see a number of color powers returning. We've got the drill on the 3DS that Colors fans will know. In addition to that, we have a lot of new color powers, so we can't reveal them yet, but if you love Sonic Colors and you love the color powers, stay tuned. We have a lot of exciting stuff coming up. We've also added a new kick attack that's in this game, so when you see enemies like the big snails, those guys you can't just take out with a normal homing attack, and many other enemies later are going to be the same way. By using the kick attack, you can take them out in a single shot, or if there's multiple enemies bunched up, you can kick one enemy into the other enemies and take them all out together.
Yes, using enemies to kill enemies. It's always
nice,
fun.
Right? Yeah,
always a good
absolutely.
time. Now, one more before we leave. How replayable is the game in terms of, we talked about branching paths. Obviously, we've seen red coin collecting and such. Are there going to be incentives for people to replay?
Absolutely, and that's one of the biggest things for Sonic. In the old games, right, it was the Chaos Emeralds. You'd go back to get the Chaos Emeralds. In this game, you've got the animals and the red star rings to go back and keep finding them. There's 5 red star rings in every single level to go back and hunt. So the short answer, big definite yes. Sonic Lost World coming out holiday 2013, exclusive on Wii U and 3DS.
On Wii U and 3DS this holiday. Aaron Weber, thank you so much for coming out talking Sonic Lost World.
Thank you very much.
Much appreciated. All right, folks, we'll be back on the live stage in just a minute. We've got Defiance coming up. Stay tuned. Now you can hear me. Just like I told you, we're back on stage with Defiance. Nathan Richardson, the executive producer, is joining me. Nathan, welcome to the stage.
Thank you for having me.
We're glad to have you here. And Defiance is an MMO and a sci-fi show and something, this really intriguing, innovative sort of media project that came out a few months ago, debuted.
Yeah.
And how's it been going, this cool experiment you guys have undertaken?
I mean, it's great. It's more than like a little experiment. It started 5 years ago where sci-fi was thinking like, what should they do next with television shows? And they started thinking about transmedia, and they started talking to us. And what essentially happens is you start going over current intellectual property that sci-fi already has.
Yep.
It's like, can we use some of this? You know, Sharktopus, not so much. So it ends up actually creating Defiance back then, which is something intentionally built so it fits into this transmedia experience. So you can actually do storytelling both inside of a game and in a TV show and other mediums as well. So yeah, it ended up with creating something from scratch for both of us, and it's fully a joint venture. So like neither of us are licensing each other. It's quite heavily in there. And of course, what's happening now is that we launched 2 weeks before the show. And during the show airings, we kind of do crossover events. So like the storytelling goes back and forth between us. So we have events on the game side, and then the show takes over, and then it hands them back again. So it's great. It's mildly insane trying to take it on.
It seems like there's a lot of coordination involved, and now the game itself is an MMO as well, which also adds a whole dimension onto your ambition.
I mean, it's open world and third-person shooter, and it has MMO aspects. I mean, it's a league of its own essentially, yeah. And I mean, I think that what we got right is that we're fun, but people that, for example, are coming in and thinking about MMOs, they will not find those deep, large gaming systems. Because the thing is that what we look more towards, and we're actually closer to the shooter than the MMO, but we have those MMO systems in place. So if you're going in there looking for like a full-fledged MMO, this is not the game you're looking for.
But you will, in your third-person shooter, get these experiences where you and 20, 30 other players are combining to take down big enemies.
Yeah, and that's kind of like where we have our main differentiated, and that is essentially that you can very easily group up with other people and take on either player versus environment where you're taking on gigantic bosses, Artfall, stuff like that, dynamic events where you're joined up with 20, 30, 40, 50 people, but you also have it player versus player. So there you can actually go and you're taking over territory essentially. And that's 50, 60, 70, 100. Yeah.
Now the MMO launched and players could jump in. It takes place roughly in the Bay Area.
Yes.
Of course, in Defiance's version of a post-alien assimilation, ravaged world. Players could start off playing as human, and I also believe Arathian, the other. But now we're seeing a Castathan in action.
Yes, we are now adding in the first DLC a new playable species. And he's actually holding that badass charge blade, which is part of the show. You see it on the show. Usually has a dagger, but he has it also as a sword, and those are also being introduced. We're also, introducing 3 new game modes just in this DLC. And kind of what we're doing is that we have an aggressive schedule of DLCs.
Okay.
So it's like there's 5 DLCs between Season 1 and Season 2. And the thing is that what our aspect of doing DLCs is that half of it is available for everybody. So the game modes are available for everybody and stuff like that.
Okay.
But the DLCs are essentially giving you, of course, like unique outfits, stuff like that, but also like abilities essentially. So you get a good deal on a DLC, but you can always play with your friends. We don't segregate the players. So even though I would buy the DLC and you wouldn't, we could still play everything together. So
okay.
Yeah.
So it's a way to continue, preserve that unity of your player base while giving people options to customize and experience new things.
So, half of the DLC, or actually more, is free, and the rest is actually bought.
So what we're seeing right now is, a Volge swarm. The Volge in the show, of course, really sinister kind of mercenary race that are built for one thing.
Yeah, war.
And that thing is killing other things.
Yes.
But is this one of the new modes we're going to be seeing in DLC, or is this sort of a...
Well, yes. It's also that we are introducing the Volge more into the game, and you have sieges, which are essentially where you have a siege of a small city or something like that, or an area of interest, and there you're actually like defending the place from the siege. So you have both dark matter that you're seeing here, but you also have Volge in there as well. And the other game modes are actually dueling. Everybody wanted to do dueling, so we did dueling. But there's also battle arenas, which is more like like a group of people actually taking on waves of enemies. It's really easy to expand on game modes because it is just an open world, and we have lots of space, and we have lots of easy functionality that we can add to actually make the game deeper quite easily.
And with the Defiance fictional world, and with the whole, you got a solar system's worth of different alien species that came and terraformed the Earth. You guys have this just immense creative leeway to try to bring new things into this world, providing you do it in tandem with the show.
Yes. Well, there's one thing that we set out with in the beginning is that finding the world that we wanted to be in, which ended up being Defiance, it also had the main goal of giving both of us freedom. We didn't want to get restricted like you had with if we were licensees, right?
Yep.
So intentionally, the world, exactly like you said, like we have plenty of species, we have plenty of territory, and that's, even part of the fact that the game is in San Francisco and the show is in St. Louis, is actually giving us freedom from each other, so we can actually tell our different stories that fit for our different mediums and aren't too much relying on each other. What we did instead is that we have some tentpoles there, which essentially are like we decided beforehand. These are the crossover events, and these are the areas that we synchronize.
Okay.
But other than that, we have very much freedom. But that being said, also is that if you play Defiance and you watch the show, you'll see so many similarities. The art teams are going back and forth with everything. So yeah.
And you're getting complementary information. You find out more about the different races' history and about the different species of aliens that pop up, and then you see them in the show or you see them in the game. It just sort of all feeds into the same universe.
Absolutely. It's one thing that we didn't want to do is that you don't have to watch the show to play the game, and you don't have to play the game to watch the show. It's an additive experience. It's that you get deeper into it if you want to. But they totally stand separately on itself.
And now the show, and of course the game and the show have to stand on their own two legs in terms of their successes.
Yes.
The show has been renewed for a second season with Sci-Fi, which is great. And you guys bringing out a whole new raft of DLC and presumably some more in the works.
Yeah. Well, it's what's happening there is that, and this is kind of the more interesting part, is that what's happening now with the events that we have together with Season 1 and during Season 1 of the show, they're pretty much pre-planned, because it's a TV show. We can't change that much.
Yeah.
We have a player of the game actually is on a wanted poster in the television show right now. It's just a green screen that we filled out. But the thing is that, I mean, there's more like that we're going to do. And here comes the interesting part, which is that between Season 1 and Season 2, the game is actually progressing the timeline and the story of the world. So what happens and what the players do between Season 1 and Season 2, that happens in the show.
That's gonna lead into the events that's kick off Season 2.
And also on top of that, of course, the tie-ins and crossovers in Season 2 between game and show are going to be even deeper. I mean, we're going to go further than the poster. I mean, we're going to have...
Well, yeah, you guys got a season under your belt of working that stuff together. You're only getting better at it, I would imagine.
And I mean, we had to limit ourselves this time around. It's like, hey, this is already difficult in so many ways. Let's not make it impossible times 2, right? So we only went with impossible, and we got there. And I mean, it's something that a lot of people have been talking about for a long time, and still are. I mean, you're seeing now Halo coming out as a TV show, and there's more happening. But I mean, it is a huge risk, and you have to be in a position where you have really like intent behind it. So us and Sci-Fi, we're like, let's just do this shit. So because otherwise, I mean, what's been happening before and what everybody was talking about doing it always just dwindled out and didn't happen.
Yeah. Well, you guys are alive and kicking for certain, and we've got some fans in the Twitch chat here. I got a question or two I'm going to relay to you. Sure. The first one from a very adamant questioner, Cloud25XD. I got you, buddy. Are there any plans to allow players to go and visit Defiance? Of course, that is where St. Louis is, and you're in the Bay Area, so that would involve a significant amount of travel.
Yeah, no, it's not planned right now, exactly because of the freedom that we're giving each other. It would actually narrow us down and restrict us in what we could do. So that's why we're not doing it.
Well, because Defiance actually exists. That's a TV show set. You know, people see it. They know all those details. You guys would have to build that very exactly in the game, and everyone in that show has a character and the way they act.
So I mean, besides being a huge undertaking, I mean, the main reason is simply that we are going to have this separation, but we're going to go into other areas instead, where we actually have more crossover. So
sort of meet in the middle a little bit. So the middle would be like between Rocky Mountains. All right.
Okay.
So Inflectu is, of course, curious about characters from the show showing up in the game. Now, the game started out with the two main characters in the show, Nolan and Arissa, leaving the Bay Area, and then at the end of one storyline in the game, then that's how they ended up in Defiance, where the show kicked off.
Yeah.
What about other characters we might see coming back into the game from the show? I think is the flow that this user wants to know about.
I mean, this is part of when I do interviews with Defiance, is that it's not just the game. I always have to be very careful because I mean we have a TV show. I can't spoil the plot there. I mean,
I don't think anybody wants to.
Game of Thrones, and I would say like, hey, you know what? If you haven't read the book, they all die still. It's like, but no, it's there is a lot of that's going to happen more, especially between the seasons, and we'll see characters coming over to Defiance the game, and I mean the main stars. I mean it's even actually like quite awesome because usually you'd see like, okay, yes, there's a TV show being made. It's made up in Canada. We're down in San Diego. Not much going around. It's the exact opposite. I mean, we're talking so often back and forth, just keeping in sync. We have a huge lore and a huge wiki, which is just the entire background which we share. But also the cast, they're totally into it. Grant Fowler is a player. He's like, going on shooting around, and we actually got him the other day to actually play himself in the game. So he was playing himself.
Nice.
But yeah, I mean, they're all like, hey, when do I get to get into the game? It's like, hey, fine by me. Let's do it, right? So yeah, you'll see far more of that.
Well, I think you're getting some folks in the chat interested in trying it out if they haven't already. So Defiance is on PC, Xbox 360, and PlayStation 3.
Yes.
Is there a trial available for folks who want to test it out on any of those platforms?
No, not yet. There was a Steam trial the other day, just for PC. But trying out is something that we actually approach. But it's difficult because it's 3 platforms. It's kind of the story of our lives. Is that doing a game and a show wasn't insane enough, so we added like all three
Make it
platforms.
multi-platform,
Yeah, you know, why stop there?
Why sleep ever?
Yes. Oh God, I'd like to sleep. But that being said, yes, you know, it's natural for us. You know, online games, they have trials. And the thing is that it's more that we're going through this, simply the phase of determining how to do it, when to do it. You'll see some form of trials on all platforms. That's what I expect.
All right, Nathan. And when will Defiance players see the DLC and the new playable race coming to Defiance?
End of July is currently the schedule, but it's a bit of a juggling thing because of the three platforms. So it might actually be staggered and come early on some platforms.
All right, Nathan, thank you so much for coming
Thank you.
by, talking Defiance.
Thank you.
Showing it off. The game's still looking slick, and that show is really entertaining, folks. If you haven't seen it,
it has
check it out.
Cool chicks that do stuff.
And other things. Mag Runner Dark Pulse next. We're back. It's time for Mag Runner Dark Pulse. And if you haven't heard of the game, I think you're going to really enjoy it. It's a very cool puzzle action kind of game. And here to talk about it is Olga Ryzko from 3AM Games and Frogwares. Olga, welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much.
We're really glad to have you guys here. Mag Runner Dark Pulse, we're going to start up just jump right into some gameplay right now so people can get a look at it. But why don't you give us a little introduction, tell people where they are, because this is like some strange chamber and there's some weird testing happening.
Kind of. So Mag Runner Dark Pulse is actually, it's better. So it's the first-person puzzler game. And at the moment we are set in the space exploration training program.
Okay.
This is the special facility that the huge corporation has built for the program, and we're participating in that kind of training.
So they're training with some sort of strange sci-fi electro gun thingy, or is that an arm? What is that?
So you are playing like Dex Seaward, the young Mag Runner.
Okay.
And you have this special Mag Glove, which you are using to manipulate to change the polarities of these some special Mag Tag objects. So we're having this special fancy little yellow pins that you are going to manipulate with.
And so we just saw the player grab some of those and use them almost as like a spring or as a jumping elevated platform to jump off of to proceed to the next area?
So the mechanic is pretty simple. You attract things or you repel them.
Okay.
That's it. There is nothing more to explore. And you can you have like plenty of ways to do that. You have the huge potential for experimentations. So you can fly on them, you can jump on them, you can walk on some of them, so on and so forth.
And it looks like, we're getting a little voiceover here and a holographic, multi-armed... Who is this guy? Just appears right there?
So it's Gamaji, a friend of yours, and he's going to help you throughout the game.
And so he's creating... You're able to create points now of magnetic attraction?
Right. So Gamaji actually he has just updated the maglev for us, and now we are having the magnetic dog, Newton. And you can use him like every time you need some magnetic charge, the movable object.
Oh, I see. There you go, and sort of moving it along and along, and it's an adorable little doggy.
The cute one.
All right, and so visually, you guys are you've got the red and the green to distinguish between the different polarities.
You can change actually colors inside of the settings of the game.
Okay. Which might be helpful for people who are colorblind, actually.
Exactly.
Which we actually have a few of at GameSpot, and when you have so many games that are color-based like this, that's a great touch to add, so that just makes it more accessible, so more people can enjoy it. So obviously, well, this area looks a little bit more rough and ready, a little more destroyed almost than the previous one we were just in, which was very clean, very white.
Exactly.
Has something gone wrong here?
So we are starting the game itself is split into 3 different settings. So you are starting to play with the really clean facility. At some point something goes bad, very, very bad. And the training program turns out to be the horror survival game.
Okay, but by that time you sort of know how to do stuff and you've got your abilities and what have you.
Exactly. So we are starting with very simple mechanics. And as soon as you feel comfortable with them, you are able to progress and to move further,
All right, now can you just tell us a little bit more about where you are that something went really bad? You're saying this person is a mag runner. That's the name of the game, and that's who your character is. That class of individual, and it's sort of a secret organization or some kind of scientific research place that you're inhabiting.
Eventually, it was started by the huge corporate Krukersberg Corporation. It started like the social network that's available everywhere in the world. Everyone is there, and at some point they have started experimenting with different technologies, and this is where this MagTech technology comes from.
Now, who is of course, this is a first-person game, so you don't get to look at yourself, but we saw Gamaji, that's another character you interact with. Are there many other characters that you encounter in the course of the story?
Not a lot. We do have some characters. We do have some journalists, some Krukersberg himself, some Gamaji and Newton to interact with, but not numerous, not really new.
All right, and so, as we watch these puzzles, get completed and the characters working their way through, are there any further abilities in terms of we've seen them pick up and put down objects, we've seen them move around that, manipulate these sort of special objects that seem to have a charge, that glow red or glow green. It's basically, are there any other sort of different elements that come into play a little bit later on or earlier?
You're starting just with, at the beginning of the game, just with a cube, or 2 of them. At some point, again, as you progress with the game, we are adding more elements to interact with. So you're going to play with some platforms, with some triggers, with transformers, catapults, so on and so forth.
Now I'm looking in the Twitch chat where people are asking some questions. Padbot is curious to know if there's any cooperative play, if you can team up with anyone and use your magnetic powers in tandem.
When we just started working on the game, that was something that we really wanted to have. At this point, it's not really working well. To make the awesome game. We're still not dropping the idea, but the game will arrive at the end of the month, just like it is, single player game. Maybe at some point we're gonna add something, if the players really demand that.
Well, because there's also been an element, correct me if I'm wrong, there's been an element of crowdfunding involved with Mag Runner as well.
Exactly. We made it last summer, and the game was partially crowdfunded. So we funded the game ourselves, and we just like asked for a little bit input from the players, just to see the interest of them.
And folks showed some interest, yes?
Exactly, even more than some.
That's great. Congratulations.
Does anyone have any idea
what's
in one of those videos talking about crowdfunding, I think, we talked, the user was just asking about cooperative play, but there's also competitive play or, PvP, some kind of match like that. Is there any competition elements here? Maybe racing to solve puzzles together or trying to solve it faster than the other person?
Well, the main focus of the game, it's not the speed of the game that you are looking to. We're not limiting the time. It's not the timer for the game. It's more your reactions and your ability to quickly think.
And I gotta ask you to comment on this giant monster head that's jutting itself through the wall. We just caught a glimpse of it earlier. We're doing this neat little swing puzzle using that repulsor point at the bottom. But what is this crazy demon that people are catching a glimpse of jutting its head and coming through the wall here?
They're coming from Lovecraftian Cthulhu mythos.
Ooh.
That's the way the game turns out to be, the survival.
Lovecraftian. I think you just gained a few more fans in the chat with that phrase alone.
That's the trick.
All right, so we're seeing how these magnetic fields can interact and how you sort of have to... This looks like you're on a loop and you sort of have to gain momentum and swing back and forth, and so physics definitely plays a big part in Mag Runner as well.
Definitely, definitely. So you see you have some kind of magnetic field. It's the area where this polarity works. And this is why some objects will or will not interact with each other. We're having those predefined passes that some objects can move.
That's
it's
the
like
track.
horizontally or just vertically or just like with the huge center.
I just keep wanting to get more glimpses of that weird long-tongued demon. That thing is terrifying. Speaking of which, Padbot is curious, given the sort of incursion of this horrible Lovecraftian beast, are you going to at any point have to contend with enemies or other obstacles beyond just the puzzle?
So the third setting of the game, it will introduce some monsters for us.
Okay.
We are going to see them probably in a couple of minutes in the video. We are going to fight with them. Some of them we are going to fight. Some of them we are going to run, and run fast as you can.
Because, I don't know, when the thing looks that big and has those teeth and that tongue, I would want to run.
Right, that's what I do.
All right, so Mag Runner Dark Pulse, the puzzle game set in a world that starts off as a very scientific, very austere situation. Things go south. There's an incursion of these Lovecraftian aliens. Everything is horrible. You have to contend with demons. Do you want the player to ever be scared of the situation, or is it just more about presenting them with new challenges to really make them have to work their wits and their cleverness?
I'd say that it really depends on the players. Some would find it funny, extremely funny. Someone would be scared, hopefully. Like
what
I
about
am.
you?
I am. I definitely am.
I'm pretty easily scared by horror games, as folks who have been watching the stream during these 3 days of E3 know. So I would probably be in that camp as well. So folks are asking about online play, but that's something you said maybe in the future you'll be working on. This is a single-player experience predominantly.
At this
currently.
point, it is.
And what kind of platforms are you guys hoping to publish Mag Runner Dark Pulse on?
So the game will arrive at the end of the month for PC.
Okay.
Later this year, I suppose September, we're going to have it for Xbox 360 and PS3 as well.
Excellent. Very exciting. Olga, is there anything else you'd like to tell folks about MagRunner Dark Pulse before we wrap up here?
Well, we're really hoping that the players would have a look on the game.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on here on stage. MagRunner Dark Pulse out on PC soon, and then Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 later on. Olga, thank you very much.
Thank you, Fred.
All right, that's MagRunner Dark Pulse, folks. Coming up next, it's more horror games. It's Dying Light. I'm going to leave because it scares me, but I'll be back a little later. Just got a few more live demos here on GameSpot Stage 1 live at E3. Welcome back to Stage 1 at GameSpot's E3 coverage. I'm Cam Robinson. I've replaced Chris Waters. He needs a break. He's been working too hard. But what we have here is coming up next is a horror game which I'm really keen to see. It's called Dying Light, and I'm joined by Blaze from Techland. How you doing, Blaze?
Hey, nice to see you.
Good to have you on stage. So, for anyone who's not heard anything about Dying Light, give us a lowdown. What is Dying Light?
It's a new original IP from Techland and Warner Brothers Interactive Entertainment. It's an open-world FPP action survival game with very cool parkour mechanics and then day and night cycle.
All right. Now, obviously, Techland are known for other zombie games. You know, you've done Dead Island, Riptide. So you're no stranger to this genre. So, what made you want to have another crack at zombie games and kind of introduce this parkour mechanic?
Well, of course, we like zombies. We like those games. I believe we can do a lot to expand the genre. There is a lot of interest in those games, and I think it's not even fair to consider them similar because zombies are just a background, pretty much like war games or anything else. If you see at the best zombie games, well, something that you consider a zombie game, you have Infected, you have nanotech, you have Experiments Gone Wrong, you have the traditional, necromancy, reanimated corpses. So there is even a lot of variety in the origin stories. Plus, you have adventure games with great stories. You have repeatable action shooters. You have Call of Duty zombies. So it's not gonna go away because if you remember the most classic zombie movies or the one TV show that everyone likes these days, it's more about people than actually about the zombies. And this is how we approach our story. It's about survivors trying to get by in a world where the infected are the main threat. So the free-running mechanic or parkour, whichever you prefer, is our way of making sure people can make decisions on how to survive. Because, if you can jump, run, climb, you're making all those decisions, you have the actual advantage over the zombies, like a human would, hopefully.
Cool, well let's check out the trailer right now. We can see an example jumping away from these zombies. Alright, so who's this? Is this the main character?
Well, the characters in the trailer will have some significance in the game, but we're not talking about that yet.
Okay.
Some of them don't make it through the night, so I guess they are not our protagonists. But yeah, they will not be just random characters. And we really made sure that this trailer is very close to where we're going with our game in terms of all the elements. If you look closely, you'll notice we have 4-player co-op, we have the free running, we have the day and night cycle, because the trailer begins at sunset and goes through the night with those cool transitions between different locations, and finally ends at dawn when the sun is back up and our protagonist thinks that he's safe. Well, it's not entirely that way, because the infected are not the only problem. There are other humans trying to survive, and you'll have to deal with that also. Those scary guys here chasing our guy are the volatile, the most deadly infected that we have in the game. They only come out at night and they literally hunt you. So you're not safe, you're no longer the powerful character. If you don't plan accordingly, if you're not careful, they will get you.
So you mentioned there's a day and night cycle. How does that interact with the gameplay? Because I was reading that, you know, there is differences with the way that zombies will behave or how dangerous they are. So tell me a bit about that.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, even the most basic infected, the shambling slow ones that we call the biters, they change when the sun goes down. They become more aggressive, faster. They can turn into a different type of infected that we call the viral. It's able to actually run and follow you up the rooftops and really give you a good run for your money. And then we'll have special types that only come out at night. So the landscape changes completely, and it's not just for you, because for you the gameplay will definitely be different, but the whole world knows that it's true. So your enemies will make plans for the night, your allies will too. So let's say you want to get something that we're doing in the demo here at E3, for example. There is a nest of those nasty night zombies that you really want to get rid of. So you need explosives, and you actually wait until the night falls, because then they leave their hideout and hunt. So this is the only safe time to get in there. So you plant your explosives, but then you want to get them too, not just the building. So you wait until the sun goes up, and then they come back, and you blow the building up. So this is the easy example of thinking that means with the day and night cycle influences both the quests and the story and the way you play.
So you mentioned this day and night cycle. Is it kind of constant in the way in a game like, I would say, Skyrim, for example, where the you know, as long as you play, you go through the day and then the night, or is it actually constrained to the story? So, you know, as you progress through the missions, it becomes nighttime, or is the cycle is constant? Is it?
Well, the cycle is always going. This is a constant thing. We're still balancing exactly what the ratio will be, because this is one of the most important things we absolutely have to get right. And we were trying to do it with even parts, but we found out that the night is so relentless that it's impossible to have an equal part day and night gameplay. But we're working on it. This is important. We'll get it right. In terms of, you know, this going on, we can control it, of course. So for some story reason, we want to slow down the passage of time a little bit. It's entirely up to us. But other than that, the game is a sandbox. It's an open world. So the time will go on. You will get the night eventually. So if you're going from A to B and you're on a mission, even it's a story mission, there is something that distracts you. This is something that we're having, you know, seeded throughout the whole game, like random encounters, things that actually try to draw you away from your main objective. And they are worth pursuing. There are cool things there. But if you do that, the night will come and you're outside, you're exposed. So this is the type of thing that you should think about at all times.
Okay, so you don't want to get stuck out there in the night. But tell me a bit more about the parkour and how does that work? You know, I read that you can literally climb anything. How have you done that? Explain that to me.
Well, this is really done on the engine and map level. We are thinking in those terms for everything. This is not something that players should consciously think of. This is how you travel through the environment now. So we don't really have any complicated controls for that. There are some simple button combinations. You use your controller. If it looks like something you could conceivably climb in real life if you're more fit than I am, then you can do it in the game. And we're using Chrome Engine 6. It's our proprietary technology. This is the latest version built for the new console generation. So we really have those huge seamless maps. And if you see a building in the distance, it looks interesting. You can just run towards it, jump, slide, and then finally you can climb it, you can get inside, you can see what's there. This is what the open world really means in Dying Light.
Cool. Okay, well, I mean, obviously you can't talk about first-person parkour games without thinking a little bit about Mirror's Edge. That's kind of the one that's most famous. I mean, have you taken any pointers from that original game when you were developing your own system? Is there anything they did and you thought, ooh, I'd really like to have that in our game?
Well, I think every developer should learn from what is out there. And it would be silly if we told you that we never look at Mirror's Edge. It's a great game, but it's entirely different. It's more of a racing stunt game. We love it, but to us we had to incorporate the free running into everything that we do in this vast open world. So this is combat, exploration. It has to be done as means to an end and something that you do to survive, not to get somewhere really quickly and in a flashy, cool way. That comes too, but it is mainly a survival tool.
Okay. Well, let's talk a little bit more about your kind of zombie credentials, as it were, because obviously you guys worked on Dead Island Riptide. So what kind of things have you taken from your previous experience and thought, oh, we really liked how that worked, let's bring that to Dying Light?
Actually, it's important to say that Dying Light is developed by our biggest team, the one that developed the original Dead Island. Riptide was created by our smaller Warsaw studio, so they are different guys. They're nice too, but this is Dying Light is where we put our biggest and best team right after finishing the first Dead Island, so in early 2012. And you learn at every level. To quality assurance, to the way the really big multiplayer environments influence everything. Because even though we have 4-player co-op, you have all the
jump. And let me see if I can find the right cube here. So this is what we call neighboring. And neighboring is a near-field sensor that allows you to reveal more of the map. And so all we have to do is reveal part of this map right here, and then you can move into the other cubes. And he moves across the cubes like that. So, that's kind of the basis for a lot of our games. But really what we're trying to do here is kind of bring tactility back into gaming. We really we love screens. We love, screens as much as the next person. But what we see this as a way of facilitating the fun that we have with each other. We want the games just to be kind of a conduit that allows everybody to have fun together. It's like board games, the way that we used to play with building blocks when we were kids. Kind of that's really what we're going for here. And that's really our mission statement and our goal with all the games that we make. We also produce a lot of outside indie games, so we have a lot of indie developers, making games for us, because we publish our games for our console as well as making internal games. So every game that's on the table here right now is a third-party developer that we are publishing. And we're really proud of kind of all the work that they've done and everything that they have kind of been able to do with the cubes.
It's cool. So talk about the set. Does it come with the box and then?
Totally, yeah. So the set actually is you can buy. We have two different kind of types of ways of buying. So 3 cubes and the base with 4 games actually is $130. You can get it on our website, Siftio.com, Amazon.com, BarnesandNoble.com, Walmart.com, and we're also in Marbles the Brain store. You can also buy, specifically from our website, you can buy the 6-cube model, which comes with 6 cubes and the base and 4 games, and you can get that for $200. Now, what's interesting about our games is that it has a USB plug-in, and that's actually where you shop for our games specifically. We have about 13 games right now. We're always coming out with more. About half of those are internal games, and about half of those are from third-party indie developers. And the way you do, you just plug it in, and you download our sync system, which is very much like an iTunes-type store. So you can check out demos, you can buy our games between $5 and $15, and you can even see previews of new games. So actually we have a game that is coming out fairly soon that is being designed by Richard Garfield, the creator of Magic the Gathering. So a lot of exciting stuff coming out, and you'll be able to check that all out on our website at Siftio.com as well as on our sync system when you buy the cubes.
Awesome. What was your name?
My name is Trevor Shack.
Trevor Shack?
Yeah, Trevor Shack, and I'm a producer at Siftio.
Cool, man. Thanks for the in-depth rundown. Looks really fun. Cool. Awesome. All right, so how much time I got? I got time? Wrap it up. All right, so I think I'm going to check out like 1 or 2 more games. Indicate. Let's come back.
Hey guys, welcome back to stage 1 here at GameSpot's E3 coverage. I'm Cam, filling in for Chris Waters. He's out off having a well-earned break. Now we've got some good traditional 2D side-scrolling beat-em-up action for you now in the form of Dragon's Crown, and I'm joined by two lovely gents, John and Sammy. How you doing, guys?
Hey, doing well, thanks.
Good. Welcome to stage 1.
Thank you.
How does it feel to be on stage 1?
A little fancy for me.
Too fancy for you. Well, if you like, we can rough it up a bit. That make you feel better. Yeah, we can do that. We can do that.
We'll rough it up on screen with Dragon's Crown in a bit.
All right. Well, let's go straight to it now. Let's check it out. You guys have already got a game going. There's two of you, but I understand it's a 4-player game. Is that correct?
It is. It's a 4-player online co-op and local. Sorry, I said that completely backwards. It's 4-player co-op, online and local. It's not cross-play, so Vita players only can play with Vita players. PS3 players can only play with PS3 players. But it is cross-save, so if you want to go on the go, you can just toss your PS3 save on your Vita, take it with you, level up, and put the save back on your PS3, and you'll be fine.
Easy.
It's done in the style of George Kamitani. People may recognize that name from Odin Sphere or Muramasa, and it's gorgeous. I absolutely love the way this game looks. The aesthetic has that 2D fantasy look to it, heavily inspired by Frank Frazetta, Dungeons and Dragons, and the Wizardry series. A lot of people may recognize the Sorceress. We've also got the Fighter here. The Sorceress is more of your glass cannon. She does a lot of damage with her magic spells.
Yep.
Fighter is more of a meat shield, so I can charge in here and start beating up people. You'll notice that we're finding some treasure. The treasure that we find around actually adds to our score, and that directly relates to our experience as well. We also are joined by the dwarf just kind of dropped in. If you don't have people joining with you local or online, we actually have AI people that can join and make your party up to those 4 players.
Can you choose for them to join? You can say, oh, actually, no, I'm happy with 2. You guys go away.
You can set that up in the tavern. We just showed the treasure chest. You find treasure chests kind of around the area.
Okay.
You actually have a thief that follows you. He doesn't do any combat, but he'll help you in terms of unlocking chests, unlocking doors, and storing your loot for you.
All right, okay. Just because it's a side-scrolling beat 'em up, it reminded me of the little guy in Golden Axe who would steal your stuff, but this guy's actually on your side. That's good.
There is actually one that can steal your stuff, so you have to be on the lookout for him. But you can beat him up before he takes everything.
Fantastic.
But yeah, if you actually see, we've got these little hand cursors, these little gleaming points.
Yeah.
Those hide secret treasure that help add to our score, and we can have them unlock treasure chests. There's actually other pathways we can unlock too, like this door right here.
Yep.
We can unlock the door and go through to a little treasure room.
Okay.
So we will go in here and beat the crap out of these guys.
Oh man, who are those guys? They're the big Minotaur things. Is that
Yeah,
right?
those are some big orcs that have kind of taken over the area.
Oh, right here.
You'll notice the sorceress has a number over her head. That's her mana.
Okay.
One of her skills is she can use magic, but at the expense of mana. So she has to find a safe place to kind of recharge in order to be able to keep using it in battle. The fighter has a power smash right there, but the little X right there over his sword is a timer that he's unable. So while the sword's stuck in the ground, he's relegated to just punches and kicks.
So tell us a little bit about the world this is taking place. What's the backstory? What's the lore?
So you start off in the fantasy world of Hydeland, and there's some political intrigue going on. The first real quest you get is to go and recover the royal scepter, and then you find through some various intrigues that Hydeland's in a pretty bad way. And really the only way to stop an invasion from another country is by getting the titular Dragon's Crown. And you, as a band of adventurers, are tasked with recovering that. There's a lot of twists and turns along the way. There's, I think, 9 stages?
Yeah, 9 main stages.
9 main stages to explore, but you'll notice that there's a lot to do. We've got a lot of skills, and I think right now we're level 6.
Yes, around level 6.
Once you kind of finish the main playthrough, it's sort of like another game that came out a little earlier.
Right now we're playing normal, but after you clear the first normal levels, you get to the harder levels, which gives you more enemies, more stronger enemies, and more EXP. There's a lot of motivation to raise your experience that way.
Okay. So you guys are currently playing the Knight guy and the Sorceress, correct?
Yes.
But there's 6 classes, am I right? So what else do we have?
The little guy right there that joins us is the Dwarf. The Dwarf's kind of he's one of our hybrid combat specialists. He's great at grappling, so he can actually go up, pick up enemies and throw them around and knock over other enemies with them too. He has he's got a strong attack and strong defense. The fighter's mostly defense. The sorceress is magic. We have an elf character who's range and speed, so she can shoot her bow and arrow from a distance and kind of flip in like a ninja, kick people to death, and flip out and still shoot arrows at them. The wizard is similar to the sorceress, but the sorceress, in addition to having her ice attacks, which can kind of freeze people in place, she can raise enemies from the dead and turn them into skeletons to fight for us.
Very useful. That's good.
We just
Oh yeah,
did that.
right there. So the sorceress just raised that pile of bones into a skeleton for us.
Wonderful.
The wizard can turn boxes into like wooden golems. So we'll have these golems that can go up and fight, but those are more defense oriented. Our skeletons are more offense oriented.
Right.
But the wizard's magic is fire based, so it's more about like the damage over time and really doing some damaging things. Whereas the sorceress is more about controlling. Let's see, fighter 12. Have I missed anyone, Sammy?
I think you covered them all.
Okay.
Go to 6. Excellent. Okay. So tell us a bit about as you progress through the game. What can we expect in terms of character progression? Like, you know, do we get new weapons? Is there any sort of like more modern RPG elements in there?
Yeah. There's a pretty sophisticated loot system. So you'll find these treasure chests all over the world. We are beating this thing silly.
You guys do really well talking and fighting that big thing at the same time. It's not easy. It's not easy.
This is the boss of this level, the Harpy. She flies around and she likes to grab people, but we've kicked her butt.
Yeah, she's down on the ground. Oh, there he goes.
We may be a
classic slow-mo. That's good.
A bit OP for her on this one. But you'll see once we finish up, there's treasure that we found. So we've got treasure rank C right here. C is the quality of it. We'll come to a score screen in a bit. This kind of recaps the level for us.
Treasure. Is it?
Yeah. Let's see. So we'll go to our experience screen here, where we'll see, you can hit triangle and see some of the bonuses that we got. So we beat the boss without dying. We actually perfected the boss. No one took any damage, so we got 2,000 score to that. And the score of your game directly influences your experience as well. So we got quite a bit of experience for this thing, but on normal difficulty, your score is only 10% of the experience you get. As that difficulty goes up, that percentage gets higher. So hard difficulty, I think, is 50%, and then there's 2 difficulties after that. So
you get a reward for trying to play the game again on harder difficulties.
Exactly. And we've got this loot screen right here, so you can see maybe we don't want to appraise the C and D quality stuff. We can just sell those outright, but we'll look at the B quality items that we got here. And you can see where it's what classes can use it, the level you're required for it, and kind of what abilities it adds to your party.
Excellent.
So we can go through and sell. Yeah, so there is a surprising amount of depth to this. Do you want to show off skills?
Sure, we can show up a couple skills.
We'll pop into the Adventurers Guild real quick.
Sounds good. So it's Adventure Guild, is this where you kind of set some of your options? You mentioned earlier you can control whether you have AI folks here.
You can learn your skills and get quests from the Adventurers Guild.
Okay.
Naturally, you'd find your party stuff at the tavern, so that's where you do your party options.
Yeah.
There's 2 types of skills. There's common, and then we have your class specific. So with a sorceress, she's got a lot of her damaging skills here. Let's see. You can kind of see we've got this nice little ring set up, very lovely hand-drawn style.
So this is where you can like unlock new spells, say, for your sorceress, and as the game gets more difficult, you can kind of counter by getting some more badass spells.
Precisely.
Right.
And the fighter, the fighter has skills too. The fighter can decide, I'm going to go more tanky and be more defense-oriented, or I'm going to really beef up my attack skills and have like this crazy flurry of attacks with my sword.
Awesome.
Let's see. Yeah, we can show a quest too.
Yeah, let's check out another quest. That sounds good. Help the honey buzzards.
Yeah, after you clear a stage, you'll see that you have the option to do these quests as well. So if you want to, I think if we do Beastmaster, we can complete that one, right? In the next stage? Yeah.
So what's Beastmaster? What's this quest?
Beastmaster quest. Basically, you have to show that you're awesome at riding beasts. There's saber-toothed tigers and there's dragon lisks scattered around that you can actually, once you subdue them by beating on them a little bit, you can hop on them and ride, like straight out of old school, like Golden Axe or the Capcom Side Scrollers.
Excellent.
Let's see. Once we've got that selected, let's see. Hopefully we'll be able to do this in time, but you actually unlock pieces of art once you complete the quest, and the art's just beautiful. Would be remiss to mention right now if we pre-orders for Dragon's Crown come with a 64-page art book, all done by Kamitani and actually some guest artists from his days at Capcom, like Goda Cheese, Bangus, and some others, and it's really, really pretty art.
Awesome. So you've already mentioned a couple of the kind of influences that, like Golden Axe and Capcom 2. So like, what were the main ones that you looked to give you some of your core mechanics that you knew you wanted to have from the bygone days of side-scrolling?
It's definitely the Dungeons and Dragons. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna beat up the saber-tooth tiger right now, but definitely Dungeons and Dragons.
Right.
Wizardry as well.
Uh-huh.
Sammy got it.
You got him. You got him.
The chomping on some goblins. But yeah, the very heavily influenced by Dungeons and Dragons. Let's unlock some treasure here. Our dwarf.
The saber cat is pretty dangerous. Now, if you get knocked off, can the enemy guys ride him?
Yep.
All right, there it is. That's number two.
Right? Only your guys can carry it.
No, my bad.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, right. But does he then turn against you if you get knocked off? Is he like, wait, I don't want you to ride me, I'm gonna attack you now?
He'll stay subjugated for a while because you are the Beastmaster after all.
Oh yes, very true.
I better let Sammy kill some stuff so we get the crest reward.
So are you playing guys right now which are a bit more beefed up than they would be at this point in the game? You seem you're making quick work of this. Maybe you're just really good.
We're only level 6, and Sammy's the project lead, so he is really good. I've been playing through this as well in my spare time. By the way, the game does release August 6th, so expect it soon.
Okay. And that's PS3 and Vita, right?
Yes. Yeah, PS3 and Vita. But we're not really that much higher level than we would be normally through this, I believe.
All right. Well, I guess you are just really good. All right.
There will, in a traditional Odin Sphere and Kamitani game style, you will kind of experience that difficulty curve.
Yeah, I bet. I can imagine.
But there's plenty of time to grind and.
So you mentioned time. I mean, how long do you think a playthrough would take if you were to start?
A normal gameplay on one character would be about 10 to 15 hours, but as you can see, we have difficulty levels above that, and there's endgame content, so you can play hundreds of hours if you like.
Yeah. If you're the person that likes to hunt through and earn some fat loots, as it were, there's definitely plenty of content in this game for you. All right, we finished the quest. Let's press onwards.
Oh.
Hi, Lizard Man. No.
So I guess as more players drop in, does that also ups the difficulty, ups the health of your enemies, right?
Yeah, the enemies will scale depending on your party size and party level. So, like you said, more people in your party, the better, the greater the challenge.
Yeah. So is 4-player the best way to play this game? Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so. But again, it's not impossible if you're just one player. Or if you want to throw in some AI buddies, one or two, it's totally passable.
If you're one, I mean, can you switch your character through a playthrough, or if you select sorceress from the beginning, are you kind of locked in?
You can switch at any time. Well, anytime you're in the tavern.
Okay.
But the level's not going to, like, if you have a level 16 sorceress and you want to start over as a fighter, you're not going to start at level 16, you're going to start back over at level 1.
Right back level 1. Okay, so you kind of need to use anyone that you're interested in kind of all the way through, right?
Yeah, but
that's going to put you at disadvantage because you're going to be half the level of someone who played on one character. All right, okay.
Here we go, we're at the Wyvern boss. Let's see if we can make short work of it again this time.
Another perfect.
You can see our AI buddy, the dwarf over there, is riding the dragon lisk.
Yeah.
I'm going to drop the hammer on this.
You do pretty well. Oh, there's another one in there now.
Let's see. Oh, I dropped my sword.
Why does he drop his sword sometimes? That just takes damage?
His the fighter's power move is to do this big slam that does some AoE damage. You'll see that it's got an X in here. The X actually acts as a timer until it's available again.
I see, yeah.
So it's that risk-reward system.
Yeah.
The sorceress with her mana, the fighter and the dwarf and the Amazon will all jam their weapons in the ground and have a set timer until they can recover it. The elf is limited by the amount of arrows she has.
Okay.
And she only gets arrows back by shooting or by beating up people or finding them in treasure chests.
So who are your favorites then? Who you enjoyed playing as the most? Who do you go for?
I love playing as the elf, but my playstyle just does not suit hers. Like, she's really fast and does these lightning kicks, but she's so frail for me. Like, I like to get in there and wail on things. Actually, the dwarf is kind of my favorite, but I love the elf the best.
How about you, Sammy?
Me, I like the Amazon. She's quick. The better, the more you attack, the more quicker she gets. So I like the quicker character. So she's natural for me.
Fighter is definitely a good all-around choice for beginning players. The sorceress and wizard, because they're glass cannons, better suited to someone that's had some experience playing through, or at least familiar with the the same kind of side-scrolling adventure. But we're about to turn in our quest right now, so we've turned in Beastmaster.
We get an extra skill point for that, and
Yeah,
top off
perfect.
experience.
Skills, some gold, and we get this lovely piece of art.
Oh, great. Well, that's a great way to end it. Thanks very much, guys, for coming and showing us
Absolutely.
Dragon's
Thank
Crown.
you.
It's been a pleasure, John and
Likewise.
Sammy.
Thank you
Excellent.
very much.
Well, and everyone else watching at home, do stick around because we're going to throw over to Homer, who I understand is at the Video Game Museum. So let's check out what Homer's got to say.
Hey folks, Homer Barr back here on the show floor of E3 2013. South Hall, we are at the Video Game History Museum presented by Gearbox Software. And as you can see, everybody's getting their old school video gaming on. Right here we got like a little arcade setup. Amongst many, we have Frogger. We got Frogger right there. We got Night Slashers. Hell yeah, Night Slashers. Check that out. Old school Data East side-scrolling brawler. Of course, Mortal Kombat. Can't have a video game history museum without Mortal Kombat machine. Got a little centipede right here. We got some. Yeah, that dude's early. That dude's early in the level right now. It's not looking good. Not looking good right now. Donkey Kong right over there. I think these are like original cases too, man. These are pretty sick. That centipede for real is like the original case. Look at that. And then looks like we got a little cabinet here which shows some of the awards that have been having, the Summer Consumer Electronics Show. I think this is like when it was still part of CES. Look at that. We got the Atari 7800 keyboard, clear system with stick. PGP-1? Dang, that thing is straight old school. Cosmos. Look how big, look at this box, man. This box is awesome. Look at how much fun these people are having. They are having so much fun with the Cosmos. Look at that thing. That dude's haircut is off the chain. Look at old school, like, alligator shirt, dude. Lacoste. When Lacoste was, like, cheap. You remember that? So we got a Cosmos here. The packaging is almost as awesome as the console itself. I really hope that consoles go throwback and like start putting people back on the consoles. Like, look how much fun we're having! Yay! All right. Anyways, this thing's huge. This place is huge. We got all sorts of Qbert, Centipede stickers, Sega. We got some Sonic, Frogger patch, dude. What? Zaxxon, dude. That game was so flippin' hard. Hated that game. But it was really fun. I actually really enjoyed it. I don't think I got past like the third stage though. Yeah, I don't even really need to read it. Just look. Look and feel old. Look at the stuff and feel hell of old right now.
Big buttons.
Big buttons. Those are huge. You get the Atari Phoenix here. I mean, patches galore. We got a bunch of Activision stuff right here. Dude, Activision Tennis. Wow. This is really taking me back, man. Whole cartridge, Nintendo cartridge. Excuse me. Let's just point the camera at that right there. Just that. Yeah, you said it. You said it, not me. All right. Dude, chopper command. Check that out. I don't even want to touch it. There you go. Side to side, baby. Side to side. Look at that. Hotness. Hotness. And then somehow randomly, like, Call of Duty Black Ops. I mean, it's kind of a new game, I would think. I mean, not real new, but certainly not old. All right, Call of Duty Black Ops is here. Dude, Road Blasters, that game ate many a quarter of mine. How you doing? You getting into it? That orb. Oh, God, you didn't get the missiles, dude.
No, it's kind of hard.
It is kind of hard. Huh?
Yeah, really.
You're doing all right, though. You're doing all right. You got to shoot those people, though.
Oh, really? Oh, you can do that.
Look at that. So you learn something. You learn something new every day.
Yeah, I have some new moves.
All right, enjoy that. Road Blasters. Virtua Fighter 4. Okay, let's get a look at this though, because these are some old school consoles here. I think. Oh, I think we got. Dude, in television. I think you got to come around here, because this is like the display here. Look at that in television. Let's play a little bit. Is it even working? I don't know if it's working. Is this the player one? I don't know. Oh, one player. Enter. Ooh. I don't even know what game I'm playing right now.
Burger time.
Burger time! Go, dude. Go. Oh. Pretty bad. Pretty bad, that game. All right. Got a little Game Boy display. It's on the other side, I believe, but you know. Ooh, double dribble? You playing double dribble right now? Yeah. I like it. Dunk it. Dunk. Ooh. Nice. Ooh, swoosh. Goal in. All right, dude. So many hours. So many hours spent playing this game. We got a SNES right here. Looks like we got, what game we got in here? We got Donkey Kong Country 2. And how am I doing on time? We got enough time? All right, we'll wrap up. Sega Genesis, Sonic Classics. Ooh, look, it's frozen. Froze. It's not bad. All you got to do, of course, though, do a little this. Boom. Good as new. Still got my touch. Still got my touch. And then obviously the 2600 right there. And yeah, a lot to see here at the Video Game History Museum. Got to pay homage to the roots, obviously. This is where we all began. So anyways, if you're here, check it out. Get a little nostalgic. Feel a little old. And, you know, more to come.
Remember Barbara keeps on rocking on the stage show, and as you can tell, we are in the home stretch now. It's live, stage 1 action from E3 2013. I'm your host, Chris Waters, taking it home with 2 more demos. The first one, The Walking Dead 400 Days. Joining me on stage is Harrison Pink, the designer on the game. Harrison, here we are, the end of E3 approaches, but we can't leave E3 without talking about The Walking Dead.
I'm glad you brought me in here.
Put the mic a little closer.
Yeah, how's this?
Yeah, you're going
right.
to hear yourself through that.
There we go.
Oh,
Much better.
Yeah.
There we go.
All right. The Walking Dead, enormously successful, critically acclaimed, episodic success for you guys at Telltale.
Totally.
Pretty fantastic. And Season 2 is on the way.
Yes, Season 2 is coming soon.
Coming soon.
Soon.
But coming sooner is the 400 Days. Put it in context for folks.
Totally. So 400 Days is a standalone DLC episode that's kind of aiming to bridge Season 1 and Season 2 together. So it's a single episode. It's 5 short stories. So we have 5 new protagonists. This is not sort of a continuation of the story of Season 1. We wanted to do something different, something that sort of deserved to live on its own. So it's 5 completely new protagonists. we wanted to do an experiment in linear storytelling. So these 5 chapters, as you can tell from the name, 400 Days, take place at different periods over the first 400 days of the zombie apocalypse.
Okay. And so kicks off at day 1.
Day 2, I think, is the first.
Day 2.
So it's just sort of kicking off, but nobody knows really what's going on, you know?
Yeah, something is uneasy,
Yeah.
something's happening,
There's
but...
a lot of, like, cops going by, they don't really know why, you know?
All right, well, we got some footage to take a look at here, so we're presumably going to meet one of the characters?
Yeah, so we're
going to get some glimpses of them?
I'm not sure if we're going to see. This is Vince here. This is actually the chapter we're showing off in our Telltale E3 booth here. A prison bus, and he's stuck in traffic, and nobody really knows why. I mean, we know why. We can probably guess why. But nobody in the bus sort of knows what's going on. And these guys are
sort of
chained...
parallel to the way Lee's story kicks off
Similar,
in
yeah.
The Walking Dead.
What to do but talk. But you're in sort of Georgia summer, which is like 110 degrees, in this giant sort of like oven. So it turns into like a sweat lodge, and everyone's sort of, mood goes through the roof. And classic Walking Dead Telltale style, like, horrible things happen.
Yeah.
And you have to make some really difficult choices.
Difficult choices, horrible things happen. That's you guys' bread and butter, but also it's, throughout the whole season 1 was this emotional bond between Lee and Clementine.
Yeah.
In this sort of episodic, we're at day 41 Wyatt. This is sort of a different situation. You guys aren't telling a long-form story here. So what is the new format these short stories free you up to do? What did you find really engaging about this format?
So what we think is really interesting about the Walking Dead universe is that it brings people together that might never ever meet or cross paths or sort of leave marks for each other to find.
Yep.
A lot of the story takes place sort of centered around this truck stop, this physical location, and we almost tell a story of this location throughout 400 days. So you can sort of see it day 2, it's still sort of nice, people are kind of gassing up. Then as it goes further and further into zombie apocalypse, it might get sort of reinforced as people start moving in and like trying to live their lives there. Maybe that sort of falls apart. So you see the sort of like changes in this environment as it goes along. And these characters will definitely sort of like weave in and out of each other's stories in interesting ways. So I should mention, you can play these chapters in any order you want.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you can play the last one first, the first one last.
Which must mean that you guys have designed it to sort of be experienced in that disjointed way, but in that also there are connections that you'll appreciate no matter what order you play it in.
Absolutely. We wanted to do an experiment to see how this would work. We think it's going to be really successful. It's sort of Pulp Fiction-y almost, you might say, where the story, you're getting it from a whole bunch of different angles, and depending on which order you play them in, they might intertwine in interesting ways. The characters might cross each other. You might look out a window and go, oh, I recognize those characters from a different chapter. Or you might say, oh, now that's why that happened. I saw it from the other side of it, or you leave a mark on the world, and someone might cross past it, and you go, oh, that's why that looks like that. So,
oh man, that image you painted of looking out and seeing, oh, I recognize those characters, just made me think, you guys are totally going to make us like kill ourselves, aren't you? Like,
I can't say. I don't want to spoil
of course,
anything.
No way, that would be a massive spoiler. But that seems like the kind of thing you would do.
Well, in each episode of the first season of The Walking Dead, we try to have the sort of stat screen at the end, and you have those like 5 big choices.
Yep.
And you have 5 big choices, and somehow 5 chapters. So we got like a big choice per chapter, maybe.
No, there's just one chapter that's a doozy.
It's just like 5.
Everything else is real mellow.
3 minutes is a crazy choice, and then nothing else. Yeah.
Well, speaking of choices, I was talking to Jess McDonald, GameSpot Australia, video journalist, and she got a chance to check out the game as well. And she mentioned that this doesn't just bridge the gap between season 1 and 2, but also draws from season 1.
Definitely.
If you've completed episodes, some of your decisions there will inform.
It definitely will.
400 days.
You're absolutely right. So if you have your save games from season 1, 400 days will recognize the choices that you've made, and your choices from season 1 will go into 400 days. And actually, I should add is that your choices in 400 days will go into season 2 as well.
Oh, okay, yeah, so it's all connected.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh man. All right, folks are interested. They want to know. I have to sift through the lamenting about where Clementine is and all these questions. Bureau Island wondering if it will make him cry like the original season did.
I really hope so. We recognize that we're not going to be able to tell, as you said, the long-form story because we're doing a 15 to 20-minute stories, 5 of them. So we just want to give you really interesting and difficult choices in the moment. We really want to make sure those choices are really interesting in the moment. And we hope that you guys cry in a good way.
We hope you cry, the Telltale Games
Put
motto. ...
in a good way. Make sure that's the whole thing.
In a good way. All right. Thingom Sinks. It's difficult to read, bro, or lady. I don't know. Anyways, wondering about if you hadn't played episodes 1 through 5, if you don't have a lot of experience, or maybe only played a few episodes, is 400 Days going to be accessible? You know, are you going to be able to understand what's going on?
It is, but we definitely recommend you playing Season 1 first. For technical reasons, you have to own at least Episode 1 of Season 1, just because it is a DLC, and just technically the way they all sort of link up together.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you have to own at least that. You don't have to have played Season 1 first, but because of the way the story is told, we absolutely recommend playing Season 1 and then 400 Days. And then when Season 2 comes out, play them then Season 2. But there's nothing saying you can't just play like two episodes of Season 1 and then hop into 400 Days if that's what you want to do.
All right. Now, you said because of the way the story is told, which, you know, you may be talking about narrative structure, but made me think of gameplay structure. And, you know, a lot of the Walking Dead gameplay is dialogue choices.
Sure.
It's also contextual events where you're prompted to, you know, hit buttons in a timely fashion. Are you sticking with that kind of core gameplay
We have
approach?
a lot of that stuff. I mean, Telltale's bread and butter is interesting dialogue. So you're definitely going to get to play your character the way you want to play him. You know, like something really people really loved about playing as Lee Everett is I get to play my Lee the way I want to play him. So we definitely stuck to that, which I think is really important to The Walking Dead. And we're going to stick to this sort of, you know, if you've played Season 1, you'll understand Season for 400 Days. But we're going to also try and do a few new mechanics here and there. You might see a new way to interact with people and objects here and there that we're just trying to experiment. And I think 400 Days is almost like our art house project. Like, we really wanted to experiment. Everyone at Telltale is working super hard on making this thing really stand alone and really try new interesting things. Like, if this non-linear storytelling thing works out, maybe we'll do it again in the future, you know?
Bogaba, curious to know how much of an effect will those choices in 400 Days you know, how will that differ the endings? Will you have wildly different scenarios where people are going into Season 2 on different footings, or, you know?
That's a really good question. I don't think we're quite ready to announce anything comparing 400 Days to Season 2 just yet.
Sure.
The choices you make in 400 Days will definitely play into Season 2, but we're just too early to talk about Season 2 at this point, unfortunately.
That's quite all right. You guys are here with 400 Days, and that's over a year. You're talking about a long, getting
I think
deep
it's like
into
a year and a month or something like that. Yeah, you know, each chapter really has its own feel and look, and you know, the world feels like it's moved through an entire year of this. You know, in the comics, in the Walking Dead comic, you know, it takes them many years, but they start to sort of find groups and sort of try and live their life, and not just living around a campfire all the time. You know, so we wanted to make it feel like, oh, you know, people are acting the way people would act 2 months into a zombie apocalypse, sort of getting it, but still sort of not really knowing what to do, you know?
Now, The Walking Dead, of course, has been a cross-media sensation in the past few years. Of course, your game, other games, the TV show, and, of course, the original comic. Have you guys, you know, are you drawing inspiration from other people's interpretation of The Walking Dead, or from the original source material? Even from other movies, you mentioned Pulp Fiction.
Yeah, that's a great question. We're all huge fans of all of the Walking Dead stuff. You know, we watch the show, we read the comics, so it's impossible to sort of keep yourself in a bubble when you're absorbing such awesome, you know, zombie stories. But I don't think we like consciously go, oh, that was cool, let's do that, because we really want to give you guys something new and fresh. We don't want to just retread old ground. That's why we didn't do the Rick Grimes story for the third time, because you know, we get it. We know Rick Grimes' story. We know what's going to happen.
We get it, Rick. Your
No, not even.
terrible.
Like, I
No, I'm
love
just
Rick's
kidding.
story. Rick's awesome. But
is.
you know, trying to give you interesting choices, you'd be like, I'm just going to pick the one that Rick already did. So that's why we want to go for the look and feel and like the emotional tonal stuff that The Walking Dead, the other media does, and the comic does so well and the show does so well, but give you something fresh that you can really sort of imprint yourself on the story.
And I think that's one of the real strengths about The Walking Dead, and the reason it's seen such success is, it creates this world in which any story, you know, the whole the threat of this collapse of civilization and the threats of the zombies are these dramatic elements that, you know, any story, any character can fit into it, and you can just tell so many different experiences of what happens when civilization just goes to crap.
Absolutely. Like, you know, that's why we wanted to do 400 Days, is that there's so many other people that are doing crazy things and having interesting stories besides the group that we've seen in Season 1. Obviously, we love the group in Season 1 and Lee and Clementine and everything, but there's so much more. There are many other characters out there to fall in love with, and we want to give you a taste of that,
Characters to fall in love with and also
rend your
feel
heart.
other ways about, too. I mean, not everyone is a sympathetic person.
No, absolutely not.
When
But like I said, you'll
zombies
meet
come and knock you.
interesting characters, and yeah, I don't want to say too much, but you might see some familiar faces in 400 Days from
Okay.
Season 1. I won't say any more than that. I want you to go out and play it, but I'll definitely say that.
Yep, I think, and you just unleashed another. We'll probably have unleashed another chorus of Clementine from the folks online.
Official Telltale shrug, I guess.
You got that down. Do you guys like pre E3 workshop
they
that?
worked me through it. Yeah.
It's an important tool.
Absolutely.
All right, Harrison, The Walking Dead 400 Days DLC comes after Season 1 and will feed into the eventual Season 2.
Yes.
But when are people going to be able to download 400 Days, and where are they going to be able to get it?
All the platforms that Season 1 is currently on will be available on all of them. It'll be out, we're aiming for July, so pretty soon.
Okay.
We're also doing a bundle on the PS Vita. We're bringing The Walking Dead to the PS Vita. We're going to have a bundle which is 400 Days, plus all of Season 1, plus some additional bonus content just for the PS Vita.
Nice.
And that bundle is going to be out in August.
Great.
Yeah.
And that'll be the first time it'll be available on Vita?
I believe so, yeah.
You really think I'm going to let you get away without the platform rundown? You got Vita, Xbox 360, PSN,
Right.
PC.
Yep.
iOS?
iOS, yep.
Is that?
I think that's it.
Did I get
Yeah. Xbox, PlayStation, PSN, iOS, PS Vita, PC. I think that's it.
I think we got it covered.
I think that's it, yeah.
You and me combined, Harrison.
Good job.
We could survive
Teamwork.
the zombie apocalypse, a.k.a. the waning hours of E3 2013.
It does feel that way.
It is. Harrison, thank you so much for coming
Absolutely,
on stage.
my
The Walking
pleasure.
Dead 400 Days available this July, folks. We're going to go away right now, but we're right back with our final demo of the day. You saw it at the Sony press conference on Monday. It's Transistor. It's gorgeous, intriguing. You won't want to miss it.
Hey folks, Homer Barr here. This is my last check-in of the day. We are here at the GameSpot War Room, and as you can tell with the sagging eye pockets, what bags? It's done. I'm done. There's no more to be seen by the likes of me. You're probably getting sick and tired of seeing me. I'm getting sick and tired of seeing this and like that whole thing behind that. So, yeah. Thanks, Sully. You've been good. You've been good, Road Dogg, though. It's been a pleasure and an honor of serving. I'm going to sit down very ungracefully right here. Oh, it's been an honor serving you guys as the floor check-in dude, as I do in numerous years. I don't know if I'm done procreating, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know. That's a discussion that's being had right now, so maybe a missed E3 could be in the future, but you know what? I've got the timing down now. Maybe it'll happen another time throughout the year, not during E3. But anyways, it's good to be back. I love running the floor for you guys. I love showing off E3 for you guys. It is certainly a privilege to be in my spot and to be working with amazing people doing all the coolest E3 2013 content that you can think of. The names and the lists go on and on. Special thanks to everybody, I guess, everybody in LA serving E3 2013. But yeah, it's been a long 3 days, folks, and I'm not getting any younger. So I think it's about time for me to sign out and take my place where I've wanted to go all week long, which is curl up right under here and start weeping uncontrollably. So see you guys, everybody. See you, everybody. I'll see you next year.
Oh yeah, what happened last week? I'm not sure. I'll grab that. Yeah. Can you hear me in the back? Hey, it's Chris Waters here, folks. It's our final demo of E3 2013 here on Stage 1 of GameSpot's live coverage, and it's my distinct pleasure to welcome Greg Kasavin to the stage.
Thank you.
Creative Director at Supergiant Games. Greg, so glad to see you.
Thank you. It's really great to be here.
It's great to have you. And for those of you who don't know, Greg, actually former site director, longtime editor in awesomeness of GameSpot.com.
Thanks.
But now working at Supergiant, you guys had great success with Bastion, and now Transistor is what you're showing off here at E3.
That's right. Yeah, it's really amazing to be here. We didn't think we'd be at E3 at all because we go to smaller shows like PAX, but the guys at Sony got a chance to play Transistor when we announced it just a couple of months ago, and they really, really liked it and said, how'd you like to go to E3? And when someone says, do you want to go to E3? You say yes.
You say yes, absolutely. And then they put you on their main stage.
Yeah, that was crazy. I watch those press conferences every single time, year after year. I never thought I'd see them from that particular perspective.
Now you have entered history of E3 press conferences with Transistor, and I don't want to talk too much more before people get to actually look at the game, because like Bastion, this game is beautiful. You guys have just an incredible art style. You just must have a roster of artists there that just knock your socks off.
Bastion had one artist on the team. Yeah,
well, that artist is awesome.
Yeah, she is great. She does great work.
All right, so we've got it set up here.
Yes.
Would it be?
Seems like our picture went. There we go.
Let's
all right.
try to put this up on the.
Oh, do you mind leaving it down?
Oh no,
I
no,
can see it on the screen. Yeah.
No, okay, sorry.
Do not. Yeah, it's all good. So are we getting?
Yeah, all right, so here we are. We're going to switch to the gameplay feed now and set the stage for Transistor while we take a look at this red-headed woman, the protagonist.
Yeah, she, and imaginatively, I suppose, she is called Red, and we are about to see here that this is representative of the game opening. I'm sure the final game, this will be somewhat different. We're just kind of setting the stage here. But in short, she's having a very bad evening when...
It's a bad day, and her life changed pretty abruptly.
That's right. She survives an attempt on her life and soon discovers the weapon that was used to try to kill her. So here she is.
In her evening gown, which just...
Yeah, she is not... She is not expecting to be in this particular situation.
She's not garbed for walking around on rooftops.
Yes, and she will soon change that particular aspect. But yeah, so you discover here, you guys in the audience unfortunately are not getting the audio, but there's a voice coming from this weapon, and it's the voice of, if you look closely there, the weapon is embedded in a man's body, and the voice belongs to that man.
Belongs to that man.
Yeah, so...
Interesting, so is that...
There we go.
The one and only.
Now we're getting some audio.
Hang on to it, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
So the man is selling her the sword.
basic action RPG mechanics here.
Yep.
But you'll see pretty quickly here that there's a lot more to it than that. But of course, we want to start you off just with the basics. You run into these unusual, let's say, creatures called the Process, and they have some strange properties. For example, they turn into these cells whenever they're destroyed that are going to respawn unless you collect them and kind of absorb them into the transistor itself.
You can't just lay waste. You gotta lay waste and then clean up after yourself.
Yeah, that's right, and you'll see in a minute kind of why it's quite fun from a gameplay perspective, because we force you to we flush you out of cover, force you to get out of comfortable places.
Well, it's interesting how you're sort of, you're creating that cover within the situation. It sort of gives you this rising pillar of light sort of system, gives you that kind of flexibility. But now, what is?
Yeah. So here.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. We just, whoops. There it goes. We just lost picture. I think it'll come back in a second. Uh-oh. Sorry, I don't know what's happening there. Oh, that's great.
Let's just check the power connections. I think we're good back here.
Wow. Terrible. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
The game just, I will restart it.
This is live broadcast.
Yes.
Now,
doing it live.
Greg, while you...
this is like this is the first crash of E3. Thank you.
You almost made it. You almost made it. You know what they say? It's like it's the home stretch that gets you every time.
We're not set up to do portable demonstrations very well, so my apologies. That was thankfully that happened right near the beginning. I think hopefully we can get back there real quick.
Oh yeah, that should be no problem. And it was right at that moment that you were about to launch into explaining what exactly we were seeing on screen, because it was almost sort of a freeze time, plan out your moves.
That's our game's. We call it. The ability is called Turn, and essentially at any point you can stop the entire world and plan your next set of actions out. It causes the game to take on this much more strategic sort of mode of play compared to our previous game. And what we were going for with it was we wanted much more sort of dramatic ebb and flow to the combat, instead of just in an action-oriented game it could all happen really, really quickly. But in Transistor, you could have these moments where really powerful enemies are bearing down on you, and it looks like all hope is lost, but you can turn things around really quickly.
Because you've got the turn ability,
right.
And it's interesting when you think of the pace of combat. If you're entering in Bastion, if you're entering an area, you're sort of assessing all the threats and working your way through them, and then maybe taking on another wave.
Yeah.
But this is almost like a lull, and the higher highs and lower lows just creates a much more dramatic
exactly.
situation.
And you could deliberate over how you're going to get out of a bad situation and sort of take as much time as you want. You'll see.
You do have you can hold on to that turn ability time. There's no sort of tick down.
You have unlimited time as long as you're in that mode, and you can undo. You could sort of come up with a perfect plan and then pull the trigger on it.
All right.
So here we are. We're back
here.
again. Apologies for the deja vu here, but this is just kind of the only tutorial we give you, as it were. You get this one little moment where you see the potential of this. If you see that bar at the top of the screen, I can't use my weapons again until it recharges.
And so
now I can pull the trigger and go into it again. You watch the bar dwindle, and I could plan all sorts of moves. And let's say I don't like that plan, I can undo, do it over. And it's really quick and easy to set up. And we wanted to capture this more strategic mode of play within the easy to use mechanics of an action RPG, but hopefully come up with a system that had plenty of depth.
Yeah, and I like the strategic angle too. That once you've executed the move, if you have enemies remaining. You better not just leave yourself right in front of them, because they're quick. They're gonna have time to put some fire on you.
That's exactly right, and that's how we kind of that's kind of how we capture the experience of a turn-based game, where the enemies get their own little moment of opportunity to retaliate if you leave yourself open.
It's not just you taking the turns.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's and our use of cover in the game, it's these strange white pillars that are popping up. They're affiliated with man, I don't know why this is happening. It's terrible.
Oh, did that?
Sorry.
No,
it's it'll come back. There's I'm
Should I like swipe the touchpad every 2 minutes?
Maybe so.
All right.
Yeah, apologies for that.
That's quite all right. We've had various hiccups throughout the live broadcast. Our audience, they know we do it live. All right, so yeah, what's Red getting up to now?
So in this particular situation, these enemies are kind of distracted doing their own up to bad news, and you can setting up how you can plan to kind of cause as much mayhem as possible. Oh, I missed that guy, and then I want to get behind cover here. So, and you could so we want a lot of the. We find that like different people use this ability in a lot of different ways, and that's when we felt like we were really onto something with it. Like
you guys were showing at PAX East, you had a couple rows of kiosks or setups for people to play. Was it one of those situations where you walk around and you watch people playing and it's just fascinating to see them cut loose in your own game?
No, absolutely, because we wanted, the goal of it was to have like an open-ended system where people can play it in like a pretty expressive way, whether they want to be like really methodical or really careful. And we see people kind of do all sorts of different things with it.
And speaking of different things, you just learned a new trick.
Yes, I acquired a new ability from this fallen young woman here who's been consumed by the process. So it's a bit of a hint at where the transistor acquires new powers, stuff like that.
It's you.
And so these poster moments, is this sort of a way that you delve back into Red's backstory?
Yeah, that's right. This is revealing a little bit about Red here and the particular predicament that she's in, learning more about the character and her relationship to the person speaking. But
that relationship, in Bastion it was the narrator and the main character, but here we've got Red, and the voice is coming from the sword, from Transistor.
And we want to, and he's a character who is like piecing together this situation as it unfolds. He doesn't really know what's going to happen here, but he knows something about it, and he knows this town really well. And we hope that through the course of the story of this game that it'll just be a really interesting relationship between the two of them.
And interesting too for you guys, because the Bastion narrator reported on what was going on and at times knew more than the player did and would allude to things, and sort of that was, so that's one way to do narrator. But here, this is not an omniscient, not a narrator.
That's right. And in fact, we try to play with that as well, where this is a character who actually he doesn't even know what Red is thinking. And we try to play with that a little bit, where he has certain ideas about what she should do and what she's up to. But I didn't mention, but as part of the story, Red herself no longer has a voice, so she can't speak back to him. So he's kind of wondering what's going through her head, and of course, he can't know what's going through your head as a player. So we try to have a little fun with that.
Play with him and the frustration that must come of that if he's trying to figure out what's going on the greater
to
mystery.
the extent that this game is about like a relationship between two people. One of the challenges of any relationship is like knowing for sure what the other person is thinking, and so hopefully there'll be some interesting stuff around that.
Yeah. All right, so can you tell us a little bit about the city here, because it has certainly a modern type space, a technological space.
Yeah, we
but
like
also some ethereal elements to it. This lighting is very sumptuous for something.
Yeah, we wanted to create like this kind of so here what you're seeing is this is not what the city normally looks like. This is the city beginning to be sort of destroyed by the process. But normally, this city of Cloudbank is from our goal was to create this kind of romanticized city. This really kind of spectacular place, and it's a place where people have it really good. And we saw earlier, the city, everything seems to be fine in the city, but the process is pursuing Red wherever she goes and desperately trying to recover this weapon. So that's kind of a big...
something must be not quite fine.
Something is not right for sure. Something bad is beginning to happen here, and that's going to unfold over the course of the story.
Beautiful.
I got away from that guy. So yeah, Hopefully you've seen some examples of me. I gained this new ability called the Jaunt, so I can use this to like teleport behind this guy, really go to town on him.
Do a little backstabs.
Yep.
Yeah, notice, these sort of little meter, the list tallies up of your actions, and so you can sort of, and the different attacks that depend on positioning, but also depending on which ability you're actually using.
Yeah, exactly, and there are different combinations and different kind of position-based bonuses that you could get and so forth. We want to reward, make players feel really good about like hatching, pretty elaborate plans. But of course, the direct approach can work well too.
All right, we've got some questions about Transistor coming in through the chat here, Greg. So, Gilianos. Nope, that's not the one I'm looking for. Padbot, curious to know about hidden items throughout the level, which I guess, speaks to the larger question of level design and what your sort of approach is.
We showed a little bit of that. Some of the new powers and things that you'll get will likely be tucked away, and you'll find more information about the world of the game kind of off the beaten path.
Yep.
We plan to do a lot of stuff with that. It's not... I think we'll reward off the beaten path exploration for sure.
Nice. And off the beaten path places you can see, it's interesting the sort of visual parallels between this and Bastion, that, the world is created already. It's not sort of flipping up into view, that neat mechanic you guys had there. But the way that these cover pillars come into play is still that kind of, it gives it this dynamic feel, this sort of creative feel that the world is like making itself as you progress through it.
Yeah, that's cool. Like what we want to, I think part of what we're going for in this case is and we're only sort of scratching the surface with it so far, I think, is this sense that the process is really just following you kind of relentlessly. So as you go, this like something, in Bastion, the world was forming up around you, and that was like I think like a positive feeling, but here with the process, I think it you kind of want it to get away from you. You kind of want it to stop.
Yeah, it's like corrupting around you almost. Do you just call this guy a jerk?
Yes, he's called a jerk. That's a little, that's the voice coming from the sword called him a jerk when we first saw him earlier, and now he's called a jerk when we saw him again. So, and in fact, there's a little more subtle stuff like that. These are called creeps.
There was a young lady earlier.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's very observant of you.
Well, it allows you guys to be a little playful with your naming there, which is neat. So, people are really sort of latching onto the audio-visual presentation. Yeah. Miss Terrard wants to know, who's the music composer? Is it the same composer as Bastion?
Absolutely. That is the music and all the audio is the work of Mr. Darren Korb, who's our audio director. Everyone who worked on Bastion, including Darren, is back on this project. We were 7 on Bastion. We're up to 10 people now. We once again have music with vocals by Ashley Barrett. Who works closely with Darren to create, they created really fantastic stuff in Bastion's case, and we're trying to do really interesting stuff with it here. In fact, the music in some ways is even more integral to this game. The character herself is a singer and so on. So,
well, was a singer.
Yes, was. It's true.
Where has her voice gone? Certainly one of the mysteries people will be pursuing in Transistor. The mystery I want to know right now, do I get to ride that sweet motorcycle?
You're riding it, yeah. This is the very end of the slice of the game we have to show here. But yeah.
Back to those two.
All right, folks are curious a little bit more about the skills, and we sort of saw an array. You've got ones that require you to be right up next to the player. You had that, you acquired that one that sort of did like a little scatter bomb type thing.
Yeah, what we're showing is just kind of a small selection of the many different abilities you'll have to work with when the game is finally done. We want there to be really interesting stuff around like configuring the transistor, finding different abilities for it, and mixing and matching those, and having that be part of the strategy that you take into battle with you.
Now, mixing and matching, is that just is there an element of customization or of choosing which powers you have equipped? I noticed there was at the bottom of the screen was sort of your active skills.
Yeah, that's absolutely what we have in mind. We don't really show it off.
Can you give us or you guys have a release date pinned down or platforms that you could inform us about?
We just announced at E3 it is making its console debut on the PlayStation 4 and coming to PC as well in early next year sometime.
All right, excellent. Greg Kasavin, Supergiant Games. That's Transistor, ladies and gentlemen. And that concludes our final demo here on the live stage show. But don't go away just yet. I'm going to keep Greg here. I'm going to invite Jeff Gerstmann from Giant Bomb and Justin Calvert from GameSpot up here to join us for a little end of E3 wrap-up. Jeff, grab yourself a mic there, or two, you know. I think you probably have to turn them on. Man, got Justin Calvert coming up, and you guys. Let's see. We'll see if all these mics are up and running. Can we get some? Now, Justin, you want to?
I think this.
Oh, yours is working.
This one's definitely on.
Jeff, I'm not getting you. Do you want to try the other mic? Give it 1 sec.
How about this one?
I think that'll work.
I think this one works.
Yeah, I think that'll check out. All right, guys. Well, it's the waning hours of E3. Our two stage shows have come to a close. But Jeff, you're not done yet. You guys have your E3 coverage is like nighttime is the right time.
That's right. It's a night thing. It's the Arsenio Hall of E3 coverage. How would you expect these types of current references at giantbomb.com/chat?
Nice. Plug successful.
Yes,
See you later.
Yes, right. No, we'll be getting going at about 8 o'clock. So I guess that's about 3 hours away now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with our third night of coverage. Last night we had Cliff Blazinski on, Jonathan Blow, Vince Zampella, and a crew from Respawn. You know, Brad Muir, the Harmonix guys. All it's been a real crazy show.
And
so
you guys, the format there is sort of talk with these guys about their games, but also about game development in general, E3, and just sort of a broad range of topics.
Life,
just rapid.
What's going on?
You know,
what's really the human condition?
Mm-hmm.
That's the name of our ongoing feature series where we take a look at.
Giant Bomb's The Human Condition.
Giant Bomb's The Human Condition.
Yeah.
Brought to you by Internet Explorer.
Justin Calvert, you're working tirelessly to basically orchestrate this entire stage show. It's been an incredible lineup. So I want to thank you first of all for putting me on stage with people like Greg and games like Transistor. How has your E3 experience been? Have you been running around and seeing games?
Yeah, I've been running around. I've been running around with Jeff a fair bit. We're both judges for E3 this year, so we've been looking at a lot of stuff behind closed doors.
Yeah.
Definitely a lot of running around. Like all scheduling all the stuff for these shows is one thing, but then people show up late, people show up with no footage.
Yep.
It's like happen as well. For both stages, there's an awful lot of people needed to make this work.
All right. Well, you said the magic words behind closed. Tell me everything you saw behind closed. No, give me like a highlight, I guess, or something that piqued your interest behind closed doors.
Titanfall.
Really?
Titanfall.
Yeah.
Why?
That would have been
I mean, we had Vince on stage. We showed it off. I thought it looked really cool. But what drew you guys to it?
Stuff that we're not allowed to say.
It's really fun. I hear.
Mech shooting.
Yeah. It looks like it would be really fun to pick up.
Yeah, it's I mean there are only a handful of games for whatever reason. There's like the, hey, we're gonna let you play this thing, but you can't tell anyone you played it. Or you can't cover it. They're not looking for hands-on coverage, as if that still exists or matters in today's world. But hey. So we end up getting the opportunity to play stuff like Mad Max and things like that are around.
We're showing off a little more of that gameplay. Cool. That's neat.
Yeah. So we get to see a little bit more of the game than what they're showing out on the floor. But we play Destiny. Normally that's just a theater demo, and they let us play like the very end of that demo, and we can actually talk about that. That's
everybody's seen it. I played about a minute.
Right, yeah. It did not take long to beat that big thing.
That
so
big
you just sort of
thingy. Did you use Space Magic?
I did. Space Magic is on the L1, R1, and if you hit them both, he does jumping Space Magic.
Were you actually using a PlayStation 4 controller? Were you playing on that box?
Yeah,
so, you've got L1 and R1, but the L2 and R2 are something that is different from the DualShocks prior. They're sort of curved out. How does the controller feel for folks who haven't gotten their hands on it?
I think the DualShock 4 feels fantastic. it's a really great controller. The D-pad, I think the analog sticks feel great. They've fixed their trigger problem. You're not going to see shooters using L1, R1 for zoom and shoot. They can use the 2s like you're supposed to. I mean, how's it been developing? Or working with that stuff for you?
Good. We got it. We got it up and running with the controller like super fast. I mean, we only started talking to the Sony guys right after PAX, so it's been not a long period of time. But we were able to do some like pretty cool stuff with it quickly, like in the game, like the transistor flashes when the voice coming from it talks. And we matched the light bar to like flash with it, and we I was actually really struck by it. I'm like, that's cool, and we're gonna try and get the voice piping out of the speaker as well. See if we can see how that goes. It's not a promise, but
how do you feel about the touchpad? Does that seem like
I haven't used it in any like working context at all. I was surprised that it was like it feels like it's a button also.
Click also.
Yeah, so
Killzone uses it. You have 4 abilities. You have like your owl that is on you. It's like the little robot drone on your shoulder that you can use to zip line anywhere or drop a shield or whatever. And to select between the 4 powers, you swipe the screen. And I thought it was actually like a pretty elegant way to do it. Otherwise, you're holding down a button to bring up a power wheel and doing all that stuff. Like just being able to swipe in those directions, I thought was pretty slick.
And that, I think the initial reaction a lot of people have, and with the the PS Vita, people had this was, I don't want to take my thumbs off the buttons and sticks to swipe, but it actually is just. It's your hand knows where to go back to. You're only off the controller for just a
absolutely
second,
yeah. Whether you're left thumb, right thumb up on that screen, it's real easy. You just reach up, hit it, and get right back. It's
All right, so that's the DualShock 4. Let's talk about the Xbox One controller for a minute, because I know there was a lot of praise from the GameSpot team, especially after playing Forza 5, feeling those rumble, the rumble right in the triggers.
It's crazy.
Yeah, they're really good. I mean, Jeff and I were up at Microsoft like 2 or 3 weeks ago, whenever that was, and
a lifetime ago.
A lifetime ago, yeah. That controller's, I mean, it's really good. Like the triggers feel good, the D-pad. Actually, I haven't had a chance to play a fighting game with it or anything.
Yeah, they've been showing Killer Instinct with fight sticks mostly. So that's that's always my D-pad test is go find a fighting game and see how it goes. So actually, when they let us hold the controller for the first time, I was just holding it and just doing dragon punches over and over again, going like the guys were looking at me like I was out of my mind. I'm just like doing this. Like I would have thought being a controller guy, he would know exactly what I was doing, but instead he was
not
just like,
really clear.
It's like kicking the tires.
Yeah. And it felt like it would probably be okay, but I haven't really tried it. But yeah, the rumble and the trigger stuff, I don't know.
I'm a big fan of the micro textures on the sticks.
Yeah, those sticks feel good. I think both controllers are meaningful improvements over their predecessors. Sony more than Microsoft. I think the Xbox 360 controller was already pretty great.
Fantastic.
The DualShock 3 it was too light. The sticks were too loose. It just the triggers felt like crap.
Did the thumb touch weird you out? Weirded me out. It didn't happen very often, but your thumbs could. The DualShock, you push the 2 analog sticks together.
No,
I never really thought about that.
I don't think it ever really happened.
I think maybe you have weird thumbs.
Hey man,
Let's have a
what a
look at
man
those
does when he
thumbs.
picks up the controller, that's his business.
All right, well,
as the dragon punches.
I don't let the thumbs touch. Okay, that's my rule.
Separate but equal, dudes. PlayStation 4 and Xbox One, of course, a huge story out of the show this year, but. PlayStation 3, Xbox 360, PS Vita, this stuff is going strong across all platforms. I feel like, do you feel like anything's getting a little shouted down from the console, the imminent console war that you want to bring to light here? Something that piqued your interest or anything like that?
That PlayStation 4 is pretty good. That new Xbox is interesting as well.
Who's going to win? PlayStation 4 or Xbox One?
Oh, come on, man. This is like day...
Not even a question.
This is day 4 of
exactly.
the information we have. There's so many different things that'll happen between now and November. You can't count anyone out. You just know that, at some point... Microsoft and probably Sony as well will step up and say, like, by the way, if you want this thing for $200 through your cable provider, through your internet, they both have so many cards left to play on that, and Microsoft is getting the crap kicked out of them right now, you have to imagine that at some point they will listen to reason and figure something out
They're
with their
gonna
policies.
return fire,
Though,
you know.
I don't know. I
something
talked to some
along
people
those
today
lines.
who were convinced that it's actually going to get a lot worse come Gamescom. They've got more announcements lined up that people aren't going to like, but who knows if that'll even come to pass at this point. But yeah, it's not worth picking a winner long term. But if you're looking at the last 4 days, I mean, obviously, like Sony ran away with it.
Yeah.
By a long shot. You know, Microsoft, I just don't think they have a whole lot to answer what Sony has done.
The thing that was crazy, that was coming out of that Microsoft press conference, I thought they did such a great job because it was exactly what they needed to do, was just prove that they have great games come into that console, and they've obviously lined up some like really strong exclusives. I think they had a better software lineup than PlayStation probably at their press conference. And so, I mean, I came out of the Xbox press conference and pre-ordered an Xbox.
Yeah.
But then I came out of Sony and pre-ordered a PlayStation 4 as well. So.
Well, that's...
They don't have to work
our
that.
job. That's how this works, right?
We are into it.
Yeah.
We want all of the things.
There's no choice at that
yeah,
point.
That's true.
I mean,
Yeah, it wouldn't matter what they did, I guess. But
Yeah.
I enthusiastically pre-ordered an Xbox One.
I did it because there was a lull in the middle of Ubisoft and they had really good Wi-Fi. I was like, oh, I should probably take care of this while they're talking about this Rayman or this Rabbids TV show. I've got a bit of time here.
You got some free time. Now, you guys have gotten to see a lot of games. Greg, working the beat, Supergiant, and working the Transistor. You probably have seen no other games.
I've seen only a couple. Yeah, I mean, I watched both the press briefings. One of them from backstage, interestingly enough. But yeah, so I have not gotten to see too many games on the show floor itself, sadly. But it seemed like there's a lot of really interesting stuff here. So.
Yeah, I think it's been a pretty good year.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, people just I don't know. It's only a feeling, but it seems like people are just like excited at the show about games in a way that feels kind of overdue. I mean, I'm glad these new consoles have like gotten people's blood boiling again. That's kind of what it feels like to me.
And whether it's like you know, people that are just generally interested and who knows how it'll go on to sell. Like I know. You know, we broke our traffic record. You broke your traffic record. I think IGN broke their traffic record. Kotaku broke their traffic record. Like, people want to know about this stuff, and it's just exciting to have that feeling about games again. Even if I feel like a lot of the games, especially like your big huge games, it's like we're still talking about first-person shooters.
Yeah.
They just happen to have mechs in them and stuff like that. You know, it's like or this one's got a big online mode or something like that. You know, the games haven't necessarily changed, but it does feel like there's a wider variety now.
Yeah.
You know, you see like Below getting at the Microsoft press conference, and I mean, you guys getting up at Sony.
Yeah.
Fucking insane.
Yeah, it's
Like,
crazy.
wow.
I'll be the first to admit it. Yeah,
That
I
never would have happened last year or any year before that.
Yeah,
I mean,
the analogy, it's like, it's, at the Sony booth, you know, they've got like 4 stations of Octodad, and like Octodad looks awesome. It's like you understand that game in like 3 seconds, why it's cool. But traditionally a game like that like never would have been to a show like this, and the same goes for something like Transistor. I mean, I was blown away. I got to our booth and we're across from like Watch Dogs and Assassin's Creed. It's like, hey, I'll take it. But it does show a changing of the times, and hopefully, it's all for the best. So.
Yeah, I think so. You look at it, there are fewer companies here.
Yeah.
THQ's gone. You take it back a little longer, Midway. Like, those middle tier companies that were, putting out those games that filled up a lot of E3 appointments and filled up a lot of stage show time and stuff like that with these games that were like, oh, this is like a decent third-person shooter, but I'm not really interested in Stranglehold. Those games don't exist, but now you've got the industry more widely embracing these smaller independent games and bringing them to shows like this. And I mean, you've got 8 kiosks for Transistor at the show. Like it's awesome.
Yeah, and we had a line, pretty much the entire time. So I was honestly, I was honestly surprised because we had a giant line at PAX. Hey, it's great. I mean, because I come from the, I've been to many E3s myself, and it's great to see the shift, especially, it's helping our game in this case too.
Totally.
So.
I think one other shift, with the games we've seen, certainly on this stage, was this, with the next generation coming and with the connectivity being more and more of a focus, the breakdown of the line between single player and multiplayer in a lot of games. Certainly Titanfall, The Crew from Ubisoft.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen that? And what are your impressions of that sort of trend in terms of connectivity and in the gaming experience?
I really like it. I mean, I think it was like it's definitely one of the big trends here. I think that and second screen functionality have been two things I've noticed creeping into an awful lot of games this year. I mean, Need for Speed does a really good job.
Yeah, I bet everyone who worked on Test Drive Unlimited is either is like, I told you, I told you this was going to be the thing.
That game was years ahead of its time.
Right.
It absolutely was.
Yeah, because that's everything now. That's Watch Dogs. That's the Division. Need for Speed Rivals does it really well. Gosh, what else? I mean, Destiny is basically sort of thing, and it's interesting to see that stuff applied to shooters like Destiny, because I look at Destiny and I mean, obviously they're creating their own world and stuff like that, but I look at it and go, like, this is what Borderlands 2 should have been, and it's what Borderlands 3 will 100% have to be to make it. You know, this is how a lot of that stuff's going to be for co-op play and stuff like that. So
Certainly.
yeah.
And Justin, you mentioned the second screen stuff, and that sort of, that kind of thing comes on the scene, and initially you start to see stuff that's like, you're using it for an inventory screen. Huzzah. But then you get something like Watch Dogs, coming out with, it's got a companion game where you are the CTOS, you are sort of adversarial or cooperative, engaged in the actual gameplay and seeing your consequences on the screen if you happen to be there. Are you digging this second screen stuff?
Yeah, I actually really like it, and it's probably part of that is just because I bought a Surface Pro not that long ago, and I'm looking for ways to use it.
For things, yeah.
None of that's going to support Surface Pro.
Well, all the stuff in there definitely is in Microsoft. But yeah, like Fable. We had Fable Anniversary on the other stage earlier. They're doing a great thing with the second screen where you can use it. It brings up like a map of the level, and then you can use it to look at, you can click on these icons and look at screenshots of how that looked in the original Fable. So that's how they're letting you compare the original graphics to the modern graphics.
Interesting.
They have like tips in there for bosses, and they use it to add extra like backstory for some of the characters and that kind of stuff. So I think that's a really good use of it. Project Spark, the kind of, game creation platform that they've got in there. That's it seems like you can do almost everything that you can do on the console. You can also do it on a touchscreen device. Yeah, I'm digging it. I can't wait. My Surface doesn't do a lot right now, so.
Well, you've got that Halo game coming out. And that's
I'll probably play it.
Yeah,
I'll play it. Sure.
Very cool. So Transistor on Surfaces?
No, not at this point.
Nope, that's
PlayStation 4 and PC. Yeah. For now.
It's so great to hear you guys talk about the way you're excited about the games you're seeing, about the trends you're seeing, about the way that E3 is this year, because I think between you, there's, over a quarter century of E3 experience at least.
It's probably more than a half century.
Yeah.
Good Lord.
I know this is 17 for me.
And this is the 19th E3, right?
Is it? Or I have no idea.
I've done gone to all of them.
Yeah.
So
I went to the I was in high school in 1995, going to the first one, skipping exams.
Yeah.
So
I'm the noob. I've only done 17.
Get out of here, kid.
Oh, young blood Calvert over there.
Go back to ECTS.
The young pretender.
All right, gents. Well, I think we're gonna come to a close pretty soon here on stage one here. But let's go down the line. It's just, you guys have any final thoughts on E3 stuff you want to plug? Let's do that and say farewell to the folks at home. So, Greg, kick it off.
Oh man, I'm just really glad to be here at E3. I love this show. I always watch coverage, if I'm not here in person, although I've been here in person one way or another. I'm usually just not showing a game, but being able to show a game at the show was incredible, and I'm just glad to see everyone, like I said, everyone's so excited about games again, and it's great to be on the stage. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
I mean, the fight is back in a really interesting way between console manufacturers in a way it hasn't been since Nintendo and Sega, or Sony and Sega and stuff like that. And that's been interesting to see. I just hope it doesn't lead to a bunch of, well, it already has, but the forum negativity.
Yeah.
It's inevitable.
We need to get past you don't need to fight about which console you want to buy out there. It's not worth it. Let the companies do the fighting. They're the big corporations.
They're fighting over us.
Yeah, exactly. Everybody wins at the end of that. And then, we'll be on tonight at 8 o'clock, giantbomb.com/live. doing some stuff. Got some guests coming through. I don't know.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Cool, Jeff. Justin?
Yeah, I would just say that this show, I mean, kind of echoing what Jeff said, this has got me really, really excited about games again in a way that I haven't been for a little while, I think, because coming here, it was obvious I'm going to get the next-gen consoles at some point, but I wasn't necessarily enthusiastic about doing so. And now that I've got hands-on with both of them and I've played some really great games on both of them, it's like I cannot wait to get those consoles in my living room and just start playing all those games for myself. And at 8 o'clock tonight, I'll be on the way to drinks. Sorry, Jeff.
You know what we do on our live show, right?
Okay, yeah, true. Actually, you'll be drinking probably far more than I will.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right, well, Greg, Jeff, Justin, thank you so much for coming on, closing out the show. And thanks to all the GameSpot staff who made this live show happen, who made our coverage happen. There's tens and tens of you doing awesome stuff in every place. I can't name you all, but you guys are awesome. And thank you, folks, for watching at home and making this E3 2013 one of the best yet. I'm Chris Waters. For everyone here at GameSpot, thanks for watching. Stay tuned next week. We'll have a whole raft of E3 stuff coming your way because, honestly, even if you didn't go to sleep, you haven't seen all that we have to offer from E3. We'll see you back here soon. Take care.